Good morning. Welcome to Room 2 and the 2024 Iris Awards, sponsored by Sony. We are in the landscape category today, and this is also sponsored by Sony. The landscape category is intended for open to outdoor landscape photographs that depict an environment in a way that retains the authenticity of the original scene. Post-production techniques applied must also maintain the authenticity of the subject or scene as captured in the original. Removing minor or transient elements is allowed, for example, a leaf, small branch, or distant car. Entrants may remove dust spots and flares. Exclusions as multiple exposures, intentional camera movement, and composites. Right, we are underway. We will start the slideshows.
Don't go because someone tells you to go. Don't go because everyone else is going. Don't go because it would make you look good, or because you can make it look good. Cities, mountains, streets, oceans, deserts, doesn't matter. Go because you have to go. Go because it was written on your DNA. Go because it's pouring out from every scene and dream and every map that leads you to the unknown. And every thought that seems to come back to the one thing that rips you out of bed at night. And when you go with eyes open, go fast, go nimble, go passionately, go without sleep if you have to. However you go all in. And if you don't like the rhythm, just change the beat. As you go, remember, the world is waiting for your perspective.
Okay, that was our run through for the landscape category of the Iris Awards. Judges, while we wait for your exclusions, if you've got any, if you've just tuned in on the live stream, we are in room 2, the landscape category for the Iris Awards. We're sponsored by Sony as our major sponsor and also our category sponsor today. In the room today, we have got some lovely judges. We have got Kay Davis, Catherine Williams, Chris Anderson, Matt Palmer, Mike Langford, Roger Wandless, Tanya Niwa, Tony Carter, Tony Hewitt, Janine Fletcher and Chris Stark. I am Tracy Kennedy, your panel chair for the day, and beside me is the lovely Lydia Nimmo. We'll be looking after these judges and running the room. Okay, can we have to the table Kay Davis, Tanya Niwa, Tony Carter, Roger Wandless and Mike Langford, please. While we're waiting for everything to get sorted, out the back today helping us with the prints, we have got Jerry running the back with Monet, Bonnie and Emma, and they're going to do a rather big job today because we've got a lot of prints to get through. So we are very happy to have them out the back there. Okay, first print please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we get a comment from Mike Langford, please?
Beautifully seen, well presented. I'm not sure the circle actually encompasses the shapes within the frame. Just consider your frame and make it sympathetic to the subject if you can.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. And Roger, would you like to speak to this, please?
So I commend the photographer on sort of in being brave in taking a picture of a relatively of the sort of subject you passed by. Really, I guess it's partly a study in texture, and maybe it's a study in vastness, but it doesn't quite, for me, resolve itself in terms of the message it's trying to convey. So yeah, just keep working on those.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have an initial score of 77, which is a bronze award. No, you're in the next. Would you like to challenge? Mike's going to challenge that one.
I gave this 81. I found it absolutely delightful, beautifully printed. The subject is really separated out from the background in a very professional way, just in terms of the lightening and darkening. Given this is an in-camera experience, I think it's done absolutely exquisitely. So just lift your scores a little bit if you can bring yourself to do that.
Kay, would you like to speak next?
Probably don't have a lot more to add actually to what Mike has said. I was tossing up going into the silver range because I agree it's actually a beautifully seen and framed and captured image, and yeah, printed beautifully.
Roger?
Yeah, I guess my question for Mike is what's the photograph about? I was trying to resolve the crosses in a sense. Is there some sort of biblical message I'm missing? And then I'm thinking, would they fall like that in nature, or is it being contrived a bit? So I'm just, if you could answer those things, I'm happy to come up.
Back to, Tony.
Yeah, I'm on 76. I'll support the image into silver. I think it just feels natural to me, and I think if somebody's going to arrange it, they might have done a better job. So I think it's somebody's observed this and photographed it in a way that's sympathetic to the subject and worthy of silver.
Okay, back to you, Mike.
Yeah, I think Tony's done the wrap. Thanks.
Rescore, please, judges. And we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Well done. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 81, which is a silver award. Tony Carter's going to challenge.
Yeah, I'm on 86. I feel that the total control of the photography here is pretty evident from its matting and the weight that the image has been given in this format. But that's the but really I guess it's about the image and the serenity that you sort of feel from this image, and the central boat, and how everything else is sort of locked in around it, and the quietness, the beautiful print quality, the saturation, how your eye can sort of roam through the background with those interlocking features right the way through, the green hues rolling through, so beautiful tonal control, masterfully done, and I think it's worthy of silver distinction.
Okay, we're going to hear from Tanya. She's at the other end.
Yeah, I scored this in the bronze range. I really appreciated the patterns and the shapes and the tonality of the image. Just sort of exploring through the image, I just didn't find anywhere to rest my eye. I guess I awarded it as such. Yeah.
Roger.
Yeah, I scored it 83. I did it about going into silver distinction. So thank you, Tony. I'm opposite to Tanya in a way. My eye keeps going to that boat, and the thing that's interesting about the boat is, number one, the position of it. It's just it's in a place in the frame that's quite tense, really, but yet it's deliberate. You've got the water in front that leads you there, but the thing about the boat is it's the only one with oars in it, and the oars capture the eye which then leads me to ask why. And so it's one of those lovely images that's graphic in nature. It's got a lovely colour palette. It's not overdone, and it leaves you with the question why and what you know. And so that's why I would take it up into the silver distinction.
Okay, Kay.
Yeah, for me, I mean, I agree. It's actually a well-seen image. For me, there's a little bit of softness in the foreground, which I felt was a little bit distracting. And to me, I mean, I'm listening to Tony. To me, the tones, I felt they were a little bit magenta, which is what I held back on. Yeah, so talk to me about that and I'll come up.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Magenta is a colour, a beautiful colour. You know, I see what you're saying about that coloration. You know, I'm not asking for gold. A few more points to get into silver distinction, but you know, I feel the calm of this image, and you know that central shadow around the boat, and as Roger alluded to with those, you know, the ones with the oars. So you sort of got that symmetry, but sort of maybe slightly off to one side. But yeah, I think it's just quite gentle, almost poetic, of some very sort of harsh shapes which have been handled quite beautifully and still worthy of a silver distinction.
Thank you. Rescore, please, judges. $85 silver distinction. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Mike, would you like to do the feedback, please?
Yeah, look, it's a beautiful image. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the X factor to take it into a higher award, but what's offered is perfect. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. We're going to have a blank screen, please. Mike, thank you very much. And Tony Hewitt, would you like to come to the panel, please? And judges, we've had a message come through from audio. You don't need to lean into the mics. They are quite sensitive. So you should be able to comment from without leaning forward to like almost eat the thing. Okay? Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Well done to the author. Tony Hewitt, would you like to give some feedback, please?
You look very intriguing in terms of the balance and the geometry of the image. And I love the way that the tones have been used. If I could give a little hint, might be that we drift out to the top left, it just sort of the image falls away in terms of the lightness, and that held back might hold us into the graphics of the image internally, which would make it stronger.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 83, which is a silver award. And Tony Carter's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm on 88 for this image. When you sit back here, you can sort of see the structure of the image, and those beautiful clouds sort of rolling through. You sort of drift right around the image, right into that, from the light into the dark. But then when you get in close, you can just see that the person there in that central cloud, which really gives the image scale and size and scope. And I think it's exceptionally printed and presented, and easily a silver with distinction for me.
Kay, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I pondered on this for a little while. I think for me, I almost wanted to see more in the foreground that actually allowed my eye to actually be led into the image and that main part where that figure is, which is perfectly placed. But to me, there's a lot of empty space at the back, which is not necessarily needed. I would have preferred that foreground just to lead my eye in.
Yeah, you should say your scores.
I scored 82.
Okay, and Tony Hewitt, you're in the middle.
Yeah, look, I'm kind of with Tony. I fell in love with this one as soon as it came around. It's obvious where we're supposed to look, and we are led there well. The thing that probably held me back from, I think this has the potential to be a gold award if it was printed better. For me, the foreground, the dodging and burning, the foreground corner, that triangular part in the foreground, it just looks like it's been forced, the actual shadow area, and the back as well. And I think a little bit more sculpting of that shadow light area. Having said that, that's the only reason I held it back from silver distinction or even higher, because I think, as Tony pointed out, the structure and the composition is just sublime, and the way that ridge in the middle part of the mountain leads us to the central figure is just perfect. Great vision and really well captured. I just feel like that finishing held it back. But Tony, I'm still listening because I'm still wavering as to whether it's worth more than I've given it at 84.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Tony, the one thing I struggled with this one because I liked it for all the reasons you like it. I'm worried that it's not quite being crafted well enough in the moment of the taking. I agree with Kay that it seems a bit heavy on the top and a bit light on the bottom. Those clouds sort of drift you off to the bottom of the frame, whereas perhaps they might, if the camera angle had been lowered a bit, that there may be some dark to sort of envelope those around, if you like. But the overwhelming thing is that the figure just seems too small. It's almost a dust spot size, and that's the bit that held me back. So I just, if you can answer that, I'm happy to come up, really.
Okay, Tony.
You know what, Roger? We're all just a little dust spot in this world, to be honest. Yeah, so, you can take from that what you want, but that's, we are. We're all just a little speck, all of us. But, I can hear what everybody's saying about this image. Probably what I like about it is it could be worked and worked and worked until it's unreal. To me, this feels real. And it feels honest and authentic in its treatment, rather than just having the shit crafted out of it, to be honest. You could easily go in and do that, but I feel that it feels authentic in how things really are. Tony, that bottom left corner, I hear what you're saying, but when I go in there, I think, actually I can see detail in there, and it sort of is mimicked in the background as well. And I guess what I'm appealing for there is the honesty of the image. I mean, I'm not asking for a gold. I think there's definitely enough there to reward this with a silver distinction for its honesty, its sense of scale, and that little dust spot in the middle that you like, Roger. It'd be fantastic just to come up a few points, guys, and give this a silver distinction. Pretty pleased.
Rescore, please, judges. '86 silver distinction. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. Are we all happy with that, judges? Okay, Roger, would you like to give feedback, please? Okay, cool.
A nicely seen image. I think for me, the cropping, just changing the cropping a little bit, I would have liked to have seen the finish of that curve just squeaking into that right frame and maybe bringing it in a little bit from the left-hand side. And maybe just a little bit more tonal detail.
Yeah. What I like about this, or feel from it, should I say, is a real sense of melancholy. And I think that's quite brave in this category, but it just sort of feels like it needs some other sort of element to sort of pull you across and show interest. But yeah, beautiful sense of melancholy.
Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 82, which is a silver award. Kay's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I scored this 88. There's an absolute beauty and calmness and ferocity all in one in this image. I'm really enjoying the faces, the gestures, the hands that are coming up out of the rocks and through the mist and the steam, and the almost the contrast and texture that is being achieved through the water coming down the waterfall and then the water that's actually coming out from the waterfall on at the bottom. It's just beautiful, and it's beautifully printed. Cropping is perfect. Yeah, I've given it 88.
Tony Carter.
Will I go?
I cocked up my score. Yeah. I was meant to have pushed 82. That's why I was pointing up. What do I do about that? Can you give this a gold distinction? Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll just keep talking. That's all good. While we're waiting for the technical team to sort that out, do you want to discuss the image now, or do you want to go into just talking about the judges while we're waiting? Yeah, so it's not the right score, so we are going to have to just wait for honours to, because we pushed the challenge button. Okay, let's talk about some. Rochelle's back here now. Okay, right, we are back on track. So we're now going to Tony Hewitt as at the other end of the score. Okay, so it is sitting on 82. It's the law of averages, the way the algorithm works. So Tony Hewitt is at the other end of the K's 88 silver distinction.
Oh, one tone or the other, does it matter? Look, Kate, I agree with most of what you said, but where I held it back from a silver award range is I just feel like this could have been printed better. And respectfully to the entrant, a great scene, well seen, you know, there's power, there's drama, and that is coming through. But I find the heaviness of the blacks is just a little bit overpowering for me. And I think that the contrast ratios in this image, if they were just brought back a little bit, or at least not so global, so bring them back overall, then bring them and put a little bit more contrast into certain areas. And I know we got certain limitations in this category, but dodging and burning, you can certainly achieve that, will allow us to get a little bit more out of the entire image. When I look at it from here, there's a slight imbalance because the area on the left is quite dark, and it makes me feel like the pitch is cut off too much on the right, and I feel like it needs a little bit more opening up just on that left side close to the water, because at the moment it tips the picture for me. So I sat at 78. Good practice, high standard, bronze award. I thought that's what it deserved. I believe this image has the potential to be a lot higher with just a little bit more finesse.
Roger.
I suppose my fundamental issue with taking this higher than a silver is to get to a silver distinction, it's got to have originality and a high degree of artistic intent, really. And I feel this is a scene, if you've been there, I've seen this image taken a lot of times before, very similarly. This has been really well, I felt really well done, and therefore sat in the silver range. But to take it higher, I think you've got to convince me that the photographer's bringing something new to the table in terms of vision.
So,
Oh, yeah, Tony Carter, quickly.
yeah, I'm on 82, not 62. So my apologies to the photographer for that. But, you know, I think it sits solidly just where I've sat it, really, at 82. And I'll probably sit with Tony with the quality of the tones. I also feel like the central waterfally part feels like it's just really burnt in, just past that, you know, where it greys out. So I feel like it's quite heavy, and that sort of breaks the flow of the water down through the centre. And then, you know, it's sort of highlighted to the left and the right of that central rock at the bottom. And it is something that we have seen quite a bit, but, you know, I still think that it's worthy of a silver.
Okay, back to you, Kay, please.
Thank you, judges. Okay, so for me, yes, it's not an original image entirely, and that's why I'm not going up to gold. For me, the silver distinction, the reason you've got that greyness happening in the upper half of the image is because you've got the water spray. It's natural. It's what's going to happen. It's what you're going to see. What you've got down the bottom is some beautiful, beautiful contrasting areas, which, again, are natural. That's what is actually being seen. Yes, there's possibly a little area in the middle which has maybe been burnt into, been a little bit heavier than it should. But to me, the whole thing is organic and natural. And I'm awarding it in that silver distinction range purely for the emotion. There's actually a contrast emotive areas coming through the top part and the bottom part. And I'm just enjoying the aspects of all the ghostly figures and the hands and all of that sort of thing that are actually coming through in that top part. And I think the placement of that central rock slightly off centre works really beautifully with it. So I'm still silver distinction. If you can come up at all, I'd love it.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. Okay, thank you, judges. That's come in at 84, which is a silver award. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 83, which is a silver award, and Tony Hewitt's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I'll challenge this. I gave it 88. I think this is an excellently seen picture. The composition is just sublime. The use of the tones to drive us around the image. And the narrative that I'm picking up here is a little bit about time. The time for the tides to move in and out, which is shared with us through the use of a long exposure. The deliberate choice of the perspective of the lens to get this rock that's in the foreground, which I'm assuming is quite not that huge compared to the one in the background, but putting them together, you know, over time these rocks do start big and then they wear down through the use of that water. There's some subtle lines running from bottom right to top left in the sand, which goes from that sort of bottom corner to the first rock, and that's reflected in some lines in the cloud, which so they go from bottom right, top left, and then you got the rocks going bottom left to top right. So there's lovely crisscrossing of lines. No matter where you start in the image, you kind of move around and you investigate and explore the entire image. The peak of the rock in the back, beautifully held in that sort of slightly lighter area of cloud and yet subtly vignetted in that cloud. The whole control is smacks of mastery, both from the moment that was seen, capture, right through to print and finish and the way it's presented to us. And for me, that basically says it deserves to be in the highest area of silver, up near the 87, 88.
Okay, Tanya, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I scored this in the bronze range. I was toying between bronze and silver. And thank you for your comments just to help me through with this one. It was just my emotive response from it. Other than that was so I appreciated what I'm seeing. It's just my emotive response to it. I didn't have a lot of emotive response, and that's what set it in the bronze range for me. But thank you for
Hey, and Kay, you're in the middle.
Yeah, beautiful image, and it's beautifully, the tonal range throughout has actually been well handled. I mean, for me, I just felt it was a little bit tight on the left-hand side. I wanted to see a little bit more space just to give that rock room to breathe. And it could have come in just slightly from the right-hand side just to give it a little bit more balance overall. I'm listening. I'm sitting on silver.
Okay, back to you. Oh, quickly, Tony.
No, not quickly. Do it justice. I'm on 86. You know, this work, I think I've underscored it, to be honest. In the way, you know, Tony just explained it, it's just about up into a gold for me. You know, the masterful feel of this, the tension between the two rocks, but then in the foreground, but that softness running through the middle. You know, this is just such a harsh environment, but somebody has made it, you know, look soft and beautiful and poetic. Look at the, you know, I think it's something that you need to sort of sit with for a while to really appreciate it, although you can see the quality straight away as soon as it was put up there. Look at the way those clouds are pulling into that back rock, you know, those lines, those soft lines, and just the visual poetry of that. You can, you know, somebody has lovingly caressed this harsh environment and presented us with something superbly beautiful. And if you can't get it up to a gold, come up into high silver with distinction.
Okay, Tony Hewitt.
I think Tone's just about wrapped it up. It's the tension, I think, that makes it the powerful image that it is, Kay. I think if we did have that width, it becomes more of a nice landscape. And I think by pushing it in to the sides, it actually forces us as the viewer to look at this image rather left to right. We go through the image to the back, and it's emphasising and amplifying the relationship between this smaller rock on the beach and the larger one that's further out, and that beautiful tying together in a poetic way, that softness of the water, the counterplay between the soft water and the hard rock. So I think there's so many underlying narratives and so many underlying messages put together in this beautiful frame the way it has been done. I think I almost talked myself into a gold two-tone, but I can't do anything about it. But it's definitely worthy of a high award if we can go as high as you can. Thanks.
Rescore, please.
Do I press submit score or just leave?
You have to put back. Okay, we have a score of 88, which is a silver distinction. Well done. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 84, but we have an automatic challenge with Tony Carter, please.
I'm on 92. The overall sense of this image, of the isolation, the single focus of this building, the way that the landscape behind sort of drifts down and into it, the whiteness of the building and the symmetry, how the foreground and the roof are the same colour, but the roof is patchy. Your eye goes to what it's meant to be looking at first, and then rolls through the rest of the landscape, like how the clouds roll through this landscape every day. There's no elements in there that bother me. The simplicity and the beauty of this is outstanding. The lighting in it has been crafted to a beautiful level without being overdone. You get a sense of being here. It's honest, sense of scale of this building in this landscape, in this environment is outstanding. Gold.
Kay, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I've scored 78, and I know I've been harsh. For me, I saw all that beautifulness, the isolation, the feeling of, I saw all that, Tony. For me, I was a bit concerned about what was happening in the foreground. And maybe I've resolved that myself in terms of the fact that the water is actually really rough. So you've got this horrible wind that's going through. So all of the grass is moving and all that sort of thing. So there's definitely a beauty to this image, a calmness, a quietness, and yet there's also that sense of intensity and drama that's coming through in the water. I'm listening. I have definitely underscored it. I'm listening.
Okay, and in the middle, Roger, please.
I scored it 87, so sort of not quite in the middle. I think the photographer's made some deliberate decisions that are quite subtle, that actually make a difference. And what do I mean by that? They've shown us a lot of sky. They've recognised the connection between the roof and the foreground, and they've shown us enough to connect those two on the colour palette. And there's, they are trying to tell us about isolation, something man-made, prevailing in a harsh landscape. And the weather itself is changing like it always does. So there's subtlety there and there's story there. And that's why I went into silver distinction. But I do struggle to go into gold because it hasn't quite got that originality to take it into gold, in my opinion. But it's a beautiful piece of work, and it's graphic, and it's well done.
Okay, back to you, Tony, please.
I don't know what more you need to do, really. I think what you said about, the grass and the wind and the weather, I think that's very powerful. It's powerful in this image, and you can almost hear the wind. That's what I feel when I look at it. You can feel the cold, you can feel the wind, you can feel the elements, and this building is heavily rooted in this landscape. It's been there for a long time. It's showing its age, but it's still standing strong. I think this is just exceptional and worthy of a gold. Go on, Roger.
Okay, rescore, please. Okay, judges, we have an 89. So you know what to do. 89, you either do 89 for silver distinction or 90 for gold, please.
That's all right. Thank you. Got to be honest with the foreground. Just didn't like it for me.
Congratulations to the author, Gold Award. Score of 90. Next print, please. Jerry, could you come out here for a minute? We're not... judges, you're not actually supposed to be touching the prints, I'm afraid. We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have Kay speak to that, please?
A nicely timed image here, and the colour tones through the top are really lovely. To improve it, maybe there's. Sorry, yeah, just a touch more space at the bottom, just to give it more of a sense of grounding in place.
Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Right, we have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Pardon? No, there's no challenge. It's an average of 88. You can't challenge it. You're already in the silver distinction range. You can comment on it though, Roger, yes.
Yeah, I connected with this image. It depicted a gentleness and an exotic Eastern flavour to it, but it also had it's got a beautiful rhythm, and it's got a story. It's the same. It's the story of tourism in a beautiful place. I love the placement of the boats, which sort of just march your way through, and the wee boats behind the tanker-looking boat, and they sort of mirrored the peaks behind. So it's as if it's a piece of music with a melody on top and the harmony underneath. It's quite beautifully done, and the palette fits with it well. So well done to the author.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to do a judge swap. We are going to say thank you to Tanya and Catherine, if you can step in. And thank you to Kay, and can we have Janine Fletcher in, please? And just a reminder, judges, to keep our comments succinct. At the moment, we're estimated to get out of here at 9 o'clock tonight, so we probably don't want to be doing that. Right, next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 83, silver award. Roger, you can challenge that one.
I scored this 88. Look, it's a beautifully captured moment in time. It captures the ability to capture the grandeur of those mountains behind in the subtle light that the photographer's been able to experience, I guess, with the two birds kind of perfectly placed, really, creating a tension there. I would have gone higher. I would have liked to have seen some more detail in the birds themselves, but I think it's an original, masterful capturing of a moment in time, and you can feel the cold of that wild place, and this is where these creatures live.
Okay, at the other end we've got Janine.
Well done to the photographer for achieving a bronze award. I awarded this for capturing the decisive moment and the originality in doing that, but I just felt it didn't perhaps make the most of the opportunity that was here. It to my eye, appeared a little bit flat and perhaps didn't completely take advantage of the grandeur of those beautiful mountains.
Okay, and Tony Carter, you're right on the scoring range.
I scored at 83. Yeah, I scored at 83. So, I think it sort of comfortably fits into the silver. Probably what I was, to bring it up higher, I guess I didn't feel that the balance of the birds was fantastic. The one on the top right, I think, is just that sublime. The bottom left, it's just sort of putting the balance out, and the snow on the hills there on the left-hand side feels a little bit like it's been burnt in, or it looks really blue in there, which it's sort of flattened out. So those bits sort of held me back from going higher, but I still believe it's a beautiful image, and 83 was a fair reflection of how I felt about it.
Okay, back to you, Roger, please.
Look, I think this photographer's captured two moments in time, really. I don't know where you'd put the birds to make them better compositionally. So, look, being in those places and capturing those birds, that's hard work. There's a lot. We forget about all the stuff that goes behind getting to these places and then capturing these images. So I would urge you to reward that. I think it's quite a sort of, it's got a romantic grandeur to it, really. And I think it's worthy, and it's original. So I think it deserves to be higher than a silver.
Please rescore. Okay, and we have a score of 84, which is a silver award. Well done. Okay, we're going to have another bit of a change. Let's give Roger a break, and we're going to bring in Chris Anderson, please. And next image, thank you. Okay, we have an initial score of 84, but we have an automatic challenge from Catherine, please.
Yeah, I scored this 92. I mean, the initial impact, the etching-like quality in here, the level of detail is phenomenal. Even through the base area of the blacks, the light feathering that you can see. But what this really spoke to me about was like this, there's like a companionship in these trees here. I felt like I was looking at a little family and they're all sort of protecting each other. You know, there's just this beautiful rhythm, there's so much texture, and then there's this interweave between all the branches, all the drooping branches that makes it feel wintry as well. There's just so much to look at and sit within this print. And the print quality, the paper choice is absolutely sublime.
Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 74. I've missed this. I'll definitely come up into silver. To me, it's just nowhere even near a gold, to be honest. You know, it does look like an exercise in texture, and I get that, and I get the interweaving. You know, third tree from the left, that big hot spot in the middle, followed down the gap on the right of that third tree. You know, and I feel like I have to say these exactly where they are, but it's so I get nothing more than an exercise in texture and beauty, which I've obviously missed out on. But you know, to go to gold, there needs to be some more nuggets in there somewhere, and I'm not seeing it or feeling it at the moment.
Okay, Chris.
So I'm on 82. I'm kind of in the middle. I do see it as an exercise in texture, and I was kind of wrestling with, has it been like over sharpened and over textured to the point where it's uncomfortable? No, I think this is all right. I was looking for a break in it and something to break the symmetry, and it wasn't until I sat down that I went, it needs that hot spot on the slight left because it's got a slight dark spot on the right, just next to it. It's the one bit where you can really see some space between the trees. I'm feeling really pretty satisfied with this on silver. So, Catherine, I'd love to hear more about why it should be a gold.
Tony, just don't lean into the microphones, guys. We're having complaints about the noise.
I really agree with Catherine. I'm on 88 and I'm hovering towards gold. But the thing for me is that these sort of scenes we look at, we often want to see depth, we want to see through. And often, it kept making me think of see the wood for the trees. And it was almost like we've been deliberately told, stop at the first line of trees and just look at the shapes and just look at the relationships and just look at the patterns. That's been presented to us as a narrative through the use of the etching-like, almost lace-like filigree pattern that's been presented. And I think that's a deliberate thing. And I agree with Chris in terms of the brighter area. I don't think it's a hot spot, it's certainly brighter, and it does counterbalance that dark spot, which tells us that there's depth, but invites us not to go there this time, but rather to stay in this two-dimensional representation of this pattern and textural relationship that we have between these trees. This is a very commonly seen landscape, but presented in quite a different way to us deliberately, and that's why I've awarded it very high and still considering going higher. Catherine, back to you.
Yeah, Tony, I really appreciate the viewpoint of lace, and it's organic lace, and there is so much detail in that. And we can see, you know, the way you've spoken to the blacks behind that, we're seeing that layer, but there's enough detail in back beyond that to give us the idea that, you know, we are seeing a forest, but we are just seeing a dissection of this forest. And, you know, and it's the hidden life of trees. It's the companionship and the communion, and it's been presented and printed in a really exceptional etching-like way.
Rescore, please. Okay, we have gone to 88 silver distinction. Well done to the author. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 80, which is a silver award, and Chris is going to challenge that.
So I'm on 87, which is a really solid silver distinction. I think this print is deceptively simple. So from a distance, it looks like, you know, it's a cross-section of marble. Obviously, it's an aerial. I stood here looking back for a while everyone else was up close to the print, which was nice because it gave me more time with the print on my own at the end. And it reveals so much to you the more time you spend with it. And I think one of the key things about this is the paper that it's been printed on. Like there's a beautiful metallic speckle to this paper that really allows all of the elements in this to shine, which means that stab of blue flowing through the right-hand side is luminous. And from sitting back here, it's leaping out of me. The snow and lighter textures through it have that fleck as well. And then the more time you spend with it, the more you see those little tiny pops of color, the little tiny rainbows, the little, especially kind of at the 6 o'clock mark on the clock and about 3 o'clock, there's portions of just beautiful rainbow that I think spending time with this allows you to appreciate it. And so my eyes just going, it's whirling around and around, and the circular crop helps with that. So I find this really engaging, and I'm on 87, and I'd love to have a conversation about it.
Okay, let's go to Catherine Williams.
Yeah, I was on 78 with this, and I mean, I agree with the paper choice in terms of bringing out that beautiful iridescence in the blue areas. What I really felt was, and why I sat where I sat, was I feel like 40% of the frame I think is really successful, and then there's the other, the top left, where it's not bringing much to me. And then there's a kind of there's this push and pull of where I'm led. You know, there's the angular arrow-like shapes that bring me up, and then the braiding on the right that's very, very dominant and brings me back down, but it doesn't lead me to anywhere. I'm certainly going to listen to what's said, but that's where I'm sitting at this present moment.
Okay, and let's hear from Tony Hewitt.
Yeah, I respectfully have to disagree, Chris. I find the right-hand side of this image is the brightest part, and the further you go to the right, the further you go out. The circular crop is not working for me. I find the left half of the picture, the left sort of semi-sphere, if you like, hemisphere, is quite flat. And I think what I'm challenged by is this is an area that is well photographed and is a section of that presented to us in an abstract way, and I don't know that it's really taking us anywhere. And I'm not looking for narrative. It doesn't have to be narrative. It can be a celebration of aesthetic. But for me, it does all things reasonably well. And it is an image of a really beautiful place. But I don't know that all of the craft that could gone in, the originality that you're asking us to see as a silver distinction and to reward, I don't see those things. I do applaud the choice of paper. I agree with you. I think it does bring something. But unfortunately, the paper is probably one of the strongest elements that I'm finding. I think there's potential in the image, but I don't think this one works for me. High standard professional work, definitely.
Thank you. Janine?
Just quickly, I scored this 83, but when I sat back down, I saw something, which was there is almost an optical illusion happening here because of the placement of the braids, and especially the ones that aren't blue. It's almost giving it a spherical effect. So I felt that it had a real three-dimensional quality, which I found quite exciting.
Tony?
Yeah, I'm on 77, and I think it sits comfortably there. I feel that the paper is like wrapping up a Christmas present. It's just very shiny, and I actually feel like it's actually a distraction from the image and something to dress up something that is naturally beautiful in itself. So I sort of find that you sort of, you go into there and it just shines back at you in certain areas and dominates. So, I think I'll come up into silver, but that's about as far as I can come.
Okay, back to you, Chris.
All right, so it's like I have a lot of work to do. So I think it's funny, I agree with what you're saying about the spherical nature of it, and that's kind of, it's clicked why I'm responding to this. and it explains the circular crop, and it explains the balance. There's a little, at kind of the 10, 11 o'clock mark, there's almost an arrow in like a little tiny bit that is an arrow that's pointing to the right. And in this circular crop, it's weighted so that that blue, if you can imagine this was a marble, it's about to roll to the right. Like the whole thing is designed to spin. And there's like these all of the motion in the elements that are towards the left of the frame are rotating to the right. And that blue rotates to the bottom. And I think that's what I'm responding to, which is kind of weird, but I like it. So that's probably where I'm going with that. And I understand we're talking about something that's photographed really quite often, and we've seen it presented in a lot of ways that are typical. I think this is giving us an atypical representation that adds that extra movement. What are we on at the moment?
You're on 80 silver.
We're on 80 silver. So, look, I may be pushing really hard to get to silver distinction, but every point's important, and I'd love for us to recognize the photographer giving us something printed exceptionally well and presented in a way that's new and challenging.
Rescore, please. We have 82, which is a silver award. Well done. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Are we happy with that? Yeah, you're going to challenge it? Okay, and just not too close to the microphone.
I'm just laughing because I thought, I'm an Aussie looking at the Wanaka tree. I'm sure I'm going to see it higher than anybody else. Look, why I gave it a silver was I enjoyed all the things that possibly could have been the reasons I would have kept it down. I enjoyed the deliberate out of focus in the foreground. I enjoyed the use of a circular crop, almost a porthole, and I love the perspective of being almost at ground level. I love the attempt of somebody to try and take a picture of probably the most photographed tree in the world and present it to us in a way that's different in the country that the tree comes from. And I kind of part of me felt like you just needed to be awarded as much for the guts to do it. But having said all that, I think they've printed it really, really well. I think the composition within that circular frame is just about spot on. The way the tree is held beautifully in the frame, the clouds in the background also holding us within the frame. We're given a subsection of every part of the landscape from the foreground, not holding us there with a sharpness, but we see the pebbles leading into those little ripples. And I'm sure most people in the room have seen this or been there or knelt down or whatever. I've been there 7 times and I never took the picture until the 7th deliberately. But the experience came back to me, and I see the ripples, I see the tree, I see the mountains, I see the clouds. I thought they've encompassed the entire New Zealand experience as a landscape. And maybe that's my perspective as someone who only visits here 3 or 4 times a year, which is probably more than most Aussies. But for me, I felt that deserves something. I think it deserves a silver. To sit there and say the picture is just standard professional practice, I think it's doing a disservice to the photographer. I think the photographer's gone there and said, I think we can do better with this. I'm going to find something. Not a gold, no, not a silver distinction. Maybe there's not the originality, but certainly what we're presented with, for me, deserves a silver.
All right, and on to Tony Carter.
I'm on 72, and I'm glad you enjoyed your 7 visits to that tree. But, 72, for all the reasons you said, all the elements are there presented to us. But, yeah, the foreground feels very heavy and overweighted to me. The circular nature with the, the horizon line there, it just doesn't all fit for me. And I think it's, you know, we've seen this image a lot of times, and I think we've seen it a lot better than this, and I'm pretty happy. Out of award range, but in professional standard.
Okay, and we're going to hear from Chris Anderson. Thanks.
I totally appreciate this composition, and I really enjoy the way the tree is to the left. I think that's great, and the kind of gutsiness of having that foreground there. Appreciate that too. I'm on 78, so I put this into bronze. Couple of things that kept me from going higher, as well as that foreground being really pretty heavy at the bottom. I found there's an over sharpening or a halo around the tree that I find really troublesome, right where the trunk meets the background. And that bird that we haven't really spoken about, just the tension of the bird touching the mountains behind. I felt like, you know, just the slightest change would have avoided that merger and made me feel a little better about it. So, I mean, I'm not in professional practice, I'm in bronze, but I'd love it if we could address those.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Yeah, I suppose, as I said, I'm rewarding it. I see it fresh. I'm looking at something that I am familiar with, but I'm enjoying the way it's brought forward. And just the foreground, it's interesting, isn't it, as a panel, because I'm enjoying that foreground. I think if we took any more of the foreground out, for me, the image becomes too two-dimensional. I love the three-dimensional aspect of both the extra foreground and the depth of field, which are both deliberate. I'm assuming deliberate from the photographer, the depth that brings to this image, and so the experience that I get from looking at it. So I'm asking you to consider if it's worth more than you've already given it. Thank you.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Next print, please. Okay, judges, scores, please. And we have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Congratulations. Catherine, do you want to speak to this one?
Yeah, that has a beautiful combination of the man-made and the natural in a way that is integrated together. I particularly enjoy the connection of the shadowing, the parts where we can see through the water into the base of the seafloor, and then the beautiful reflective quality, which gives each piece of shape its own presence. Overall, I thought there was possibly a little bit more detail that could be seen through the bottom left of the image. I felt there were some areas that were just blocking up a little bit, but it is a beautiful print, and congratulations.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okie dokie, we have an initial score of 83, but Tony Carter, it's all yours.
I scored this image 91. I think when you go up to this image, it has this just slow pulse. That you're sort of into the trees, and then you're sort of into the background, and then you pull back to where you should be looking. The left and the right, the darkness in the background on the left anchors the images and pulls you back into the trees. The imperfection of what we're looking at in nature, I think, is outstanding, and it just feels really poetic and quiet and cold and windy. And I celebrate the imperfections of those little pieces of the trees on the right, and just that little piece laying over on the ground, or whatever's going on in there, that darker area. Print quality is superb. The cold printing colour really works. I think it's been masterfully done, and it's very understated, and I think it's exceptional, and it's very quiet quality.
Okay, Janine.
I should have scored this image higher, especially as there's a bit of this stuff going on at home at the moment. But thank you for challenging, Tony. You've brought a few things to my attention that I hadn't really considered. I guess I was a bit held back by the blue tones, which I could almost see in the trees, and that sort of milky quality, but I understand that translating into tranquility and quietness. So yeah, I'm definitely listening, and I will be coming up. Sorry, 78.
Okay, Catherine, you were in the middle there, and just a reminder, judges, not too close to the microphones, please.
Apologies. So I was on 82, and I appreciate the challenge on this one. Where this really hits me is it speaks to resilience, and the resilience and the fight for life, which is ever present in these really, really arduous conditions. And as I sit with it further, the thing that probably gets me is we see these trees do work together, but then we have this one on the right that is going off in a different direction. So it's sort of, I want to kind of understand why we're seeing that one off in a different direction in a good way. And then the small sticks that are throughout this along the baseline. And then also just the real layering that gives a sense of the vastness of these copses of trees across. I think it's quite beautiful. I'm currently in 82. I'm probably not in the gold range where you are, but I will be coming up to a distinction.
Okay, very quickly, Chris.
Shortest comment ever. I'm on 78. I've underscored this. I'm going to come up to silver. Tony, I don't think it has been exceptionally printed. There's a magenta band that runs around in a circle as you transition from light to dark. If that had been printed much better, I would be happy to go with you. But for a gold, I find that really distracting, and I find it hard to go up there.
Yeah, Tony Hewitt.
Pretty much agree with everything. Just wanted to add that for me, Tony, I'm at 86. I wanted to go higher. The composition for me is not quite there. I find the foreground just a little bit too much space, but talk to me about that.
Tony Carter?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see that magenta too much, Chris. I guess to me it's sort of a celebration of the ordinary. The composition, Tony, with the foreground, I get that, and how the photographer, I feel, has photographed these trees very intentionally, quite central, in quite a mundane and almost obvious way. But just the way they've honoured these trees and their connection, I think is still worthy of a gold. I might be pushing it a bit. Catherine, you spoke, you said so many good things, and you actually didn't say anything negative at all. So come with me as far as you can, pretty please.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 87, which is a silver distinction. Congratulations. Blank screen, please. We are going to give the Tonys a break. And we are going to ask Matt Palmer and Kay Davis to step in, please. Right, next print, please. Okie dokie, we have an initial score of 79, which is a bronze award. And Janine is going to challenge it.
So I scored this 86. I went hard out for it. Initially I was like, oh, am I being sucked into a bit of graphic design, eye candy? And then I thought, well, yes, I was. So that deserves reward. I mean, the arrow composition, it was really brave. Yeah, definitely the graphics I rewarded it for. I'm really interested to hear what other judges think.
Okay, we're going down to Matt Palmer at the other end.
Yeah, I saw that as well and put it in the bronze award. I felt like the high key, the presentation of it and the backlighting on the trees kind of starting to affect the quality of the foliage and how that's presented in the image. And I also felt like perhaps there wasn't much more to it than the rotation and the use of that rotation, and perhaps if there were more meaning to that rotation, maybe it's meant to be pareidolia, I'm not sure. But to use that to amplify what the message is of the photographer by doing that.
Okay, and I'm going to go to Catherine.
I was on a 78, and what I appreciated here was this sort of the concept of how shapes mimic each other in nature, and I felt like I was looking at a leaf skeleton. And the other thing I felt like it felt like it could almost be a reflection of, you know, bamboo and water. And then there is that rotation with the trunk and the foliage coming off. Where I held it at 78 was a response to the amount of space on the right-hand side. I felt the balance was just pulling me to the right-hand side too strongly. But, you know, I do think conceptually there is something quite eye-catching here.
Okay, back to you, Janine.
So that conceptual eye-catching is because of that large amount of space on the right. It really needs that to work. That arrow needs a place to go. The other thing that I think is great about this image, I've heard particularly Catherine talking about different responses and different interpretations of this image, and I think that deserves high praise too. If people can take different things out of a landscape, I think that's brilliant. I did observe the quality of the trees when I looked closer. Yes, it is there, but that fault, but the way that the branches are sort of heading off to the left-hand side, but the arrow is going right, I felt compensated for that in some way. So I urge you to get your creative game on and relook at this image as a piece of highly creative photography that works particularly well in this high key sense.
Rescore, please. $82 silver award. Next print, please. Okay, a score of 72, which is a professional standard. Can we get a comment from Matt Palmer? That's one.
Yeah, the photographer's captured a beautiful subject here. There's gorgeous texture throughout the image, and the framing with the trees works really well. I think what could help improve it is perhaps changing the time of day or the lighting conditions in which you photograph the vehicle. The light on the tyres at the back actually draw you away from the front of the vehicle.
Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Are we all happy with that? Yep. Well done to the author. Chris, would you like to speak to that? Thanks.
Yeah, I think this is a tremendous portrait of this feels like a place that's unseen, and it's desolate, and there's a storm rolling through like there was yesterday, like there will be tomorrow. The catch of the light on the land is wonderful. I think perhaps to bring it up a little bit, it feels like there's a sharpness to the mountains in the back that isn't replicated by that kind of road in the front and everything, and I found that a little bit distracting. So maybe thinking about changing the way we shoot that will help to give definition all the way through.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. Congratulations to the author. Matt will do the chat.
Yeah, this is really well seen. The way that the foliage is breaking through the human-made elements, both inside that frame that's been created by the wire and outside of it, is working really well. I think what it needs is sharpness throughout the image. It kind of is sharp in some areas and then fades out into other really important areas. So just looking at that.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okie dokie, we have an initial score of 85, but an automatic challenge from Catherine down the end.
Yeah, I was on 94 with this one. I mean, it feels like death on a beach, doesn't it? There's a skull face, a sideways, and then the long shadow, which is mimicked through in the background with the wave that comes diagonally across. And then there's a sort of interplay of the softness of the spray from the breakers at the back with the very harsh nature that cuts across that skull-like piece in the front. And then there's the grittiness through the black sand. You can feel the little speckles catching a little bit of light throughout all of that sand. I thought it was really innovative and seriously eye-catching. And it has got this slightly macabre feeling, which is a little bit unexpected for me.
Okay, Janine, you're at the other end, please.
So I scored this image 78. I thank you for your commentary on the narrative, Catherine.
Catherine, just turn your microphone off. Yeah, we've talked to audio, so just keep going, Janine.
Yeah. So, thank you for the commentary on the narrative. I felt like this was an image that I needed to be extremely close to really appreciate, and from that point of view, I was unsure how successful it was because of that. And I was a little unsure also about the placement of the rock being absolutely dead centre. I would have perhaps considered going slightly off centre to sort of account for that shadow, but I am listening.
Okay, and Matt, you're in the middle, please.
Yeah, I think it's such a simple image, but it has such an emotive quality to it. And I was trying to piece it together, and then you pointed out the face on the rock. So I was on silver. I'm definitely looking at coming at least to silver distinction, but I'm also listening out for gold as well. There's just something about this image that's intangible that kind of grips you. And I think that's the tricky thing, is when you're trying to work out what it is, but it is that intangible thing. It's just, there's such an atmosphere and emotion about the image, even though it's incredibly simple. And I think if it's able to do that, then that should be rewarded.
Okay, back to you, Catherine.
Yeah, the central placement for me is, there's something about that centrality that is in your face. And that really sort of fits in with the sort of macabre feeling that we're presented with. And yes, you're right, there is a simplicity to this, but, then that sort of vast framing around that face-like rock, it sort of echoes of fine art piece to me. and there's a lot of layers, a lot of feeling, a lot of mood. That's where I'm in gold, and I hope some of you can come with me.
Rescore, please. Well, that was great talking. 90 gold. Well done. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. And actually, Janine's going to challenge that because she can.
Yeah, sorry. I've got a new microphone. It's very fancy. Yeah, a bit more. Okay. Oh, wow. Here we go. 86 was me. Can you hear me? Yep, perfect. So the first thing I wrote down, because I'm a geek and I do a notebook here, was a colony, because it was like, oh, this is like a seal colony, or in a community of rocks. So I really enjoyed that narrative. Beautifully printed and presented. Really great technique. I mean, it is very well captured. And I would like to hear more about my colony from other judges.
Okay, Catherine, you're at the other end, please.
Yeah, I was on 78 with us, and I appreciate the colony. I think that's fabulous. I definitely got the essence of that from this. The areas that were holding me back is the line, the white line in the water. I felt there was a careful timing to this. This felt like a considered shot, and there's a white sort of line which is not in line with the horizon either, and that is a distraction. The other element is I felt that it's almost central, but it's quite tight on the left-hand side, and so there's a bit of an imbalance there with that. And thirdly, there's also in the shadow areas, and this, like, overall I thought the print quality was quite beautiful. There's a real softness and creaminess to it, but in those shadow areas, it's just sort of losing a bit of detail. It's quite milky through those shadows, and those are the areas that I'm struggling with.
Okay, and in the middle there we have Chris, please.
Yep, I'm on 82. The seal colony thing, for sure. There's different personalities, and I think choosing to photograph this so that one is kind of leaping out of the middle, like king seal, with that was wonderful. So that's really well. I think that's well seen. That kind of streak of white coming in from the side, that doesn't bother me. It sort of, I get what you mean about it being considered, Catherine, but it's leading you in a little bit. And I think without that, this would be a little bland. I think it needs to have that kind of tension that comes in from the side. And because I don't find it takes me out. I think because I'm reading left to right, it brings me in, and it kind of just leans me into the seal colony. So that's okay. The thing that kind of kept me in silver is just a feeling of over sharpening, and it's really apparent on the seal towards the far right. And I think as well the balance, I think it is cropped a little tight on the left. So those are little tiny things, but I'm pretty happy with this in silver.
Okay, back to Janine, please.
Okay, so just just to talk to the things that other judges have brought up, yes, definitely hearing you, Chris, about the white line and how that is an introduction into the picture. For me, it also gives it a sense of reality. It's obviously a current or something on the water, and I think it's supposed to be there. It's definitely, it gives it the sense that it is the sea. The tension on the left-hand side, that is our entry to the picture. There's more space on the right, and that allows us to leave. That milky texture, I think, also adds to that tranquility and peace that's in my family's seal colony. And yes, I'm enjoying the texture on the rocks too. I had another look, and it may be over sharpened, but there's definitely texture there as well, which adds to the interest. So I'd like judges to just consider lifting this a wee way. Where are we at the moment?
You're on 81, Silver.
81. Just a couple more points I think would be great for this image.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. And Matt, do you want to give feedback, please?
Yeah, I think this photograph has a beautiful flow to it. It has a real sense of vastness in taking you all the way to the horizon and back. I think the thing that can lift an image like this really comes down to the conditions and what conditions you choose to shoot in. So for example, there's a bit of a blocky blue patch in the sky on the top of the frame that's a little bit distracting. It's just waiting for those elements to come together when you shoot.
Just quickly to add, I'd like to commend the photographer on the presentation of this print. It's a bit different, and we're all enjoying it, I'm sure.
Thank you, judges. Can I have a blank screen, please? We're going to say thank you to Chris and Matt, and we are going to bring in Mike and Roger, please. Just a reminder, judges, we need to keep our comments succinct and timely because we are still looking at dinner time. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. Roger, would you like to give feedback to the client, please?
Yeah, look, I thought this was a beautiful time of day, well captured. I actually enjoyed the position of the tree. sort of adds some tension to the image and adds some balance. I think to lift this up, we just need a bit more of a narrative and a stronger sense of the subject, really. But I commend the photographer on the way things have been presented.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 85, but we have an automatic challenge from Mike, please.
I gave this 92. What separates it above similar type of images is the tactile feeling it has. I feel as if I can actually touch the canvas and feel all those little textures, all the elements that are visually really, really well presented. It's the colour balance of the yellows on the right, the pinks on the left. Just the structure of this is immaculate. I can't find fault with it. Possibly it's an aerial. That is a negative for me because we see so many of them, but I see this as just being exquisite. So please tell me why it's not a gold.
Okay, Kay Davis, you're up.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I scored it in the bronze range. I guess maybe I did that because we have seen a lot of these sort of aerial type shots, but maybe I'm making an assumption there which I shouldn't be doing. I thoroughly enjoy the textures as well. I thoroughly enjoy the colour palette as well. I'm enjoying the fish-like shape at the top. I'm enjoying the faces that I'm seeing in the bottom. The transition between the colours works really beautifully. I have underscored it. I'm coming up. I'm not 100% sure whether I can reach gold, but yeah.
Okay, Catherine, you were on the middle there, so...
Sure, I was on 82, and I probably sit closer to where Kay is in terms of my impression on this. I think the colour palette, the richness of that is stunning. I think the right-hand side of the frame where the sort of swirling of the yellows and greens, that really jumps out at you, and I think there's a beauty there. Where it intersects on the left-hand side through, I find that a little bit more clumsy almost, and that's probably my pain point, is I'm drawn back to what I see as a little bit more clumsy in the framing. Everything else has space, and then on the left-hand side we don't have that space. Those areas are quite sort of heavy, and so it's pulling me back there. I can come up from my 82 into a distinction, but I'm probably not in gold.
Okay, Roger?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the narrative, really. It's a clash, for me, it's a clash between nature and toxic man, if you like. The colours are of toxicity, but yet the shape is echoes of nature. It could be part of a lung or some sort of kidney or leaf or a tree. And in amongst that, you've got those tiny little sort of ribbons of trees, I presume, but of green anyway. So it's like nature's just clinging on against the onslaught of the detritus of humanity, really. So I think that's a strong narrative in addition to everything else that's been said.
What was your score, Roger?
I scored it 90.
Okay, back to you, Mike.
just one more thing to add, and that's the dimension that's shown with the angle. We're not directly over the top looking straight down. We're actually looking on a three-quarter viewpoint, which means there's a foreground and a background to this, not just a flat image. Slightly oblique angle, and that is different. That's the point of difference from the aerials that I sort of feel familiar with. I'm seeing this as quite unique, beautifully, exquisitely handled, and I haven't heard enough negative comments to actually make me think that I'm wrong with the gold.
Rescore, please. Okay, we have gone to 89. So judges, click the button. You either need to do 89 or 90, please. Congratulations, 90, Gold Award. Next print, please. Okie dokie, we have an initial score of 86, but Roger's got a automatic challenge there, please.
Look, I saw a community of trees. I saw the tree at the front has been a leader of trees, with the sort of the naughty trees behind. The one at the front's kind of perfect, really symmetrical. It's got most of its branches, and the ones behind are slightly more bedraggled. But they're sort of leaning to different directions. So I really enjoyed that. I thought that was original. The crafting of the print fitted the narrative beautifully, and I enjoyed the high key effects. For the story and the craft, I urge you to come up to a 90 or more.
What was your score, Roger?
I scored a 90. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, can we hear from? Actually, you're all about the same. We'll go to Kay, please.
Yeah, I scored 84. Beautiful image, beautifully seen. I love the atmosphere and the isolation or the separation that's been created. And I actually particularly really enjoyed the fact that it's not black and white, that there's actually tones of greens within that foreground tree, which again, I guess makes it stand out a little bit even more. For me, I almost wanted to see that tree dominated within the image a little bit more, not necessarily needing some of the areas on the left and right, and probably that's why I've put it where I have at this point.
Okay, Mike, you were right on the cusp. Would you like to?
I gave this a silver with distinction, which I'm really happy with, if you can take it to that, because it's an exceptional image. It's well crafted. As Kay pointed out, the colour is subtle but definitely necessary, and I think that's the crux for me.
Okay, back to you, Roger.
Well, I haven't heard much negative about it. Look, I think its originality is the way that they've focused on that one tree. I think it is dominant enough. I think if it was more dominant, you would lose the connection really between this tree and the ones in the background. And it's one of those prints that you can look at it more and more and enjoy the different shapes of the various elements in there. So I urge you to come up.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 88, which is silver distinction. Well done. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Mike's challenging that.
I gave this 82. I felt that it was superior in its communication. I found the graphics really strong, colour palette very strong. The fact that it's a blue sky day and the light's as flat as you can get, this is exceptionally three-dimensional. The treatment of the verticals, the perspective corrections, all the elements are quite deliberate. The white line coming back into the frame on the right-hand side, the placement of the telegraph pole, everything's totally deliberate and in the correct place. So it's superior than just a bronze. Please just consider a silver.
Catherine, you're right at the other end.
Yeah, I'm on 70, and you know, what a fantastic location and great textures in there. I'm really struggling with the sky and what looks like a banding from a heavy vignetting, and it doesn't feel very natural. The sort of whiting out of the sky around the building. And then it feels like the vignette has been almost enhanced to balance out the rich colours in the building. And so it doesn't feel like technically it's holding up for me.
Okay, and in the middle there we've got Kay.
I probably haven't got too much more to add. I could squeak it up into silver, actually, I think, because I agree with Mike. I really like the isolation. You can see there's another building right on the right-hand side, which there's a sense of abandonment of this area almost, and man's impression is just left there for us to, I don't know, look at, see, enjoy, whatever it is. But it's a grotesqueness in what essentially is a beautiful place. If you can see the beach, the sea going on the right-hand side. So yeah, these places are just left abandoned, and they create an eyesore almost, which is an ugliness which we can actually also appreciate.
Okay, Janine.
Very quickly, I was on 71. I think, Mike, I'd love to hear your thoughts on, I feel like the technique is, and these sort of really happy, cheery colour palette is a bit incongruent with the story that's actually happening here, and all these gorgeous textures on this building. I think perhaps missed opportunity, but I'd welcome your thoughts.
Okay, Mike.
Yeah, good points, Janine, because they are in conflict with each other, and I think that's the originality of the image, is that they're not treating it in a way that we would normally expect it to be treated. So the fact that they've made it bright and cheery, but it's a really sort of downtrodden sort of building, is the point of difference that's made me go, well, I haven't seen this before, instead of looking for something that's just normal. Regarding that vignette, look, I totally agree with you that it's overt, and I'm totally aware of it, but think of it without it. And I'm looking at the image and going, how appropriate is that to keep us interested in the building? Without that vignette, your eye would just stay up in the sky, which is the brightest part of the picture. Instead, they've decided to say, hey, look at this building instead, and focused our eye back on the subject. So I think they've done everything they can within the realms of what's available to them in camera capture, and they've said, I'm going to craft this into something that's worth a silver.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Well done. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 85, and either Roger or Janine, you're exactly the same, so who wants the challenge? Rogers?
This is original. I haven't seen an image like this before. I'm assuming it's the sand. It's so well seen, yet I'm seeing faces in it. I haven't had long enough probably to get all of the narrative out of it, but it's beautifully handled. The tones are soft and not understated. The composition is beautiful. I love the curves, the sensuousness of the curves, and then the inclusion at the top, which is, I suppose, like the wee hook, which I presume is a footprint. But yet it could be, if at first look I thought it was a bird or something hovering over there, but it's just, I've given it a gold really because it's just so original and so well seen and so beautiful.
Roger, can you do your score, please?
I gave it 90.
Okay, Mike, you're up.
Yeah, I gave the 78, mainly because I felt, in terms of the construction, that the dark area at the top left totally drags my eye into that corner, and unfortunately my eye keeps staying up there. Tonal separation, I found it a little bit flat. I do love the narrative of the suggested face, which I think is what we're supposed to be looking at, but I didn't find all the elements that tick my boxes about using the craft to elevate the communication. I think it's been underdone.
Can we hear from Catherine, please?
I was on 87 and I'm going to come up to gold. I appreciate the narrative. The face, I think, is really clear to see. To me, it's a chimpanzee face, although as you work your way across and move, the faces do actually change. But where I feel that I've underscored it at 87 is as I sit with it more, I feel like both the presentation of it and the flatness of it make me feel like it's a cave drawing. You know, and it sort of speaks to that feeling of the rocks, and then you'd have that foot coming in, which is almost like the stick figure that's been painted inside the cave. And then there's this almost like a plaster cast feel of there's real genuine depth. Like I actually feel like I'm not looking at a flat image as I sit back away from it. And I believe it is really innovative. And yeah, I'm going gold.
Okay, I'm going to go to Janine first because she got in before you, Kay, but then we'll go to you.
So I would like to speak in support of the print. I'm with Roger and I'm on 90. I am not one of those people that sees faces and things. That is just not my jam. But I definitely saw this, and I saw it as a child looking up to the sky and seeing the bird. And I saw that really clearly, which is unusual for me. So this must be quite successful. I also saw a really strong homage to charcoal drawing and abstract charcoal art. So yeah, just my little things to add.
And Kay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think I'll be coming up to gold. Sorry, I'm going to get emotional. This image has a really emotive quality to it. And I see it as the earth weeping. There's a beautiful dark, almost a drop that's coming out. It looks like a hand pressing. And it's like the earth is bleeding. So as you can tell, I can really feel this image. And I guess it's about man, what we're doing to the earth, animals, what we're doing to the animals. And the fact that it's so, I guess, monochromatic in terms of the tones are just so subtle. There's no real strong highlights. There's no real strong shadows. That is about that oppression. That is about that we are sinking into the earth. Yeah, that's what I've got to say.
Okay, back to you, Roger.
Okay, you sort of summed it up really, but it's the more I sit here, the more I see. You can't keep your eyes off that face. It almost reminds me of those sort of holograms at the puzzle world where it follows you. But I'm just reminded of Ukraine in a sense. It would sort of, it has echoes of that sort of gloom and despondency and depression and oppression and primalness. It's so original. And yet presume it's just a piece of sand on a beach. To see that and get that out of a piece of sand on a beach, surely that deserves gold, so let's do it.
Rescore, please, judges. And we have a score of 92, gold award. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the author. And can we have a comment from Mike, please?
Beautiful, beautiful image. I'd like to see a bit more detail on the highlights and the whites, and I think that would actually nail it into an award.
Okay, thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the author. Roger, would you like to talk to that?
I found the composition of this image really quite pleasing, really. And when I sort of analysed it down a bit, I think it was about triangles. I think it was well seen, the triangles reflected and then the triangles in the sky, and the interplay of light and dark. So that was a well-crafted image, deserving. Well done.
Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the author. Janine, would you like to give feedback, please?
Congratulations on the bronze. Well done to the photographer for capturing this shaft of light coming down the beach, including the source of the light being the sun, the placement of the birds. I think I wasn't too sure about the sort of messy trees on the horizon, and there's some beautiful textures on the beach that perhaps could have been accentuated a little more.
Okay, thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Mike's going to challenge that.
I gave this 83. I think what's really tickled my imagination is the baby iceberg at in the centre of the image, and the way that all the ice at the top is sort of looking down at it, and I see it's almost like a group of people as opposed to just ice. It's got a narrative that works for me. Let me know what it works for you.
Okay, and at the other end, there's three of you. Let's go for Catherine, please.
Yeah, I was on 75, and I'm probably fairly content with this in the bronze range. Love the baby iceberg. It's really beautiful, and the framing of the circular egg shape. Oh, I quite like the egg shape around the iceberg. Where I felt it fell short was the sort of the balance of the tones means that you move away from that baby iceberg up into that brighter area, which I felt sort of could have toned down a little bit. And then the overall print quality, the paper choice doesn't really seem fitting with sort of the nature of the ice. So I felt like the finishing could have been done a little bit better.
Thanks, Catherine. Kay, could you speak to this, please?
I really don't have much more to add. I enjoy Mike's narrative of the image. I'm enjoying the fact that I'm feeling the location that I'm placed in. I feel I'm sitting in bronze and I'm quite comfortable there.
And back to you, Mike.
I'll just leave it where I've left it.
Judges, please rescore. we've got a solid bronze at 78. Next print, please. And we have an initial score of 79 at bronze. Yep, happy to accept. Review. Oh, a bronze at 79. Yeah, because they're in the next award. Yes, Roger, you can challenge this one.
Look, I scored this an 82, so it doesn't. It shouldn't need too much of a push to get you up into an 82. What did I enjoy? I enjoyed the deliberate choices made in the composition with your eye led in with the rocks in the foreground. Also in the foreground at the other side, it's balanced by a couple of elements, and the horses are obviously the subject, and there's enough interest there in each of the horse riders to hold your attention. And I just thought overall this was an unusual sort of image with an understated sense to it, really, but yet the vignette, I guess you could say, is a bit heavy, but on the other hand, it creates a bit of life and hope around the horses. So I just urge you to come up a point or two, please.
And Mike, can we hear from you at the other end, please?
Yeah, I gave the 76, which is a bronze. I really do think it's worthy of an award, but there are elements that are very distracting. The clouds at the top, especially on the right, are quite flat and sort of muddy, almost they've been over-manipulated. The vignette is overt and really distracting, so the little rock at the bottom right-hand corner is also just a black little blob, not a rock with a shape. So there's things that are distracting, but I still think it's worth a bronze.
Thanks, Mike. And Catherine?
Yeah, I was in at 82, and I kind of agree with you, Mike, about some of the technical aspects of that, and that's where I place my score. The thing that did sort of bring it up into the silver for me is, as I studied the horses, the back horse feels like it's responding to the weather conditions and doesn't feel like it's, quite so happy to be there on this beach, which, is feeling pretty rugged. And so that, to me, brought it into that next award range.
Thanks, Catherine. And Janine, just a quick word.
I'm wondering, Catherine, I scored the 77. I'm wondering if the back horse is responding to the large stick that's lying across the beach. And I was quite distracted by that.
Okay, and Roger, back to you.
Look, we've said most of what needs to be said. I think we just need to rescore. I think there's enough in there to warrant a silver, so let's just do it, guys.
Judges, please rescore. And we've come in at 79 again, so if you could please decide 79 or 80. And it stays at a 79, a strong bronze. Next print, please.
Okay, we have a score of 85, which is a silver award, but we do have a automatic challenge from Janine.
So I scored this 90, and to be honest, I'm finding my words here. I immediately just felt this sort of really sumptuous, sexy, sensuous thing going on with this image, and there's just enough contrast there to take my eye without it being overt. It's really subtle. It has a painterly quality. I'm enjoying the horizontal lines that go across the top of the frame, and then the vertical ones that are coming down. I have no idea what this is, and I don't really care. The presentation is bang on. I was 90. I urge you to have another look and consider gold.
Okay, Kay, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I'm on 82, silver. I think for me, when I first saw it, I just felt that there was too many images. I wanted to cut it, strip it back, and just enjoy the textures and lines that have been created within a few of those images. Because particularly the couple of the images on particularly the left image and this third image in from the left, where I felt that the lines at the top were just a little bit too distracting. I loved the fact that I felt like I was looking at a mushroom, the little filial areas of a mushroom, or it could be sand lines and things like that. I'm listening. I'm potentially coming up. I'm not sure I can come up to gold, but I'm listening for silver distinction.
And in the middle, we've got Catherine, please.
Yeah, I was on 86 with this, and yeah, there's so much motion in here, and I think the panel 1 and 3 you talk about, Kay, you know, those sort of diagonals add to that motion, and then this sort of gentle uprising that skims across the images is bringing that. And there's a couple of other pieces that allude to motion as well. That is panel 4, at the base of that we see almost like a movement through, feels like sand. And I think those areas are quite successful. I really appreciate the warmth of this. You know, there's a warm monochrome, which is giving me a sense of the sunlight, which adds to this. Yeah, I think it's actually really beautiful. I probably find this stark white matte with this probably is a little bit cutting through and disjointing the panels. But I'm on 86 at the moment and definitely considering coming higher.
Okay, Mike, you wanted a couple of words?
Yeah, I gave this 88, but I'm going to go gold. And the main reason I'm going to go gold is the originality. I haven't seen anything even like this before. The execution is absolutely, those panels are breaking up something that could be quite sort of monotonous and boring, and it's made it visually exciting. So the panel structure is adding to that uniqueness at the top. Give it depth, give it a depth that otherwise wouldn't be there. So I'm looking at all these, they are textures, they are emotional textures. The mood of it is so somber and quiet and absorbing. I'm really dragged into this. The more I look at this, the more I like it, and so I'm going gold.
Quickly.
I'm on the fence, so I just need a little push, I guess. The thing that's holding me back is I'm wondering whether I'm being seduced by the panelisation, for want of a better phrase. Is that where most of the money is? And the other thing I haven't quite resolved, is this just one image that's been chopped 6 times, or is it 6 images that have been crafted together? But I'm hearing all the other things, and I'm enjoying the originality, and I'm enjoying the tonality, and I'm enjoying the curves and sensuality. So if you can resolve those issues,
Okay, Janine, back to you.
85.
Back to you, Janine.
Let me push you along, Roger. So I think the multiple panels is absolutely integral to this image. I think it is what's drawing us in and actually really paying attention to what we're seeing. I'm not too sure that it would be as successful if it was a single image, and this is drawing us in for a closer look. The other thing is that this is an abstract image of textures, and we're feeling emotions with that, and I think that is highly successful and why I was drawn to it in the first place. Catherine mentioned the uprising of the bottom element in there. I think that is something I observed, and thank you so much for pointing that out. This etching-like quality, this quiet calmness, but undertone of something else, which is could be even not such a good thing. So I urge you to consider going to gold. I think this is a definite fit with gold, and yeah, go for it.
Rescore, please. Good talking, Janine. 90 gold. Okay, blank screen, please. We are going to change out Roger, Catherine, and Janine, and give you guys a bit of a break. Chris, Tony Hewitt, and Tanya, can you please step back in? And just a reminder, judges, that when you're giving feedback to images that are going straight through without discussion, just to be constructive, please. So, oh, hang on. Yep. So and we also need to stick to our sort of judges that top, middle, and end. Otherwise, we are going to be here till midnight. So if I don't pick on you because you've put your hand up, it's because we've had all our judges speak. Okay, thank you. Right, next print, please. Let's get on to it. Okay, we have an initial score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Chris has got his hand up right away. Let's go.
All right, so this is bonkers, right? I looked at this and I'm going to use my inside voice now. Good, inside voice, Chris. This is, my first thought was, oh, what a really well done composite. Oh, it's not a composite, this is in camera. Oh, okay, so let's have a look at this again. What are we looking at? Is this a sculpture of a fork that's on a beach? Is it someone who's jammed a fork into the thing? Like, my brain is having a hard time coping with the context of what we're seeing because it feels like it's massive. There's an illusion here that I think has been done really well. And like, you know, the photographer's been really careful to keep the fork warm and distinguish it from the background. And everything else has been captured beautifully. There's, you know, chaos in the clouds and warmth in the ocean and that spray in front of the fork. I'm responding to this because it's an illusion and it made me look 3 times, and I think that's worth nudging it up into silver.
All right, Kay, you're down the end.
I scored 72, and I think for all the reasons that you just talked about. I initially, yeah, and I apologised to the author thinking, oh my gosh, yes, it's a composite, but it's not.
I do struggle with the difference in the colour palettes between the subject and the background, because it doesn't give it a sense of reality, and maybe that's where you're going higher within me. I am struggling with the image, so I'm just going to listen.
Okay, and Tony Hewitt, you're in the middle.
Yeah, look, same thing. I straight away reminded myself that this isn't a composite, but for me there's a disconnect. I like the idea, I like the quirkiness and the concept, I like somebody having a crack at something different. The background, if I took out the fork, I feel the background's too dark and muddy, and I find that the tones haven't been handled as well as I like to see them, and that disconnect between that not so well done background and the well held highlights in the fork, it feels like an idea. But I think the idea has a long way to go, and the resolution and the final presentation of it needs to be improved for me to be able to see this up in the Silver Award.
Okay, back to you, Chris.
So I think the change in tonality is really important for that lack of reality. Because this, I mean, if that fork was the same kind of cool coloring, then it wouldn't have the punch and the impact and the weirdness this has. I mean, this is really weird, right? Is it just me? The kind of that heavy background, so it's not just a contrast in color, it's a contrast in tone. It lifts that fork out. There's a slight brightness towards the right of the sky, and you can see the reflection in the fork. I can't believe I'm talking about this fork so much. The lack of reality and the make you look at this 3 times, I'll say that again, to me it's grabbed me enough to bring me into silver. A couple of points would be lovely, but drive me in silver.
Rescore, please. It's on 77 bronze. Well, good talking. 80 Silver Award. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. And Tony Hewitt's hand's gone up. Just back from the microphone a little bit, Tony, please. Thank you.
This immediately had impact because of the ethereal quality that was presented to us. Compositionally, I find it very strong, and I love the deliberate choice to put the horizon straight through the middle, or that centre point of the reflection. I'm not usually a big fan of obvious reflections, but in this case I am. I like the way that it presents to us what is a sort of rough landscape with this softness that's been introduced by the choice of season or the time of year that they've chosen to shoot it, and really present and highlight those lovely trees. The detail in this image is quite phenomenal. The handling of the detail, the handling of the tones throughout the whole image is beautiful. The choice of paper works really well. There's lots of little stories, you know, people often talk about cookies and Easter eggs and all of that stuff, and there's lots of them in there for us to find. I was wanting to go gold, and I did hold back because of the slight brightness I find on the top right and the slightly overlit cliffs on the middle left. But those are the only 2 reasons I held back. Otherwise, I found it to be a sublime image. Would I have cropped some of that reflection at the bottom off? You could have, and still had a very strong image. But I like the fact that the serenity that's presented to us by the symmetry actually amplifies the feeling and the emotive response that I had at the first impact. That's why I gave it 88.
Okay, Kay, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I'm on 78, and I guess for me, Tony,
the hero of area of the image for me is the little community that's sitting at the top of that little cliff. And to me, it's not been given enough space to actually accentuate its grandeur in its presence within its location. For me, I would have liked to have seen that cropping of the bottom and a lot more sky. And I'm aware that if you open up the sky, you're going to get the really brightness. But maybe that's again about the photographer maybe revisiting this at a different time of day or a different weather situation. But for me, yeah, beautiful, beautiful detail. I'm loving the detail. I'm on 78. I can be Vince to come up a little bit. Yep.
Hey, Tanya, you're in the middle.
Yeah, it's actually quite a challenging image to judge because there's so many incredibly beautiful elements to it that Tony has alluded to, and also the points that you also mentioned, Tony, around the brightness in the right-hand top corner and that the cliffs could have been a little bit darker. However, to sit with the image, there's a really beautiful, it's like an arrow feel going through there, and I think the strength and the mirroring is right through that centre, and that fluffiness just to the right side of going through and down the image gives it a good weighting. I think it's definitely an image that grows on me. I gave it 81 and just held it back because of those 2 points I made.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Yeah, I think one of the strengths that I'm being drawn to, Kay, is that seclusion that's being presented to us. I think one of the attractions of this type of landscape is the rawness and ruggedness that we're presented by the face of the cliff, which is complemented by the almost cotton ball fluffy effect of the trees around it. The lighting, I think, is the right lighting. I like the time of day. I think it suits what we've been trying, the narrative that's been shared, but it's the deliberate minimalisation of those buildings which shares the narrative of this seclusion and the beauty of this place. And you don't want to have the buildings too strong. It's not about the buildings. It's about the ruggedness of this beautiful terrain, which is part of this country, which is what I enjoy. So that's why I'm asking for us to lift this into a slightly higher range, because of those deliberate choices taken by the creator to present us with that feeling as much as it is about this raw landscape in a beautiful, symmetrical, abstract type of way.
Thank you. Rescore, please. We have a score of 86, silver distinction. Well done. Okay, Janine, can I get you to step back in for Mike, please? Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. And Tony's hand's gone up again. Let's go for it.
Geez, deja vu. Look, this is understated to the max. Having stood in areas where you stand and look around you 360 degrees and there's nothing, and absolutely fallen in love with the feelings I get in those spaces. This is what this image is about. It's not about the obvious landscape. It's not about the major structures. It's not about dramatic mountains and things. This is about space. And in a very delicate way, the author or the creator has stepped us carefully through this image. Obviously the dark pole on the right is an anchor point. It's like a pivot for me. But I start with that little bit of grass in the foreground, central, slightly left of centre, bottom frame. I then step to the 45 degrees northwest. Then I go to the little dark areas there. I step across to the major pole. And then from there, I've got choices. I can follow that to the left, and it takes me to all these little details. And then as I get towards the back, I get switched to the right because I see the telegraph poles disappearing off into the distance. This is about the promise of what's in front of you as a landscape photographer. It's about the journey and the exploration presented in a very subtle, understated, very sensual, soft print. I just fell in love with it the minute I saw it. It's so simple. This is landscape mastery by somebody who doesn't need something to photograph. They find the photograph no matter where they are. That's why I gave it 88.
All right, Tanya, you're up.
Yeah, I set this in 74. Thanks, Tony, for your explanation. I just found when I went through the image, when I was exploring it, that when I got to the background, that I had no emotional response to it. I just left a bit wondering. The print quality is beautiful, the tonality, I appreciate all of those elements, but yeah, just my response to it there wasn't an impact there for me.
Okay, and in the middle, Kay.
Yeah, I scored it in the silver range. Tony, I saw all that and I absolutely adored it. And I particularly love the fact that you've got this tiny, it's just being seen, the light, the power line coming through. For me, what it was about was the grandeur of space and the fact that you've got man-made's influence in this vast, 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 vast open space. The thing that has held me back a little bit, and if you can respond to this, is that grey area above the horizon on the right-hand side. I just felt that could have been controlled a little bit, and I just felt it's just a little bit muddy. But other than that, yeah, I agree. The photographer has actually created something. They've found something, and it is a beautiful image.
Oh, can we go back to Tony, please?
Yeah, look, I think the dark area, I interpreted that as weather. I can see there's weather coming. And for me, it is about that very quiet step through a landscape. And as I said, I responded, Tan, you said you didn't respond to it emotionally. As a landscape photographer, being in this type of environment, it's easy to see the beautiful butte. It's easy to see the mountain or the stand of trees in the snow by itself and all of these obvious landscapes. But when I see something like this, it's just, you're out there in the middle of nowhere and you're making pictures out of simple compositions, then holding back on, let's put that telegraph pole in the middle and make it obvious, or let's go closer to those lines and have this strong line of telegraph poles all, easy to see. It's about quietly stepping through this ethereal landscape. We need that dark pole because it's the anchor. Without it, we would say this image lacks a point. But it's a pivot point. It's not a point to rest on. Everything revolves around it, and we're stepped in a zigzag way all the way through to that dark area at the back right. To me, this is mastery of landscape, where you could drop somebody of this calibre anywhere and they will make a picture for you. And that's why I've responded in the way I have as an 88. I ask you to just consider those points and perhaps find some more for yourself.
Rescore, please. Lovely talking. 85, silver distinction. Okay, Mike, you can come back if you want. Thank you, Janine. Judges, just to be aware, your lunches have arrived, so if you're on break, if you want to take advantage of that, you may do. Next print, please. Okie dokie, we have an initial score of 88, but we have a challenge from Tanya, please.
Cool, I'm on 92. I just thought to be brave with this image, it's very, very impactful. The central figure, where the figures are actually placed, kind of goes against where you might put them if you're looking at rules of thirds, but it just, it creates a little bit of tension, and it's just the mood of the image and the really strong blacks against the mist or the clouds. I think it works really, really beautifully. It's, yeah, quite a magnificent image. Well done to the author.
Okay, we have Kay at the other end.
God, I feel a bit mean today. I'm not sure why I've held it. I've put it in just out of silver distinction. But I agree with everything you've said, Tanya. Sorry, I'm a little bit lost for words in terms of what I want to say. I am really thoroughly enjoying the quality of the details that have been held. We've got these bright highlights and the contrasting, which I guess is emulating or making you feel what the environment that these people are in. I think the composition is being beautifully handled, so I'm coming up.
Okay, and Chris, you're in the middle.
So I'm on 86, solid silver with distinction. I think this has been printed amazingly. I'm in awe of the amount of detail that's in those dark sections. And it's those details towards the top right that unlock more of the story for me, because you can see steps that person towards the top right-hand corner has used. So it's almost like you've got the person who took the easy path and they're silhouetted at the top right, but the champion is the one in the middle who's doing it tough in, going up this, and in the middle, they're beautifully silhouetted by the clouds. It's just a wonderful piece of art. It's amazing ad for a travel ad. I'm gonna be moving into gold.
Right, and we are back to... Okay. Yeah, okay, Tony, you had your hand up, so...
I just want to support Tan. Everything's been said, I agree with. It's Escher-like. I think there's subtleties in the clues that are given to us how to look around this picture, and there's no part of this image that doesn't play a part in telling the full narrative. And let's remember, this is a single shot. Okay, you can ask people to stand, but people aren't placed there, and that can be done easily. This has been put together masterfully, and this is what a gold award looks like.
Mike, have you got something else?
Just briefly, this is a decisive moment.
Back to you, Tanya.
Yeah, and to add to this, I really respond to the body language of the central figure. It looks like it's quite an effort to be moving on this angle upwards, and it's sort of like very rounded shoulders. So it might be quite a challenge to be doing this. There's sort of there's almost like a little bit of sadness in that the shape of the figure, which just adds to the emotion of the image. I also really appreciate that there is a spotlight on this central figure, like we're in a stage performance and someone's, squirted fake, mist around the place. It's just such a clever image. Congratulations to the author. Sounds like we're going gold.
Rescore, please. Tanya, you need to put yours in. Congratulations, 92 Gold Award. Righty-ho. Next print, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the author. Can we have a comment from Chris Anderson, please?
Love the way this is seen and observed. I thought it was a mountain range, at first when we walked up to it, and took a little while to orient myself around it. I think to me, the really exciting part is all the stuff that's flying around at the top of the frame. So, to do this in a single capture and see this and think about this is amazing. So maybe to improve it, it's the slightest thing, that feather in the front feels like it's been brought down and gone kind of gray in a few spots, and I don't know how to handle it better, but it just felt a bit distracting. That's a small thing, though. Well done.
Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to give Kay a break, and Matt, if you want to step in, please. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Yep, and Mike, if you want to give the comment, please.
A tighter crop would make this much stronger.
Okay, thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. You're all pretty consistent judges. Matt, do you want to give the comment?
Yeah, the series of images have a really great moodiness to them. It almost feels like they're kind of haunted. I think in terms of improving it, perhaps one of the images might have been stronger than the three, particularly the top image. It doesn't have the same grounding that the other two images have.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Congratulations to the author. Mike, do you want to give the feedback, please?
Yeah, this is an incredibly strong graphic image that I think's been enhanced by the use of a paper that's got texture. So it's appropriate. Well done.
Congratulations. Next print, please. We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the author. Tanya, would you give feedback, please? Mike, please.
Yeah, unfortunately, all the elements are equal in size, and I'm not sure which one the subject is, whether it's the clouds or the foreground. So make a distinction, make one stronger than the other.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 79, but we have a challenge from Mike. Thank you.
I gave this 87. I spent a lot of time looking at the center of this image, looking for something that's really interesting, and found it eventually by looking not at the center of the image, but at the top right, which is the scale, which is the intrigue, which is the tourism, which is the destination. And all of a sudden, that beautiful, gritty foreground that's got enough detail to tell us what it is, but not too much detail to absorb us, allows us the entry into this amazing volcanic landscape that is then punctuated by a huge number of people standing on the right-hand hill. I find it really well constructed, entertaining, original, all sorts of wonderful things. I gave it 87. It's worth a distinction.
Hey, Matt, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I knew that we would end up talking. For me, I saw all of that stuff going on at the top, but I felt like all of the area of interest was jammed up against the top edge of the frame rather than carrying us through. Maybe if there had been more space in the sky, perhaps less foreground, although I appreciate your appreciation of the foreground. I just felt like as a viewer, I was kind of disconnected from the bits that were most interesting.
Okay, and in the middle, we have Chris Anderson, please.
So I'm on 77, and I had this into bronze. I feel like there's a bunch of different photographs here, and I don't know that they're all in love with one another. Like, I think there's the choice to have those clouds in that just above the center left. Like, as we were approaching the image, I thought, well, this is what we're supposed to be looking at. There's a clear direction for us to pay attention to that, and I wasn't rewarded when I got there. So yes, agree. I think that the kind of the punctuation mark is up at the top right-hand corner, but it's not a punctuation mark. It's the tiniest of full stops, and I wish it had been more dramatic and led us there.
Okay, back to you, Mike, please.
I can't add to what I've said.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? We are going to ask Mike and Matt to hop off, and Tony and Catherine, if you can hop on, please. And we have the next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. And Tanya, you can challenge that? Yes.
Yes, I sat on the fence a little while with this image. It took a bit of processing to make sense of it, and I scored at 88. It's not something I've seen before. First I thought maybe it was sugarcane fires, and then I saw there was a high ridge in the background. I enjoyed that when I explored through the image, that I could see some height in the background, like a mountain or something like that. I also really appreciate the patterning at the bottom with the man-made part, and then the explosiveness in the centre, and it does challenge me by the composition as well. And I think that's what also worked for it as far as making the tension within the image. It'd be great to talk about it.
Thank you, Tanya. Just a reminder, don't sit so close to your mic. Your mic's a bit more sensitive than everybody else's.
Talking too close.
It's all good.
Sorry.
No worries.
Thank you.
Let's hear from Tony Carter. You're at the other end, please.
Yeah, I'm on 76, and I think it sort of comfortably sits in the bronze. Tanya, you said it took you quite a while to get around the image and figure it out. That was probably my problem, as I felt like there was different intensities that sort of don't match up, so it sort of feels like it's been overworked or something to me. You know, that central darkness on the slightly onto the bottom right sort of, I think, feels blocked up, and it just feels a bit unnatural and unresolved as far as the exposure and what we're actually looking at, not looking too real to me.
Okay, and Tony, you're in the middle, please.
Yeah, I responded to this like you, Tan. For me, it had an impact. It felt real. It felt powerful. I felt the warmth. I felt all of the feelings and the emotions that I would feel being present and watching this, what I think is a sprinkler system, whether it's a deliberate fire like a sugarcane fire or a bushfire. I love the depth that we're given because of that coolness in the background, that this is a contained fire. It's in one area, there's an area behind that's not. And again, I remind myself it's a single capture, it's not a composite. We've got birds coming in, beautifully placed. The timing of that is just spot on against that blue background. And there's another flock of birds down in front of the bottom right. So the only reason I sat at low silver and not higher was that maybe the printing could have been, and the tones could have been handled a little better. Is it out of gamut? I don't think so, but it's really pushing the boundaries of gamut. But even if it is, the impact that's coming from that strength of colour and the strength of that, the saturation is actually what's giving us the emotive response. So I think it definitely deserves a silver award, and I'm still considering silver distinction if I can get myself around those comments I made.
Okay, back to you, Tanya, please.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. I also appreciated the two groupings of the birds and the explosiveness bringing us through to drawing us to the top left-hand side where the birds are, and having that tone of blue to have some difference there. And Tony Carter, I do appreciate what you've said. In saying that, you know, it is a single capture like Tony Hewitt said, and it's very impactful and it's very beautiful, and I definitely think silver's just too average for this image. Please consider silver distinction.
Rescore, please. Score of 83, which is a silver award. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next print, please.
What did it get initially? Do you remember?
Congratulations to the photographer. Thank you. Beautiful family, beautiful bird. We have an initial score of 86. I think they automatic challenge from the back. Darkening down the motor right in a test in that area there. I saw this in 90. And coming in at the front of the office.
Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Are we happy with it, judges? Okay, Tony Carter, would you like to give feedback, please?
Yeah, I actually scored this a little bit higher, but I was happy where it sat in the end. You know, the split, which is what the the image is all about. It just feels a little bit too far to one side. I sort of believe if it had been a bit more of a central split and showing maybe a little bit more landscape, and just to make a bit more sense of the background and the shapes.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 81, which is a silver award, and Catherine's got her hand up.
Yeah, I came in at 88 with this one. You know, this is one of these images where you can certainly feel the breeze and the ballet of the curtains poking out the window, and there's a sort of theatre-like quality to those nets. And then, you know, compositionally, just where that cloud comes in on the right-hand side, sort of halfway down, pairs with the line that comes through the centre of those window panes. You know, there was a beautiful harmony, a beautiful creamy tone throughout all of this, just which balanced beautifully.
Okay, and at the other end, Tony Hewitt.
Yeah, I appreciated all those qualities, but for me, it lacked, as been said before, X factor. I find the yellow area at the top of the building, because of the pastel and quite reduced colour palette, that yellow area becomes quite dominant, and it doesn't really serve a purpose to be dominant. The beginning of the window on the left, I feel like that's a distraction that this image doesn't need, because it's an exercise in minimalism and simplicity. If you crop that out, it becomes a much stronger image. So good standard professional practice, but I felt that in terms of an award print, it quite missed the mark.
Cool, thank you. And we can hear from Tony Carter in the middle, please.
I'm on 83. I'm actually going up to 92. I feel like I just really chickened out on this one for some reason. But what I probably sort of start with, and I thought, oh no, I won't start bringing up stuff like this. But you know, that sort of dress-like form of that, you know, that curtain coming out the window, with that sort of veil-like nature, and the phallic thing next to it on the wall. I think it sort of, this feels more like a fine art image rather than a landscape. So I appreciate that beauty. I don't mind the actual yellow and the whole flatness of it. It just has that sort of feeling of melancholy, and it's got a slight sense of drama with the room that it's blowing out of. So you sort of get a sense of what could have gone on in that room over time. So it gives me a bit of a dreamlike nature of something that is so mundane and boring, but spotted by somebody and photographed and presented beautifully sitting in that mat.
Okay, back to you, Catherine.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. Tony Hewitt, I think, you know, in terms of the framing, that yellow on the top, having that piece of window to the left-hand side allows the balance to the window at the top. You know, and that feels like there's precision allowing that top piece in. If we lost that window on the left, we're just going to get this blocking, and then we're just going to just hold only into the window. I think another piece of this, which feels like the X factor to me, and it feels unusual, is it almost feels like this mundane-looking building is in the clouds. There's no sense of land or any other human element beyond it. And that sort of gives another sense of theatre throughout this. I'm at an 88, and I'm hoping that you guys all come up a little bit.
Rescore, please, judges. Well talked, 86, silver distinction. Well done. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. And Tony Hewitt's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I think this is an example of what could be a simple landscape that's had some intricacies welded into it, even down to the little puddle in the bottom right, the rock sitting nicely encased. There's a beautiful little starting point. It's almost like a full stop at the beginning of the sentence. And then we have that obvious leading line of the beach. We have that nicely lit ice block vise sitting perfectly in the bottom left, so we've got something in that space. We've got little stepping stones taking us all the way round to the background where we find a sensual mood. We get a feeling of the ambience and the sense of place. The colour palette is complementary to what would be the temperature, and I'm assuming this is a beach in Iceland. We don't get disappointed as we get round to the back because we have this nice solid landscape. I don't mind the deep blacks. It complements the sand on the beach. And as we move from that to the left, because we're drawn across the left of the horizon, we're presented with this beautiful little plays of light against the rain and the cloud and the weather. So in terms of story or narrative of a landscape, this has got so much entwined in what is, first glance, a simple landscape. It has impact because of the drama that we can sense, and then it has this beautiful gift as we go closer to find the detail of that drama and that narrative, and it keeps opening up, and that's why I gave it a silver distinction.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Can we hear from Catherine, please?
Yeah, I was on 74 with this, and I probably feel that I'm struggling to feel. I don't actually feel this is simple. I feel like this is quite chaotic, and I don't necessarily feel that the interpretation of it has brought any sort of order or simplicity to it. I do think that the stepping stone piece that you've brought to this, I think that brings a more of a connection to the foreground and background for me. Yeah, I'll come up a bit, but I'm probably not anything beyond a bronze.
Okay, Chris, you're right in the middle there, please.
Oh, good. I get to speak. I'm responding really well to the symmetry that's in this image. So like the bottom left, top right corner balancing each other. Where, like, I'm on 82. I think I've underscored this, and something that was magical when I first saw it, and I went up had another look, is the section to the right that's quite bright is full of little dark flecks. It's full of light and dark flecks, and the dark flecks stick out. The section to the right is also full of light and dark flecks, and the light flecks stick out. So there's a lovely symmetry between that. There's perfect detail on the right-hand side, even where it's really dark. There's lots of crispy stuff. If you want to have a look at it, it's lots of creamy stuff on the left. So there's kind of this balance and this symmetry that I was a bit timid on. I'm on 82, and I'll be coming up to silver distinction.
Okay, Tony Carter.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. No, you go. No. Oh, yeah, so I'm on 81, and I'll be staying firmly there. I think I feel all the elements are there, but the fact, like Chris, like you were just saying, you have to look in and you can see these shiny bits in the dark areas. It feels to me like it's just very overworked. Yeah, I think, like the element in the bottom left there, the brightness of that is not honest representation of the light on the day. You can see where the light's coming from, but yet all of these elements feel like they've been lit up to make you look at them. And so I don't feel that they hold together. I think the composition is great, but I feel we've sort of been forced these elements that don't add up to the lighting. It feels very overworked to my mind.
Okay, and Tanya?
I'm definitely in support of this image, and Tony Carter, the rock or the object or the ice in the foreground, which was very brightly lit, did distract me at first, and it's very gritty, but then it balances so beautifully with the clouds, the softness and gentleness of the clouds, and for all the reasons that Chris mentioned about that balance of like flickers of light and reflections in the black sand and in the wet sand. I think it's just got so much to draw your eye into and travel through. And being that it is a single capture, I think it's just a beautiful, stunning image, and definitely will firmly not be going down or be going up.
And back to you, Tony, please. Tony Hewitt.
I think without, thank you. Having been on this beach or one very similar, the light can affect those ice blocks like that. You can be looking, and depending where you stand, certain blocks of ice will pick up the light like this. What I enjoy, whether they've enhanced that a little bit, for me it's like a legend, a key. If you've not been there and you're looking, you're wondering what are these lumps. They're not rocks. They actually look like glass. They look like diamonds, and often it's called Diamond Beach for that reason. I can't convince someone to respond the way I do to this type of landscape. I don't feel it's overworked at all. I think it is a true representation of being on that beach, and I think it is a very cleverly put together construction in terms of composition to bring all of the elements of the landscape, both those that are right at your feet and those that are way off in the distance, tied together in a way that helps you experience what it's like to be on that beach. And that's why I'm asking for silver distinction.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Well done. We have a blank screen, please. Okay, thank you to Chris Anderson and Tony Hewitt. You can have a break and some lunch if you need to. And we're going to welcome Chris Dark to the panel, and Kay Davis, please.
And how we responded, like the window one. And I was like, yeah, that is definitely one you could just go right down and right up with. So fascinating.
Just a reminder, judges, that the microphones are really sensitive, so you do not need to lean into them. And when we're doing feedback for them, to give constructive feedback, and as well as we're doing judging, we've got top, low, middle, and then we're responding. Okay, thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 83, which is a silver award. Chris, would you like to talk to this one?
Signal you want challenging.
Oh,
are you?
Chris, did you want to challenge? You are able to.
You don't have to.
Oh, no.
No, just, okay. Catherine. Catherine.
Yeah, well, I thought that very successful in terms of the oil painting-like feel. I mean, this has a genuine depth to it. I probably felt there, to bring it up even higher, a little bit more sort of detail and gruntiness in the waterfalls. Every other aspect of it was really beautiful, quite a classic piece.
Thank you, Catherine. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. But we're also going to have to go into review unless Tanya wants to challenge it. Yes.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I was on 83. When I initially looked at the image, I thought, okay, wasn't too moved by it. But when I went into it, I enjoyed being able to explore through the image and see the textures of nature in the bottom half of the image, and then with my eye draw back to the beautiful textures of that main solid tree. I also thought the presentation and the crop works really well for it. I think it could be very easily overlooked, but it's very beautifully created and produced. I think it should be a silver.
Tony Carter, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I scored it bronze at 75. You're right, the presentation is fantastic and the print quality. I probably find the treatment very jarring and just very, very overworked, and just it really just turns into an exercise in texture than about trees and nature to me.
Okay, and Chris, you're in the middle there, so.
Yeah, I just think it's a solid silver in my eyes. It's really well executed. The tones in the black and white are beautiful, and I think the brightness in that front section there just gives you an idea of what it's like in the depths in the background there. So I just think it's a beautiful image. Yeah.
Okay, back to you, Tanya.
Yeah, I think it's really easy to overlook, the beauty of nature and what the photographer has brought to this image, the sense of balance and the choice to make this lighter, brighter, thicker tree trunk the hero, but then being beautifully supported in the background. There's beautiful light on different elements of what's on the ground, the ferns, etc. I really think it's definitely worth it. And thanks for your support over there.
Rescore, please. Hey, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Are we happy with that, judges? Okay. Kay, did you want to give some feedback for the author?
I'm really enjoying the sky, the tones that are coming through in the sky and the sculptural nature of the elements within the frame. I do find actually interesting the figures actually a little bit distracting, so and maybe the placement of them is not quite right, so perhaps consider that.
Okay, thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Congratulations to the author. Tony Carter, would you like to give feedback? No? Okay, Tanya Niwa.
There's a really beautiful, quiet, gentle mood to this image, and there's almost like smiling faces on the wall of the on the right hand side of the building. It's just a beautiful capture of man-made and nature together. Beautifully printed. Well done, well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. We happy with that, judges? Yep. Okay, Kay, would you like to give some feedback, please?
Yeah, I love I guess the intensity of the angle that the perspective that's been given to this. I'm assuming it's a lighthouse. I think maybe just in terms of improvement, the bottom is quite heavy around the vignetting and maybe even just considering timing a little bit more. The birds probably create a little bit of an off-balance feel to the image.
Thank you. Next print, please. Judges, just hold off on your scores, please. The orientation is incorrect. Well, yeah, one of them's the wrong way up. Both screens are the same, and the print is the other way around. So, okay, they're just going to have a look at it. Okay, while we're waiting, we are in the day 2 of the Iris Awards, kindly sponsored by Sony, and the category is also sponsored by Sony. Sony New Zealand has been a sponsor of NZIPP for many years, and in 2021 became the major sponsor of our Iris Awards. So thank you to Sony for your ongoing support. Sony's mission is to create the future of entertainment with their innovative technology. They empower creators to express themselves in new ways. Visit Kevin, Mark, Renzo and Aaron at the Sony stand while you're here to check out the latest and greatest alpha cameras and lenses. And we're still going to be waiting, so let's hear from some of our judges about who they are. Tanya, would you like to start us off, please?
Yeah, sure. My name's Tania Niwa. I am based in Taranaki. I work a lot with the 8 tribes or iwi of our province and do a lot of aerial video and photography, telling our
stories of our people.
Please, thank you. Who else we got there? Kay, would you like to have a wee chat, please?
Yeah, I'm a photographic artist, so my focus is on landscape, illustrative, still life, botanical work. Based in Tauranga, and I'm a Grand Master of the NZIPP and an Honorary Fellow of the NZIPP. Very proud of it.
Lovely, thank you. Chris Stark, a little bit about yourself, please.
Yeah, I'm Chris Dark. I'm like a creative or landscape photographer based out of Perth. Yeah, one of those that like to really push the boundaries of what the rules within photography and look for something quite different. That's what sort of motivates me to take pictures, and I generally. I just sell my work through online galleries and sell fine art prints internationally, and have a couple of gallery representations as well. So, yeah, that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you, Chris. Catherine.
Catherine Williams, a photographer based here in Christchurch, and I have a studio here. I'm a 2 times winner of the NZIPP Iris Awards, and I love being here, so thank you.
Tony?
Yeah, hi, I'm Tony Carter. I'm a predominantly portrait-based photographer, so anything with people and the landscape, of course, otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here. But yeah, I have a studio based in Christchurch with Catherine here under White Wolf, and we travel between Christchurch and Taranaki working a lot. And I've been New Zealand Professional Photographer of the Year 7 times, and I was New Zealand's first Grandmaster way back in 2010.
Thank you, judges. And some of the other judges we've got in the room, we've got Mike Langford, who was born in Christchurch but spent 20 years of his career being based in Sydney while travelling the world photographing for travel books, corporate documents and magazines. He is a commercial photographer, travel photographer, landscape photographer, and now a photographic educator, teaching with his photographic artist wife, Jackie Rankin. Something that most people don't know is he spent his early years working as a garbage collector at Mount Cook. A career highlight was photographing for the Australian Geographic for 14 years, and he's just published his 28th book titled Vanishing Manscapes. That sounds really interesting. Right. Okay, judges. We are going to present the image in the way that it was presented on the file, and to ignore the matting that is on there. So please, print please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the author. Let's hear from Kay, please.
I can say something. Yeah. No.
Can somebody give a comment for the author, please? Yep.
This is it's a beautiful image. There's a lot of detail in there, which has been extremely well handled. I just wonder if a square crop would have helped. There's a bit of space down there on the bottom right and in the top, and one's light, one's dark, so it's a little bit sort of distracting. And there's just detail throughout, and I think maybe if you drew the viewer into a certain part of the image and built a bit of narrative, it would really help. But it's a solid, it's a really beautiful image.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 86, but we have an automatic challenge from Catherine, please.
I gave this 93. There was a lot of layers to this. My overall sort of emotional impact was I felt like I was looking at, ghosts, something ghoulish, an uprising. There was a real movement through this. And that movement, what I could see metaphorically, but also spoke to the movement and landscape that exists through the, could be sand on the beach, could be all sorts of things that speaks to. And then there's the black sand nature of this, which you actually almost feel as if black sand has been sprinkled over this. But then there's a luminescence sort of beyond that and a warmth. There was a lot of layers. I could see many faces, shapes, and I could keep looking at this and keep seeing more. And I keep circling back round and through. And I don't leave this. I think it's a really exciting, enticing, and a little bit creepy.
Okay, we need to hear from Kay, please.
Yeah, I scored it in the bronze range because I didn't feel what you're feeling with the image. I'm enjoying the textures and I'm enjoying the colour palettes and the beautiful gold tones that are coming through in different areas. But for me, it's not. I'm not feeling a cohesive narrative within the actual image itself.
Okay, and in the middle we have Tony Carter. Oh, Chris.
Yeah, I think I sat on the fence a bit with this one. I think there's so many stories in this, and it can be different for every person that looks at it. There's a lot of, I immediately saw a couple of, cat-like faces through it, which sort of took me in one direction, and then I noticed other things that took me in another direction. I think rewarding the choice of media as well, the paper, it's quite bold, I guess, and a bit different. So I think it's definitely, I'll be coming up for sure. So.
Okay, Tony.
Always nice to say what you're going to score it, Chris, but anyway. I'm on 87 and I'm going way up. Like Catherine was on 93, I'm going higher than that, so I'm asking for gold with distinction because Catherine can't change her score, But, I think she hit the nail on the head. It's sort of got that ghoulish quality and that biomorphic nature of all these little faces. I can see lots of faces there, followed by a solid, hard screen with a wide mouth at the bottom. So whether you see that or not, you will see things and you see faces. So this is definitely next level, very, very high level. This is a landscape, but it's also humanised, well seen, well presented, and Catherine will do the rest.
Catherine.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. I guess when I look at this in answer to Kay, when you're looking at narrative, I'm not responding to a narrative, I'm responding to a feeling, and it's a bit like a piece of music, where no matter where I sit and look or feel, I can bring some of my own emotions to this, and there's so many layers in here. And I can almost imagine sitting with this piece in the night and almost getting haunted by it. And I'm really responding to that haunting quality and the overall pictorial quality of the print, which is just magnificent. And yeah, I do wish I could go higher than my 93, and I'm hoping you might consider going there.
Rescore, please. We have 92, Gold Award. Congratulations. All right, next print, please. Hey, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the author. And can we have a comment from Tanya, please?
Yeah, there's some beautiful tones within the image. I just feel that it's pretty tight with the cropping at the top, which I think it just could have done with a bit more room for a bit of breathing space. Yeah.
Thank you. Right, can we have a blank screen, please? Right, we're going to give Kay, Catherine and Tony a break, and we're going to invite back Roger, Mike and Matt, please. Oh, yeah, that's right. Hey, next print, please. Okay, Roger was supposed to be there, but if Kay, do you want to jump back in just... Oh, actually, Tony, if you want to jump back in, you can do that. Probably easier than Kay. Sorry. Give you a chance to have a look at the print, Tony. He was sitting there. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And Matt's going to challenge that one. Okay.
Yeah, I think this is really well seen. The choice to just photograph the reflection rather than the tree itself actually gives it a sense, a little bit of magic. It allows the tree to kind of fade in and out of reality through the movement of the water and the cloudiness of it. There's a couple of birds there to kind of anchor you, although there's birds upside down, which kind of even makes it more magical in a sense. It's like you're in another reality that's opposite of your own. I think the circular mat works really well with the tree, so I'm rewarding it based on creativity. The only thing that pulled me back from going into a higher silver was perhaps the color treatment is a little bit tepid, but aside from that, I think it's a really wonderful representation of a simple subject that's been done really well.
Tanya.
In low silver.
Sorry, Tanya, please.
Yeah, I sat on 74. I appreciate all the things that you mentioned about the image, but I felt like there just needed to be something more, and to bring it up to that next level. So I was just looking for some wow factor. I think the tone of it was also just kept it down for me.
And Chris, you're right on the score. Thanks.
Yeah, again, look, I appreciate what you're saying there, Matt. Similar, I struggle with the reflection that it's sitting in front of my eyes, upside down. It's sort of a bit challenging for me to settle with, and it's just yeah, I think it's a solid bronze. That's sort of where I'm sitting. I can't see anything in it to take me above that.
Back to you, Matt.
Yeah, well, maybe if it helps, you could think of it as the root system of that tree rather than the tree itself, because the tree is basically mirroring itself underneath the ground, but we're actually seeing it through its own reflection in the water, because obviously we can't see through the ground. So I think that anchors it quite well in terms of that potential metaphor. And the rest I'll just say, if you can see any magic in it, perhaps raise your score.
Rescore, please. $79. So judges, let me push the button, and either 79 or 80, please. Chris, can we get you to put in either 79 or 80, please? And we have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the author. And can we get a comment from Mike, please?
Yeah, a little bit more detail on the whites would have held my interest for longer. Just print it a little bit darker.
Okay, thank you. Next print, please.
And we have a 73 professional standard. Can we get maybe Chris to speak to the image, please?
There's a bit, the top and the my left hand side's a bit blocky there, but look, overall it's a professional standard image. It's a nice image, but it doesn't have enough in terms of narrative and doesn't that emotional aspect. But it's a nice picture.
Thanks very much. Next print, please. Okay, so we have a silver at 84 with a automatic challenge from Tony.
Yeah, I'm on 93. This image, I sort of feel it's all about the thin, fine detailing. And that comes from the landscape, but it comes from the treatment of this image. The softness of its hues, from dark right up through to the light of the sky. And those clouds, the majestic feel of openness, the birds floating down through. It's just so fine. Everything's just so fine and refined, just so beautifully treated. I think it's like fine art in a way. The shadowing on the landscape gives it depth, but then it's been softly handled. So I think this image is being caressed in the right way in this category, and is of such a level that it's deserving of a quiet little gold.
Thanks, Tony. And can we hear from Mike? You're at the other end, please.
I gave the 74. Obviously, I wasn't overly impressed with it. What let me down was, not let me down because I didn't have an expectation, but the foreground power pylon for me is the subject, and yet it's been treated so it's quite flat. It's not standing out from the landscape at all. And I was then just really not sure if I was to be looking at the landscape at the bottom or the sky at the top, and I find them fighting with each other as opposed to supporting each other. So give me a little bit more information, Tony. I'm a bit lost in here.
And Matt, you're sitting in the middle. Does anyone else want to? Yeah, Tanya?
Yeah, I support this image. I set it at 85. I was just trying to make sense of it a little bit. I think there's quite a lot of tension because the pylon is so low, and there's such a lot of open space below the cloud that it creates a sense of unease. But then when you look into the image, there's such beauty in the background hills, like the fine spots of detail, and the beauty in the flow through from the birds. And I love the balance of the colours and the clouds. I think it's more than just average, and I think it really should be higher than what it's scored. Yeah.
Yeah, just to help you, Mike, you got lost in the landscape. I think it's a big, vast, wide area that you can just hop into and get lost. It's so wide. I think the power pylon, I don't think it is the hero of the shot. I actually think there is no real hero. a lot of things have got their own space, and the power pylon sort of heads right up to the next cloud that it reaches. But when your eye goes up from that, it actually dances around through the birds and then up into that cloud. And again, I can't emphasise enough that the fineness of this, it's those fine little details, and that's in the treatment, because this is not how your eye sees this scene. It's been cleverly done. The colour palette from that dark base through to the warm middle, and then just the slightly darker blue hues are masterfully done. So it's not one of those perfectly perfect landscapes, but I just think it's beautiful and timeless and deserving of a gold.
Thank you. Judges, please rescore. And we have silver distinction at 87. Blank screen, please. We're just going to have a bit of a judge change. Can we get Matt to come off and Chris Anderson pop on, please? And we'll get Tony Carter to have a break, and Roger, if you can jump on. Thank you. Next print, please. Judges, if you just wait a moment, please. We're just having computer issues there. Did it work? Ah, okay. We're just waiting for this to resync.
No, waiting.
We're waiting, so don't.
Yep, just wait a moment, guys. We're just waiting for the system to resync. Okay, can judges just make sure that their scores are in now, please? We'll see if this is, yeah. Thank you very much. We have a silver at 83 with an automatic challenge from Roger. Take it away.
Well, I gave it 90. Why did I give it 90? It was just, it's kind of, I wished I'd taken it. It's got so many elements to it. It's got, the treatment, I guess, isn't to everyone's taste, but it's sort of out of this world treatment, and it is an out of this world scene. And I'm loving the composition, the beautiful curves, the way they lead you into. What are the chances of seeing a twister, presumably when you're in an aircraft, but in an elevated position? It's an amazing moment in time. It depicts the power of nature, and the photographers made the choices that they've made to make us think really into challenges. So I urge you to come up.
And Mike, down to you.
I gave the 77. Look, I agree with everything you're saying, but I'm not wowed by everything you're saying. I'm distracted by the oversaturation in the foreground, which is taking the power away from what's really powerful, which is the storm happening in the background. So I'm taken away from what I'm wanting to enjoy about the image. I will come up to a silver, but certainly, I just see a visual conflict going on here.
And Chris, do you have anything to add there in the middle?
Yeah, I'm on silver, and I rewarded it for the foresight, and the being in the right place at the right time to capture this thing is amazing. But I do feel it's been significantly overhandled, and I don't mind the saturation in the foreground. It's the real crunchiness and added contrast of the mountains and around the bottom of the clouds where I don't know whether contrast has been added or how it's been treated, but it looking at the post-processing has become what I was looking at, not the moment. And so that's why I'm in silver. It's going to take a lot of work for me to move up.
Thanks, Chris. And Roger, back to you.
Look, I think it's a slightly over-the-top scene, and the photographers decided to process it in that sort of almost unbelievable way, and that gives it the point of difference. So therefore, I think you should reward it a bit higher. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I will get... judges, if you can please rescore. Well done. We have a silver distinction at 85. Next print, please. And we have a bronze award at 75. We're all in pretty well agreeance here. Could we get maybe Chris to speak to the image, please?
Yep, I think this is a well seen, because I feel like there's two mannequins or two people kissing or something in here, and to get that level of observing something natural and forcing humanity into it is lovely, and 3 birds is the right number of birds. Maybe to improve it. It's such a simple image. I kind of want to anchor my brain on something, and I'm there's nowhere for me to rest, even with those three birds. So perhaps even a different time of day to allow those shadows to speak a little more would help to elevate this.
Thank you very much. Can we have a blank screen, please? And Tanya, do you want to jump off and have a little lunch break? Don't go too far, just in case we need you. And Tony Hewitt, could we get you to come back up to the panel, please? And next print, please. And well done to the photographer. We have a silver at 82. And all pretty consistent again. Could we maybe have Mike, do you want to speak to this one?
Yeah, I think it's a beautifully printed, beautifully presented. A little less sky would add more strength to the base.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. Alrighty, we have a silver distinction at 85. And could we have maybe Chris, you want to speak?
This is amazing. I think for starters, it's well captured. The snow has been handled right, so it hasn't gone to gray. But what's really entrancing me, and I'm willing to bet everyone else, is like I see a parent in a shopping center holding their arm out to their little kid, and their little kid's looking up at them, and it's like, you better hold my hand because we're going to get lost in here. Like, and there's a level of humanity in this that is that I love. So well done to the photographer.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. Alrighty, so we have an 88 silver distinction with. Oh. No, Tony. Yep, Tony's hand is up. Take it away, Tony.
The first thing that hit me was when please don't get up there and be disappointed, and I wasn't. I gave this 93. And the thing that fascinates me is that probably 7, maybe 6 or 7 of those images on their own would go close to that score. They're brilliant. The handling of the tones, the interplay of light, the control and the mastery in which the compositions have been put together, utilising everyday elements. I kept hearing the words road trip in my mind. You know, even over this weekend, I've been talking to photographers about that certain roads you go down, there's interesting stuff. This smacks of somebody spending some time, whether it's a day or a period of time, exploring the everyday and bringing it to us in a beautifully balanced composition of 9 elements. The church in the middle is perfect. The way the church spire centres the whole composition in terms of 9 images. For me, we've got 10 images to look at. There are the 9 individual images, and then we have the combination of the 9, which is a reflection of that exploration of the landscape. But as I said, gold award to just about all of those images when presented on their own, but bring them together and they do connect from my perspective in terms of observations of a landscape traveller. And that's why I've asked for a gold, because I think this does smack of a level of originality and excellence that forces me to put it into the gold.
Thank you, Tony. And can we hear from Chris, please?
So I'm on 82 in silver. I think I struggled to find the connective tissue between these images, and having especially with that church hall in the center, I wanted to find this to be about a community. And then I couldn't quite connect everything. The road trip thing, that works. That helps me to connect them. I guess I found a couple of the images stuck out as being not as exceptional as the others. The bottom middle one, where there's that kind of light painting on that old car, felt out of place for every other image, feeling natural and found. Maybe the car headlights are aimed at it, and it's the road trip thing again. The vignette on the top left one, I can almost only see the vignette and not the stuff that's around it. So I felt like I was let down by a couple of the images. That plus the connective tissue, and you know, I see where you're going with that, and it makes sense. So I want to hear some more.
Cool. Mike, did you want to have a?
Yeah, I also gave this gold at 92. I actually see this as a portrait of a village. I don't see it so much as a road trip, a portrait of a village. Because all the elements in here tell us something about a destination. That the railway goes through here. The church is the focal point of the village, which is why it's in the middle. All the other elements around it are things that are associated with this destination. So I see it as a really strong portrait.
Sorry, just in hearing what you were saying, Tony, and just having a little bit more time to look at it, Mike, that's what I got from it. It's a village. It's one that struggles. You know, the roads. There's a couple of images there. There's a train track on the road, and they're leading in and out of the village. There's a horse there, which is a farmland. There's the abandoned car. It all sort of tells that story of this is a village, and this is the road to the village and the story of the village, and it's struggling for money, and struggling for that the privileges that I guess that you get outside of those villages. So yeah, it's got quite a number of all the images all together, Tony. I think you're right. They're all excellent images, and on their own could be award images.
Yeah,
I'll be coming up. Yeah.
So look, I wanted to go straight to goal with this, but I guess to do that, I felt that it needed to be coherent as a set that flowed, as well as the story and the individual strength of the images. And the 2 images I want, if you can resolve for me, the last 2 images really, they don't seem to fit. The lighting on that last one jars, and not the last one, the second last one, and then the final image doesn't seem to sort of reflect the others, if you like. The first image is connected to the third image by the power pole. You've got the lines in the middle two images. You've got the beautiful V's reflected in the second image and the middle image. I suppose to an extent you've got that V reflected on that bottom image, which does help resolve that one, but there's the jarring of the artificial light. But the last image just seems to just be a bit of a filler. And to me, to put it into gold, I just need that bit resolved. So if you can help me with that, then that's great.
If I didn't know what I was looking at, I can find, like I can see a cross. I look at the church and I look at the mountains and the V shape behind the church, and the way that ties into that diagonal in the bottom right picture. There's a slight shadow line which reflects on the bottom left-hand picture. There's a shadow line coming in. So the two bottom left and right have these 45-degree or diagonal shadows coming in. The horse at the top right angles in. The telegraph pole on the top left angles in. Everything's tied together graphically and with geometry, but in a very subtle, rustic way. The interesting thing about the light at the car at the bottom, I also see that the photographers presented us with diversity of craft, different kind of conditions, different perspectives, the aerial of the railway, you know, low to the ground, high to the ground, flat onto the church. The mountain in the top middle echoes the church, and the bright light at the bottom, that's anchored beautifully. Each of the images are in exactly the right space. I love the narrative that, Mike, you drew from it, and Chris, in terms of a village. So for me, it ties together in three ways. The village, which is not that different to the road trip that I picked up, that journey through a landscape. And then you made me look harder, and thanks, Roger, for that, because I can see built into all of the tonal ranges and the tonal placement of the images, there's this crisscrossing connectivity, geographically or geometrically speaking. All of these things come together. It would only need a tiny tweak for me to go gold distinction, but it was very quickly for me a gold, and I think there's enough tying it together. And you know what? The more we look at this, the more I see, the more I could come up with reasons why it's worth even more than I gave it. So I ask you to consider those comments. I'm at 93. I'm looking for more.
Thank you, judges. Can you please rescore? And we have a gold at 92. Great discussions. Next print, please.
Hey, judges, just please hold up a minute. You're good to go, thank you. Okay, we have an initial score of 93. I can, so either Mike or Roger can take this one because you're on exactly the same. Who wants it?
This is just art. It just screams off the paper to me. It's a photographic Kandinsky or a photographic Picasso. It's abstract. The balance is beautiful. I can see the two human shapes if I want to. I can see yin yang if I want to. Everything's perfect about it. I just wish I'd taken it. It's stunning, guys. We've just got to go up.
Right, at the lower end is Chris Anderson.
Well, I wasn't expecting to be on the lower end on 91. My first thought was, this is in the wrong category because you can't use stitching on a print in this category because it looks 3D. It's like to have the presence of mind to capture this in the snow, seeing those fence palings come out. There's so much in here to see. I'm not going to be talking this down, by the way. I've only got good things to say. The longer you spend with it, the more you see. I kind of see someone there's someone like driving a car on the left and then someone else is standing, there's people in it. There's detail. What could have let it down is the detail when you get into the silo and all that stuff, but it's full of crisp detail. I was a complete chicken on 91 and I'll be joining you in Gold Distinction.
Okay, let's talk to Mike Langford.
Yeah, I gave this 95 distinction straight up. What really fascinates me is the detail that's underneath the snow. There's been a snowfall, then there's been a lot of activity of animals, and there's all sorts of subtle things happening underneath the surface of the second snow. And so that's the depth, the visual depth that this is offering. And that's so unique. It's definitely distinction.
Tony.
I think Roger nailed it when you brought in the words Kandinsky and things, because this is one of the most beautiful aerials I've ever seen in its simplicity. And what's fascinating is you could create crops out of this and come up with all sorts of fantastic images. But, you know, one of the beautiful things about aerial photography, particularly when you take a plan view and you're looking at abstracts, is the photographer has got the full responsibility of composition and orientation. We don't have to deal with horizons. And the orientation and the choices made by the photographer here are absolutely perfect. As mentioned, the detail, the print quality, all of those things come together. Even the white border provides us with a deliberate intent from the photographer to present this exact composition. And one of the choices an aerial photographer has is where do I put the frame when so much to choose from. And this photographer nailed it. And I'm going to put my hand up as well, Chris. I was a 93 and I was completely gutless. And I'm going to kind of give this what it deserves in a minute. I'm going to give this a 98.
Okay, let's go back to Roger, please.
Look, time is short. I don't think we need to say any more, really. Just Kandinsky.
Rescore, thank you, judges. And we have a 97. Congratulations. That is a gold distinction for those at home that don't know. Well done to the author. Next print, please.
Brilliant.
Okay, we have an initial score of 79, which is a bronze award. And Mike, actually Tony's actually got the challenge, so.
Yeah, look, it's hard to follow a big image, and I feel for the photographer, but I try to reset myself and I look at the deliberate nature of this. This is a minimalist, almost banal landscape, but the composition is perfect. the interplay and the balance between the reeds in the foreground and the puff of cloud in the top gives us a beautiful symmetry and a beautiful balance. It's inviting us into a very peaceful moment in a peaceful landscape. The tones have been handled beautifully well. The print quality is exceptional, and I think this is deserving of being above that bronze standard. I think this is definitely deserving of being in a silver range.
Hey, thank you. Let's go to Chris Stark, please.
Yeah, it's. I wonder, like, I want to look at the bush there, but there's a reflection behind it that's sort of competing with it for me. But it is a beautifully composed. It's quite a stretch wide sort of landscape in its depth. So yeah, it's. Oh, yeah. What are we doing here? Are we taking it up to trying to get it up to silver? Is that what we're doing, or are we just commenting?
No, 79. I've challenged it to 82.
Okay. So yeah, look, I appreciate what you've said, Tony, but yeah, I need to sit with it a little bit more. I think, yeah.
Okay, Roger.
Yeah, just quickly, it's a minimalist landscape and it's about precision, but I'm not quite sure that it's precise in the sense that the cloud's not quite centred in the middle of the sky. It's neither centred between the horizon and the top, and it's neither all left to right, so it's just frustratingly a bit off. And similarly, the gap between the reflected reeds and the horizon, again, is that a deliberate choice? So I'm wondering what, if to get into the silver range, I think those sort of decisions need to be sharpened up a bit.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Yeah, I think we can remember when we look at landscape, for me, perfection kind of reduces the image to lifeless, and this has life. And I think the cloud being slightly off-centred to the left is balanced by the fact that the weight of the block of reeds is slightly to the right. If we take the reflection, I know the shine of the cloud between the reeds and the horizon, if you take that out, we end up with a space that's maybe a little too big. So it provides us with some continuity between the cloud and the reeds, and reminds us that there is water there. Otherwise, we'd end up with a very clean slate, and it loses its lifelike qualities, if you know what I mean. And that's what adds to the serenity. This is a pure minimalist, banal type scene, which is about calm, peace and serenity. And I think it's been presented in a very deliberate manner that works from my perspective. That's why I'm asking for silver.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Well done. Blank screen, please. Right, we're going to give Chris Dark, Mike Langford and Roger Wandless. Sorry, Roger. I'm just going to say Roger from there on. A break, and we're going to bring back Matt, Janine and Catherine, please. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the author. Tony, would you like to say something for them?
Look, great symmetry, good composition, nicely handled. The light's been controlled beautifully. I do love the story, the journey, the road. Perhaps the next factor or take us somewhere. I know it's a road to nowhere, but we just feel like we need something at the end to reward us for that journey, but well done.
Thank you. Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a silver award, and Chris is going to challenge that.
I'm on 82, so popping into silver. This is a, in general, well-captured image with an interesting presentation to us. I don't know that I would have the guts to leave someone wearing orange shorts in a shot like this, because your eye is drawn to that immediately, which is entirely the point. So what I'm reading into this is the narrative about someone who is on their own, running in a landscape where there's no other people and there's no sign of civilization, and they're about to make a choice. Am I going to stay on the easy road and go downhill? Am I going to go up this hill? Am I going to go up this hill and then go off-road to the more difficult path that is more rewarding? So that kind of, if you want to talk about a road that, what's the X factor and where does it take you? We're going on the journey with this person. And so to me, having those orange shorts then, it really, your eye is drawn to that. You've got no choice but to spend time with that person and put yourself in their shoes. I'm in silver. It's not a huge gap from where we are now. I'd love to have a chat.
Matt, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I was in bronze for a lot of those reasons. I felt like the journey, it really encourages you to put yourself in the position of the figure in the bottom right. And when you do that, you find that all of those journeys take you out of the frame to the left, but then you've got such a beautiful landscape that's adding depth in the top right there. And the mirroring of that curve in the river, I almost would love to have some sort of connection between those two spaces to bring you back and forth between those, and that's kind of what I'd be looking for in silver.
Okay, Catherine, you're next.
Yeah, I was on 78, and I probably felt the runner was taking me out of frame, which does hold me back. But I do feel that the oval presentation of this is really dominating to the gentle curves of the roads. And I feel as if it's possibly been used as an element to remove some of that dead space, particularly in the bottom left of frame. And I sort of felt that overall, I wasn't convinced that that was successful.
Hey, back to you, Chris.
Okay, that kind of curvature of the river, I feel like there's curves aplenty in this. Like there's tons of curves on the left-hand side. So for me, some of them are in the foreground and they're closer to us. The river's further away, so the detail's a bit finer, but I don't mind that mirroring. As far as the oval being used to achieve an outcome, good on them. That's what we should be doing. We should be presenting work and finding ways to present it to maximize the good stuff and minimize the stuff that is less rewarding. So if that's the purpose of the oval frame, to remove stuff in the bottom left, if you want to keep that rewarding snaking of road towards the left, because it needs to be in the frame, but you want to lose an unrewarding element in the bottom left-hand corner, that's a really cool solution. So I'm on 82. Would love a couple more points, please.
Rescore, please. Okay, we now have a score of 79. So, judges, either 79 or 80, please. And we stay on 79, Bronze Award. Congratulations. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 74 professional standards. And Tony's challenging that one.
Yeah, why not? The thing that struck me as the most powerful part of this picture was the compositional arrangement. Every stick, every telegraph pole, every tree, everything is where it needs to be to provide us with a jigsaw of compositions that all work beautifully together. The building in the bottom left is a very strong anchor for the whole sort of exercise, and then you've got different directions you can go, but we're held in play by some element all throughout that image. Even when we go to the right-hand side where we've got the wisps of cloud, which some of my fellow judges might find distracting, I find that is almost like this very soft whisper of come back into the picture. The little cross in the far distance. So we have foreground and we have depth. We have repetition of shape. We have man-made and nature's made shapes repeating each other in terms of pencil pines or trees, telegraph poles. A good use of the tonal range. If the printing of that building had been a little bit darker and maybe the right-hand side a little bit darker, I would have been pushing for a much higher score. But to me, this exhibits a deliberateness by the photographer to craft an image that has an exactness about it in terms of composition, and yet when we look at it, there really is not much there to photograph, and they've done it really well. So I think that's why I gave it 82.
Janine, you're at the other end.
Thank you for challenging Tony. I scored this image 71, but I am hearing the message about the vertical elements and the exercise in pure composition. I was a little held up by the trees growing out of the top of the building, time of day not being ideal, but yeah, I will be coming up a touch though.
Okay, Matt, did you have anything to say?
Yeah, I was in professional standard. I felt like probably the most interesting element for me, at least, was what I see as a graveyard in the distance that's punctuated by that cross. And it's almost like I wanted to explore more of that, but I was getting pulled to the bottom left corner by the high contrast of the foreground building. But I'm listening closely.
Back to you, Tony.
Yeah, look, I suppose it's just one of these pictures that you look at as a judge or a photographer, and you either celebrate the excellence in composition and the deliberateness of it. Yes, we can. I agree with you, Matt. I saw the distant sort of Easter egg, the distant graveyard. That was interesting, but you know, time of day, wrong time of day. To me, a good photographer takes a picture in the moments that's presented to them. And if you're driving past and you see this and you make this picture and put all of these elements exactly where they need to be, you would only need to be slightly off and all the compositional elements fall apart. And it's that exactness that I've rewarded. And I ask you to consider a few more points to show our recognition of that exactness.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Next print, please. We have a score of 84, which is a silver award. And Tony's challenging.
I found multiple narratives presenting themselves to me here, and I'm very familiar when shooting this style of photography that we bring a sense of pareidolia and we bring this whole bunch, I promised Chris I'd get that word in, we bring our own stuff. I see a planet, I see a spherical three-dimensional shape in front of me, almost alluding to Jupiter with the red eye. I see a landscape with the white part above that central line, almost looking like a mountain range. I see a tree pattern, which is very much often used in aerial abstraction. I see a minimalist, dirty landscape, which is all about texture and grit, and then this splash of red in the middle. And it comes back to a comment made earlier about fine art, and we look at this, and often when we present something to the world as fine art, once we present it, I was told years ago that you lose the control over what people find. And as judges, we often find things that even the photographer didn't realise could be found. The opportunity to find these things presented in such a definitive way, the structure that's provided to us, for me, alludes to a picture that gives you questions and questions and questions with a few hints of answers to satisfy you to a degree, but allowing you the permission to go and find more. It's been printed beautifully well. The paper is the exact right paper for this, and the handling of what could easily have been very muddy greyness, I think, has been just kept in control, allowing us to enjoy what's in front of us. That's why I gave it silver distinction, because it smacked of imagination, creativity and originality.
Hey, thank you. Catherine, you're the other end.
I was on 82 and I really appreciate the challenge with this one. I didn't find multiple narratives. I did find a lot of ambiguity, and I've enjoyed hearing what you've talked about in terms of how you've translated it. I feel that the paper choice is wonderful, the chalkiness of that. And I think I'm probably not really wanting to hold it back from going up higher. As I sit with it for longer, there are a couple of elements that I think are really successful, and there's a couple of lines in it that have a man-made look, and everything else has a really organic feel to it that sort of keeps me circling around the image, and spending more time with it is rewarding me more.
Okay, Matt, you were right in the middle.
Yeah, I was on 84 and I was looking for the communication that Tony's given me, so thank you for that. I'll just say compositionally, incredibly impressive, because we have this aerial scene, and yet if it weren't for a few rocks on the left there at the intercept of the white, the whole composition would almost fall apart. To have something so banal and not particularly interesting hold a composition together like that is really fantastic.
Back to you, Tony, please.
You know, Catherine, I think you just nailed why I underscored this. It is a homage to the ambiguity of abstraction in aerial. So often we look at aerial and we look at it and people want to award it because it's abstract. I think this is taking that to the next level and saying abstraction can be interpreted in many ways. It's given us 3 or 4 quite clear ones for me to look at, which are overlaid on top of each other. And as Matt said, the way it's presented, I think you might have said, the chalkiness, everything about it allows us to find what we want, and yet it's not hard to explain to someone else how we found it. The other thing that I've noticed is that ambiguity also joined up with that spherical three-dimensional feel. For the first time ever I can remember looking at the image, I would love to know what was on the other side. I feel like the lines that are sweeping over the top right, the roots that are coming up, I feel like this image would continue around the other side of a sphere, which is quite an interesting concept. So, yeah, well done. I've given it 88, and I kind of feel like I talked myself into understanding I've underscored it, but the rest is up to you guys.
Rescore, please. A score of 88, silver distinction. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the author. And can we get a comment from Matt, please?
Yeah, the photographer's captured a beautiful delicacy in the details in this image. You can see all the detail in the eagle at the front and then the little birds kind of hidden at the back to discover when you're looking closer. I think potentially the cloud isn't contributing to that delicacy of the scene particularly much, so perhaps even more of a panoramic crop could help.
Thank you. Blank screen, please. Thank you, Catherine. And Kay, would you like to step in, please? Next print, please. We have an initial score of 79, which is a bronze award. We are going to have to talk. Kay's going to challenge.
Yeah, I've got it in the silver range. I think it's quite a unique perspective of what I'm seeing here. Initially, when I first saw the image, I thought I was looking at a mountain scene, but then I see this water, these waves coming up over it. So it gave a whole new dimension to what I was looking at. And I thought that was actually a very clever play that the photographers brought to the image. And so that's why I've scored it in silver.
Okay, Matt, you're up.
Yeah, I scored it into the bronze range because of the dramatic impact that it had. But I felt like the printing and the blacks had become a bit muddied. There's a little bit of detail in there, but those areas don't seem to be in focus, so those details are kind of just smushing together a little bit. And when you have such crispness and perhaps over-sharpening in the water in the foreground, it makes that contrast really quite obvious.
Okay, and Janine.
I scored this image 82, so I was in support. Initially, when it first came out, I thought, oh, a multiple exposure, which you're not allowed to do in this category. So it obviously had the creative chops, but I am a bit with Matt about the blacks, and there's sort of something unusual going on at the very bottom of the frame in the middle with the water that I couldn't quite reconcile.
Back to you, Kay, please. We're on 79.
So we're on 79, guys, and it would be nice to push this just into silver. We're going to be doing a review if it sits on 79. The blacks, I do see detail in the blacks, and I'm not too worried about that softness which I see is happening up the top in the right-hand corner. That's the steam, the mist, the spray, sea spray, whatever it might be. I just find that the photographers presented us with something a little bit different, and we should be rewarding that.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Next print, please. we have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. We all happy with that, judges? Okay, Janine, would you like to give feedback, please?
A very well balanced and captured image, and portraying that sense of movement. That's definitely a big plus. I think perhaps having a wee look at this at a different time of day, and maybe just adding in some ways a little more originality to it, but the movement is very good.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Kay, would you like to give feedback, please?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the repetitive, I guess, shapes that are coming through the different images within the frame, which bring a cohesion to it. I guess I'm not necessarily sold on the story or the narrative that's coming through with it, and maybe some of the images, the highlights can be handled a little bit better.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have an initial score of, what's wrong? Okay. We have an initial score of 77, which is a bronze award. Cool, thank you. Tony, we'll talk to you.
I'll be honest, I pushed 77. I was actually going to push 74, and I want to explain to the photographer why. When we use someone else's art like this, I think we need to bring something ourselves. And for me, apart from the composition, I think the photographer could have done more with the impact from that building on the right, giving us a little bit more brightness, colour. Make something of it and bring your own part to it. The composition is interesting and nice, but at the moment you get pulled past the buildings to the cloud. And I think this has the potential as a strong architectural shot, but it needs extra input from that artist to create that.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Thank you, Tony. And we'll bring Tony in. Next print, please. We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the author. Can we have a comment from Chris, please?
Excellent use of items to show scale. So the choice to put that kind of large chunk of ice in the foreground to contrast with the mountain in the background, excellent. Maybe some things to lift it. I find the top half to be, it feels oversaturated, and maybe that's how it felt on the day, but when you compare it to the weight of the bottom, pulling it back a bit might be nicer, and a little bit of breathing room on the right, or even just taking a tiny step to the right when you're taking this to center that lower item would be more powerful, but well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award, and Matt is going to challenge.
Yeah, I was in silver for the reason that there's an absolutely beautiful flow in here. There's great texture, there's mood. I almost feel like if you were standing in this spot, you could feel everything gently swaying and you'd feel this ominous storm on the horizon that's coming. And then you're running down this path looking for wherever you're going to take shelter. And I think for such the subject matter itself is not carrying too much. It's what the photographer's bringing to that subject matter that's making it so interesting. You've even got the grasses in the foreground and the black sand there that are pushing you down that pathway. So I've put it into silver just on the strength of that atmosphere, mood and texture.
Kay, you're up.
Yeah, I've scored it in the 74. I guess I was being pulled too much by the highlights in the background, but I really do enjoy that movement and rhythm that's happening in the lower area. I will raise my score a little bit.
Tony, you're in the middle.
Yeah, I'm on 77. I think I still sit comfortably there, Matt. I think the treatment of it is really brought out the texture in the bottom of the flaxes, and it's sort of, it just feels a little bit over pushed, and I think the paper choice has given it more that real chalkiness as well, which is sort of not working as well to me to get my eye down that path. So yes, I'm probably pretty happy where I'm sitting at the moment.
Okay, back to you, Matt.
Yeah, well, in terms of the sky, that's pulling you along that path towards the highlight there, so I don't mind that too much. And the chalkiness is one of the things I actually like about it. It makes me feel like it's a charcoal or graphite kind of sketch more than it is a photograph, but I completely respect that may not be to everybody's liking as well. So I'm in 83, and there's a few more points if you can.
Rescore, please. Matt, put your score. Okay, we have a score of 79, which is a review. So judges either 79 or 80, please. Congratulations, 80 it is. Silver award. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the author. And can we hear from Matt? Thanks.
Yeah, so the photographer's made so many interesting choices in this photograph, and we've got lots of interesting elements. So there's like a picnic in the foreground, and then some blurred out people with the long exposure. There's some birds on the left. There's the beautifully lit islands. And then there's a really interesting and unique choice of matting. I think what holds me back from a high score is just working out how those things connect together in the one image.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the author. Can we have a comment from Kay, please?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the ethereal quality in this image. I think for me, within this category, and it is allowed to you're allowed to get rid of distracting elements. There are, I believe they could be ducks floating on the water. I think removing those would have actually created a little bit. Eh? They're not ducks.
They're ducks, but they're single capture.
Yeah, but you're allowed to remove incidental elements in this category. Is that an incidental element? Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so maybe we'll leave them in there. But maybe the timing. Wait for the ducks to go, so that they're not in the actual image. But those are just a very, very slightly distracting element. But otherwise, a beautiful ethereal image.
Thank you. Right, can we have a blank screen, please? Chris, have a break. Yeah. No duck shooting, Chris. And Mike, let's have you back on the panel, please. Right, next print, please. We have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Congratulations to the author. Janine's going to challenge that.
Look, photographer's done really well finding this scene, but I guess to help this image along, it's really making some good decisions about what you would like us to look at. I think there's a lot of potential in the wee guys hanging on for dear life on the right, and just help us along with that.
Oh, thank you, Janine. Right, next print, please. We have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. You want to comment, Tony? Oh, Matt, okay.
Yeah, the raven or a crow's been photographed beautifully. There's great detail there. I think it's just a little bit too minimalist. Perhaps if there was just a hint of the landscape that was at the bottom edge, then it would have brought some narrative into where this bird lives.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. Thank you. Janine's going to challenge us.
Yeah. Look, I put this image in bronze at 75. I certainly observed the road going through, but I felt like there was sort of like almost a humorous element to this, because in New Zealand those signs mean you can go 100k an hour, and if you look at the road you really wouldn't want to. And so actually that's what pushed me into bronze, was that observation. So yeah.
Okay, Matt.
Yeah, I was on professional standard 73. I felt like there was a lot of good elements in the image and that the high contrast had brought something to the feel of it. But the clouds are gorgeous. The two signs post are quite impactful. The road wants to lead you somewhere, but they're all taking you in different directions and they're not working together to communicate something. Perhaps your 100k an hour adds a little to that, but I'm not sure how intentional that communication might be.
Hey, and Tony, you're in the middle. You're in the middle there, Tony.
Yeah, I was on 74, so just out of awards. I sort of find the time of day, the brightness of this image, not really giving me much more than this is the road. I keep looking at the cloud and wishing it actually spiraled down and touched the edge of the road or something. So there's a balance coming on, but I just don't feel that. It just sort of feels like a missed opportunity.
Okay, Janine, back to you.
Look, I hear what you're saying, and I do feedback for the photographer. Perhaps changing your point of view slightly would have made a huge difference to this image. But I'm hoping it was intentional, a little bit of humour.
Rescore, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, bronze award. Well done. Okay, next print, please. We have a score of 77, bronze award. Congratulations to the author. Can we have a comment from Mike, please?
Just dropping your viewpoint slightly lower and separating those branches out from the background would make it much stronger.
Okay, thank you, Mike. We're going to ask you to have a break. And Chris Stark, you're in. Next print, please. We have a score of 70, which is professional standard. Can we get a comment from Matt? Thanks.
Yeah, so I think it's professionally capturing the artwork of somebody else. And that's possibly the problem. I think as a photographer, when you see these scenes, you've got such vibrant colors and boldness, and it asks to be photographed. But if there's some other element that you can bring to it to add context or even shift the context completely, that will lift it a lot higher.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 80, which is silver. Chris, do you want to challenge this? Because you're in the next range. Okay, right. Can we get a comment from you, Chris? Oh, yeah, Chris.
Yeah, look, I just thought this was, you know, it's a really beautiful image. I think the light on that, the little inlet coming in is beautiful, and the texture in that water coming in is beautiful, and you know it leads me out to you know beautiful warm sun. I always look at the pictures like this. Would I want to be there? Yeah, I would. So I think it's it's a solid silver picture, really well handled as well. So the printing is great.
Just to improve it, just look at the bottom left and right corners with that muddiness of the sand there. If you can carry the detail through, that would be perfect. And some of the light areas, the highlights in the water channel, are kind of reflecting the greys or have been darkened down, so that could help improve it as well.
Cool. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Okay, we have a initial score of 74, which is professional standard. We happy with that, judges? Okay. Can we have a comment from Tony Carter, please?
God, I was hoping you weren't going to choose me. I don't really know what I'm looking at, to be honest. And I guess in this category, you sort of, you think, oh, geez, that's clever. But I think sometimes clever just for clever's sake doesn't always work out to be something that works. So, the print quality is quite good. The balance is sort of out of whack, but yeah, I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at, and I find it very confusing. So just think about that when you're entering.
Hey, and Matt, you had something to say?
I was just going to add a really creative use of the flip to distort reality, as Tony was saying. I think what could improve it is just having something in the horizon line that's there to reward you when you follow the pier down.
Oh, thank you. Judges, next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 77, which is a bronze award, and Matt's challenging that.
Yeah, I think this one's worth having a sit with just for a moment. So I'm reading this, if not guided by the graffiti a little bit, as potentially being the Manus Island Detention Centre. So a place that was created to house, I think, refugees and that kind of thing from overseas. And then there was a lot of political conflict around the treatment of them in these places. So I think that the building being really oppressive, kind of brutalist architecture, it lends itself to that, and then also the overgrowth of nature reclaiming that space, but then the conflict of also having those high fences and things. It has some really interesting messaging to it. In terms of the photography, I think it's been captured with great detail. I like the addition of the foreground so you can see what could be a tarmac or a runway with the weeds kind of overgrowing that area. If you look closely at the windows, you can see the tatters of curtains and various things in those detailed areas. And then you have like a weird message of love or an incomplete love story in the graffiti as well along the top, which kind of adds even another spin on the whole thing, which is really unusual. I think my main criticism would be how the sky's been handled, and I imagine that's held a couple of people back. But I'd encourage you to have a look into the details and think about the stories that could be held in this.
Okay, Chris, you're up.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. The sky did hold me back, but I enjoy your narrative there. I saw it as a building that I'm familiar with, and it didn't give me that story at all. I'm not sure whether it is or not. It could be, but I think my perceived familiarity with that building held me back a bit. So yeah, happy to revisit the score. I was down at the low end at just a professional standard. So yeah, thanks.
Cool, thanks. Okay, Janine, please.
So I scored this 83, and I think I have an answer on the sky. This is a brutalist building in a brutal environment, so the photographer has treated it brutally, and I think that's the answer.
Hey, Tony, you wanted to have a quick question? Okay, let's go back to Matt, please.
Yeah, I think everyone kind of just accepted, so let's rescore.
Rescore, please, since he said it for me. Hey, we've got a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Let's go next print, please. We have an initial score of 84. Are we happy, judges? It's Kay, if you want the challenge. Oh, sorry. Yep.
I scored this silver distinction. For the photographer to actually see this is just incredible. Whether they've created it, I don't know. But the fact that it's made us, I know a number of us made us laugh when we got up there and had a look at it. It's beautifully printed. The tonal range in the snow is just been handled really, really delicately. And the detail that is in the trees in the background are just so beautiful. They're like a graphic, it's a real graphic story. I've scored at 87. I'd like to hear what other judges have to say.
Shall we go down to Tony Carter, please?
Yeah, I'm on 82. I'll come up. I keep trying to be angry at it, but it just keeps smiling back at me. So good messaging there, photographer. That's fantastic. You know, I see that face with the arms out, and then you go, okay, that's a little bit hokey. But then you look at it, and you know, actually this is a fine piece of communication, beautifully printed, presented. You know, those rounded corners, fits the bill, matte choice, and everything like that. It's pretty well perfect, really. So I'll come up to 87 as well.
Okay, Matt.
Yeah, Tony's done a lot of my job for me, but you raised an interesting question, and that is, did the photographer create this? And I feel like if they did, that pulls it back a little bit. However, if you look at the beautiful texture on the ground, that is very undisturbed snow. So my read of this is that the photographers actually spotted this, and maybe it was created days earlier, and then there's been more snowfall to fill in the holes of whoever made it. And I think it's a wonderful and fun observation.
Okay, back to you, Kay, please.
I think it's all been said, but I think, you know, just the placement of it in the frame and the fact that it is actually so forward within the frame, it just, yeah, beautiful. Silver distinction.
Rescore, please.
Silver distinction, okay.
Good talking, 86, silver distinction. Okay, Kay, can we have a blank screen, please? Kay, you can take a break. And let's bring Catherine in, please. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 83, which is a silver award. And Matt, you're going to take the challenge? Okay.
Yeah, all right. So this image is such a beautifully delicate representation of such a harsh, angular, hard landscape. And we see these glaciers, hard ice, but they're presented in almost like a liquefied form as they're coming down from these mountains and forming this kind of gloop in the center here. And it's just, the color palette is stunning. It is almost like a black and white image, and then you just discover these tiny shimmers and hints of blue in the glaciated ice. I just think it's really quite stunning, and it's not a way that I see glaciers presented, generally speaking. So I think it's worthy of a silver distinction.
Okay, let's hear from Catherine, please.
Yeah, I was on 78 with this, and I feel that it feels like a dreary representation of this. And for that, I feel it loses a bit of its majesty and grandeur. And then also on the right, towards the right-hand side, there is a yellow cast, which almost looks like a dirtiness that comes through that top corner and across and down. I feel that holds that back.
Okay, can we hear from Tony Carter, please?
Yeah, so I'm on 82, and I feel pretty comfortable there. I feel this image, and you can almost see somebody with a pencil or something just skimming through there, sliding around. But then on that left-hand side, that piece that curves over, it sort of jars your eye. I think with something like this, I always sort of like to squint at it and just see if all the elements fit together, and that piece on the bottom left just sort of jars, and then I go up the centre, and then I think the centre actually doesn't have a lot to offer. So that sort of just left me a bit hollow, but I have given it 82, which is a great score for its treatment, but I struggle with the middle and that bottom left piece.
Okay, Chris, and then I'll get to Janine.
Yeah, look, I'm up with Matt on this. I think if you consider what it is a glacier and the force and the millennia of time that's gone past into creating that, it's just it's awe-inspiring. So I think and the way that it's presented to us, there's been mention of like a sketch type thing. It's the detail that's within this image is absolutely beautiful. So I think it's a wonderful image.
Okay, and Janine.
Very, very quickly, I'm on 82, but sketch. I have a book at home called Geomorphology, and I feel like this is a solid reference to that type of textbook artwork, especially with no sky being present. So I'll leave you with that.
Back to you, Matt.
Yeah, I think the main thing to address is just that little bit coming in from the left there, and that's of course another smaller glacier that's intersecting with the larger one that's coming from the back. And I feel like that collision of glaciers and then their eventual merger towards the bottom of the frame is something that not only describes part of nature in a more informative way, but also adds a little bit of tension and conflict in the image as well. In terms of the colour palette, when you're in these places, it's almost like the colour's been sucked out of the world. And there's so little colour to see. There's the dusting of snow, all the rock is black and charcoal looking, and then you just get a hint of that blue coming through from the glacier because that's also covered in the dusting of snow. So it's so very muted, but I think it's subtle and sophisticated, and I hope you can come up to silver distinction.
Rescore, please. Well done, 85, silver distinction. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. We happy with that, judges? Cool. Can we have a comment from Chris, please?
I think this is I found that the foreground, the lightness of the foreground, and I guess what the photographers wanted us to look at is the stream there. It was a bit conflicting, but I think it's been quite well managed. I think they sort of my eye first went to the brightness in the water in the top sort of middle right there. So it's a great again. I'd like to be there. So that's always a judge of a good image to me.
Okay, thank you. Right, next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 84, which is a silver award. Are we happy with that, judges? Janine's going to challenge it.
Yep. So I scored this image 88 as a creative piece of art. It is a land, you know, we often talk about trying to spot the landscape within the landscape, and that is exactly what's happened here. I really enjoyed the mirroring of the circles with the circular crop and mat. The textures, the beautiful textures, sort of the watercolour of those sumptuous greens as against the really harsh cracking that's occurring through the middle of the frame. And yeah, colour choice, brilliant. Yeah, so 88, love to hear from you.
Tony Carter.
I'm on 76. I'll be totally honest, and I don't know quite what I'm looking at. So I probably just need to listen and just hear what the others say before I take my score, because I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at. I felt like I was having the wool pulled over my eyes. So I probably just don't know what I'm looking at, so I'd rather listen for a while, if that's okay.
Oh, good, Matt.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure either. I suspect it could be like a geothermal area or something that's affected by water that comes suddenly and then dissipates and things like that, and that's left that beautiful kind of ivory-looking cracked or porcelain or whatever you want to call it. I was trying to figure that out as well, but then I just decided it didn't really matter. I felt like I was looking at a ceramic artwork that was abstract and intentionally so. And when you look at the water itself with the beautiful color palette, you can see the delicate ripples through that water as well. So you've got these interchanges of textures and all sorts of beautiful things going on in a really simple form, which I appreciate. I'm happy to come up to the silver distinction.
Okay, Catherine, you wanted a word?
I'll keep it brief because I actually think Matt said everything, and I was on 87, so I'm already there. But I do think that the reward in the presentation and the print quality is really successful, and also the using the circular mat is sort of gives the impression that this is just a bite-size continuation, and that this is a much vaster area, and it helps draw all that together.
Okay, back to you, Janine.
Other judges have done my job really well, so this is awesome. But look, this is a landscape abstract, and I leave you with this. Isn't it exciting that we don't know what it is?
Rescore, please. We have a score of 86, silver distinction. Well done. Okay, blank screen, please. We're going to give Matt and Janine a break, and we're going to get Tanya and Roger in, please. Right, next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Are we all happy, judges? Okay, Tony Carter, did you want to have a chat?
Yeah, the rhythm running through this image is quite beautiful in the sky. You sort of roam through there. Watch the highlighting around the land mass. It's just slightly haloing. But yeah, just not a lot of information to talk about when you're judging, so sometimes you need some sort of visual hook, and this is just lacking a little bit to take it up higher, but still a beautiful piece of communication.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Are we all happy with that, judges? Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Catherine, please?
Yeah, congratulations to the photographer. Seeing the slice through here as a lovely, visual way to frame this, just where it sort of comes up and there's a highlight shown, I'm finding that I'm kind of losing, and that actually takes me out of this little kind of peephole in. And also there is a real sort of sumptuous colour palette here, and perhaps the paper palette, the paper stock is not bringing out the best in this richness.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Roger, please?
Yeah, I enjoyed the graphic nature and the sort of juxtaposition elements of this image, split into sort of roughly two equal parts, and each part is, well, actually the lower part's basically got the hand of man, with the inclusion of the tree, and to my mind that's then reflected with the other elements of nature, which is the sky and the clouds, and I think it ties together with a beautiful colour palette and is worthy of a silver, so well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 84, which is a silver award, and Catherine's going to challenge.
Yeah, I was only actually a little bit higher than this, but I was in another scoring range, so 86. And where I really responded to this is there's sort of a real emotional content, having those felled logs in the foreground, and then just moving through this line of trees. They feel like a line of sick patients, sick little trees in waiting, not well enough to be of any use. And then there's this real layering through where we see, thick forest in the background, and then, the trees sort of crowning over the hill in the background. I feel like this is one that's kind of easy to overlook in some ways, but the environmental messaging in this is strong enough to have quite a strong emotional impact.
Okay, we're going to Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. I struggled with the. I saw the the felling of forests and stuff being part of the narrative, but it wasn't strong enough within the picture for me to sort of get a one way or the other. And I saw the the felling of the forest and then the beautiful nature in the background. But I think the way it's weighted, it's sort of they're both equal parts. So, but I didn't see the those trees in the middle like you did. So I think that for me is bring it up. Happy to come up a bit for that. So that's part of the story, I guess, for me, that puts it together, and the part that was missing for me.
Okay, and Roger.
I scored it 87, largely for the reasons that Catherine did, but the overwhelming sense I got from this picture was sadness and depression. And so I reward the photographer for that. I guess the reasons, or the ways he's conveyed, or they've conveyed that is the sort of the clouds in the background, the cloud under the tree sort of just has a sort of sadness to it. The sparseness of those few remaining trees that are separated just enough for us to be able to see them. And then you've got to go hunting a bit for the details of the destruction that's been wrought in the foreground. It's all understated, but it's all there. But my overwhelming response was an emotional response, and so I feel I should honour that with the score.
Hey, okay, Tony.
Yeah, I was on 82. I'll come up into silver with distinction. I guess the battle for me was thinking, that's strong enough for silver, but wouldn't go much further than that. But it's one of those barren landscapes, and it's just a great reminder of how we're stuffing up the land, and that we come along and we grow these trees, and when we cut them down, and it just takes us such a long time to regenerate. So I guess what I'm saying is that the quality of the whole image sort of feels dour. And I had to figure out whether that was on purpose or just, not understanding the file. But I think the whole feel of the image suits that dour nature now that I've stared at, and I'll be coming up to sort of distinction.
Okay, back to you, Catherine.
Yeah, dour is a great word, and I appreciate the weightiness of the clouds that you've talked about in the mist, Roger. But, there's just probably one more thing, and that is that this sort of colonisation of trees and forestry, you do end up with a sickness. And when I look at that little line of trees, I just see a line of sick and slightly deformed little patients. So the depth of sadness makes me feel like I underscored it at 86, so I'm hoping you can bring your best scores to this.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 87, silver distinction. Well done. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 88. We also have an automatic challenge with two of you on exactly the same scores. So who wants it? Either Roger or Tony Carter?
I'll go because this is where I come from. I scored a 92. There we go. Yeah, I'm on 92. I know exactly where this is, and I can just about feel the ghost of the artist there. To start with, I thought, this is a portrait. There should be a person in there. Then I realised that you don't have to. The composition of this is just beautifully, softly handled, where all the elements are in the place of where this artist is. You can see how their interpretation of the landscape works, as well as through that window out to Mount Taranaki. With my score of 92, I just find everything sort of in its place to a perfect level of being very natural and honest. Probably the weakest point was the light through the centre in the sky, but at 92 I thought that was okay. The level of depth that you get from this and the spiritual side of this is beautiful. So I think it's just easy on the eye, artistic representation of an artist's life, and their life has been in this place for a very, very long time.
Catherine, you're on the other end, please.
I was on 82, and wow, what a beautiful way to speak about it. Yeah, I mean, there is certainly order here, and actually I loved the face that you see peering out through. Yeah, I don't know if, I'm just going to listen. I don't know where I'm going to head.
Okay, we got Roger with his hand up.
The other aspect to this is the photographer has actually got permission to go in and take this picture, which is that in itself implies a relationship and a degree of work that needs to be done. I just love that every part of the frame has got a point of interest. Initially, I thought it might be Japan to start with. It had that sort of feel to it, but the repeating frames and the repeating images throughout the whole frame are just wonderful. But then when you move past that and you're looking through, there's the artist's cup with water in it and his brush, and there's various other bits and pieces that sort of speak to the person that are sort of just spread interestingly around the frame. I just think it's beautifully handled.
Okay, we'll go to Chris and then Tanya.
I was just going to add, I can get a real sense of the person, the artist, and they're not there, but I can play around and wonder what they're like. And you can see from the art that he's incredibly inspired by the landscape where he or she lives as well. I think for me, the fact that I can see myself looking out that window and being inspired myself and having that imaginary or the ability to picture the artist in there myself, being whether they're an eccentric type or somebody different. It's just I think that's part of the strength of what this picture is. So yeah, I'll be going up a bit higher as well.
Okay, Tanya, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I feel really moved in my gut from this image. I'm also from Taranaki, and it really speaks to me as well, like it does to you, Tony Carter. I was also really excited I found a pregnant woman's figure in the background without the face, and then wasn't until later that I found the face of a figure in another painting further through. So there's lots to explore and find. And the magic of this artist's passion has really been captured here and really, really speaks loudly. I scored it 86, so yeah, I feel like it should go to gold.
was just going to say as well that something that just came to me is that the connection of the
No, hey,
artist.
Chris, you can't. I'm sorry. You've had your response.
But thank you.
Sorry. Okay, Tony.
Yeah. So I think we're basically just about all there, hopefully. But yeah, to me, that Phantom's Peak, how you can just see it peeking through in the background, but you can also see it in all the paintings. But we're presented here with artist's work, but it's not like it's been honoured in this landscape, and like Chris said, you can feel the person's there, but they're not. So let's get it up to gold.
Right, rescore, please. We have a score of 92, gold award. Next print, please. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Are we happy with that? Perfect. Okay, congratulations. Can we have a... Was it you, Tony, that was wanting to chat?
Yeah. I remember seeing this on the run through, which was a boring thing to say, but I think it's the quirkiness of this. With this blade sitting on top of this tree that's been felled. The humour in that is quite good. Probably would feel more authentic if it was a chainsaw. but the presentation's beautiful. But yeah, just watch your heavy-handed treatment of the background and elements.
Okay, thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? We are going to ask Roger and Tony to take a break, please. And we're going to get Tony Hewitt and Chris Anderson back in, please. Right, next print, please. We have a score of 79, which is a automatic review, people. Tony, are you going to challenge that? Okay.
Yeah, I gave it 82. I thought that the simplicity of this and the deliberate composition lend itself to being an award-winning print. I love the use of the natural elements to draw us into a specific target. And when we get there, there is a connection between that target, that structure in the middle of the image, which connects us to the rest of the landscape. It's about use of the landscape. It's about the material or the resources around and what can be done with them when we see all the driftwood off to the right. And for me, there's a little bit of a story there about what can be done, but it's not a big story. It's not a grand story. It's not dramatic. It's none of those things. It's simple, it's quiet, it's minimalistic, and it's utilising it's an image that shows us what can be done and utilising the landscape before us, but it's structured in a way that pathway directly and deliberately takes us in. The sky, while bland, has detail all the way through it. I don't find myself drifting off because of the impact and the contrast in that central structure. So compositionally it's very strong, and the placement of the elements within the frame allow me to drift but always come back to where the photographer intends me to. That structure, that deliberate intent is what I've awarded at 82.
Okay.
And we're all very close. I mean, we're all saying it's something near there.
Okay, we have a Tanya at the other end, thanks.
Yeah, I'm on 77. I appreciated the composition and the creative manner in which it was captured, and and the way it's weighted. It's just to arrive at the location in the centre of the seat. I just felt like it just needed something more if it was to take it through to that silver category, without taking away too much of what's there.
Okay, Chris, you're in the middle.
Chris Anderson?
Yes.
There's so many of us now.
Sorry.
I'm on 78, so we're all clustered around the same spot. I think the composition's wonderful, and you're right, and that's why I rewarded it in the bronze zone. I think emotionally I couldn't connect to this. I saw it, I processed it, and then I wanted to move on. So it didn't grab me in a way that I kind of want a silver to grab me. And maybe that's my personal emotional response. It just wasn't sufficient to push me over the line.
Okay, back to you, Tony. Oh, sorry, Catherine.
I gave this 78, and I think we're always looking for what the photographer has added to this. And actually, I'm going to go to silver because the point of it is this is minimal interference. Minimal interference of the man on this, and how the elements all tie in together, and just the way that the sky is withheld and soft and gentle. And that is what I think the photographer has brought to this.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Yeah, and just adding to what Catherine added, thanks Catherine, every element is naturally made. The pathway is still stone, the seat is still wood. It's all about using natural resources to create things, but it's a very quiet statement, and it invites us to just maybe not look for the loud, but to just quieten ourselves down and listen to what can be done with the landscape without having to go overly dramatic. So I'm asking to reward the subtleties of this image more than anything else.
Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Well done. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. We happy with that, judges? Congratulations. Chris Stark, would you like to speak to that one, please?
I guess that the shadows are a bit blocky, but it's quite a nice image. It's a nice scene. I think if any way to improve it is to just brighten it up a little bit. It's a bit heavy-handed in areas. Yeah.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Are we happy with that, judges? Tanya, would you like to give feedback, please?
Yeah, it's a nicely composed image. The low viewpoint adds some interest. It just could be a little bit darker in the pathway towards the centre, towards the house, and that would, I think, may help the house stand out a bit more. But yeah.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 79, which is a bronze award, but we're going to have to review it. So, Tony?
Yeah, I'll challenge it. This is an image for me that presents itself in both a very good way and a way that probably holds it back. I find for me that in terms of the good way, I love the central composition of the main stalk, and I love the slightly oblique angle that's been chosen to present us with an aerial landscape that takes us into a distance. It gives us I think Mike Langford said earlier, to our foreground and a background. I really enjoy that aspect. I worry though that the colours have been pushed just a little bit too far, perhaps. And while that doesn't necessarily make it wrong, I just find for me that the colour, the push of that colour has it's distracting. It's just taking away from what is a natural texture and a natural shape that could have been celebrated just a little bit better with a little bit more finesse. I gave it a mid-silver. I felt like there was enough there for me to award the intent of the photographer, but I held back from going higher because I felt like there was almost too much intent. I was trying to push that too hard. So I think what we're sitting on, 79, it sounds to me like we're all looking at it going, it's almost there. Sometimes I wonder that we feel like there is an expected norm of how we print an image, and sometimes putting a bit extra colour in is not a bad thing. It's not working overtly for me this time, but it's not holding me back from awarding it either. So I invite you to celebrate what am I looking for? Celebrate the impact that this image has and the overt use of colour to say this is what the landscape can provide in terms of an aesthetic abstract. That's what I'm exploring.
Okay, Chris Anderson, you're at the low end. I'm
in the low end. I was 76, so I've still put it into award range on bronze. You've kind of said most of the stuff I wanted to say, Tony, and I think I don't so much dislike that someone has chosen an overt saturation. I'm not worried if it's the right way to print it or the wrong way to print it. I'm worried if it is effective or ineffective. And for me, I feel this is ineffective. I feel like pushing that saturation has gone to the point of losing detail that I want to see when I get close. And that could be a personal choice on my part. Push saturation all the way if you want, if it does the job, the right job for this image. And I feel like in this case, it lets the images down a little bit.
Cool. And Catherine, you're in the middle there.
Because I'm in the silver camp, I would love to speak. Tony Hewitt is super thorough and basically hit the nail on the head. There wasn't much left to say. But what has brought it into award range for me is that central channel is where my eye, it would be very easy with all those branches to just go up and out of the frame. But I do keep coming back to that central channel. And I think, given that there is so much going on here, I think that piece of it has been really successful in just holding us and allow us to travel up there.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Yeah, I suppose sometimes in terms of communicating visually, we have the journalistic license to select an element of the image, whether it be colour or texture or shape, and say, I'm overtly or I'm deliberately accentuating this aspect because I'd like you to understand this is what I responded to as a photographer. And I don't know who the photographer was, he, she, or they had their reasons, but I'm assuming that they responded to the colour and they responded to the shape, and we've been presented those two elements in a stronger fashion than the rest. And I think that deliberateness is what I'm asking for us to recognise in terms of a silver.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 81, silver award, well done. Okay, next image, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. And Chris Anderson, would you like to speak to this, please?
There's such an excellent off-balanceness to this image, like the pushing that trunk up to the top. And I really appreciate that the rest of the image is devoid of color, and there's this rich red in here that has been, whether that's been pushed or not, it doesn't matter, it's really effective. If there was anything to improve, there's like a little tiny section of shadow beneath at the far left of the image that's devoid of detail, but that's it. Otherwise, this is really enjoyable, so well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the author, and should we get a comment from Chris Stark, please?
Yeah, this is a lovely image, well printed. There's some beautiful detail in there. It's, I guess, what held me back is the power lines, and the story in it just didn't stick out. I was, yeah, there's a little signpost at the front there, but it's from the back. There's nothing on it, so I just struggled to get a bit of narrative. But the way it's been executed is beautiful.
Thank you so much. Right, can we have a blank screen, please? To give Chris a break, and we're going to ask Mike to step in. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award, and Tony's going to challenge that.
How do you depict randomness and chaos? And if you had the words meandering and wandering, how do you depict that, illustrate that? How do you express that in a visual piece of communication? Well, I think this is one way to do it. I see tracks. I see some tracks that are definitive and deliberate. The darker track that runs from bottom right through to central top kind of insinuates man making the tracks, and then you have the more meandering, which insinuates animal, but I can't be 100% sure, but that's what it's talking to me and that's what it's saying. The little spot in the bottom left corner is absolutely essential as a pivot, as an anchor, nails the picture together, everything revolves around that, and then we've given this very deliberate, in almost an etching style, and it looks black and white, but it may not be black and white because of the elements that we're looking at of snow and whatever. But either way, it doesn't bother me. The simplicity of it in demonstrating and illustrating chaos and what is the reality of nature and wildlife in these sort of areas, captured as a blueprint from above. It's a network of intersections of lives. For me, there's almost, if I can borrow from Johann, it's a poetry in illustration, telling us a very simple message of chaos and wandering, but demonstrated and put through to us in a piece of visual communication, so beautifully put together in one frame. I felt like that imagination and the conceptual construct deserved more than a silver. I gave it 87.
Okay, we're going to hear from Chris Anderson at the other end.
I'm sitting in the bronze range. 100% agree that little spot at the bottom left is the important pivot point. So for me, the whole image revolves around that and that one kind of the heaviest diagonal in there. And I really want to see more in this. I really do. And I can see echoes of all different altitudes, right? Like echoes of whether it's insects on the ground or the map of a city or, all kinds of things. But I feel like that's me reaching, trying to pour meaning into something that maybe isn't ready for it. I am genuinely struggling with the chaos in this and trying to find a way of anchoring myself in a way that I find rewarding. So I think I just need to listen for a while.
Okay, Mike, you were right in the middle.
Yeah, and I'm going up. Certainly a silver distinction. I see a abstract impressionism, Jackson Pollock throwing stuff at a canvas, but also Aboriginal dot painting. So I see a combination of the two elements. The abstract nature of it is what makes it happen. It's not formulated patterns, it's abstractions, and it's beautiful because of that.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Yeah, that dark line on the right comes to an apex, which it starts to come back down. We almost get this beautiful triangle effect. So there are underlying geometric patterns that hold this structure together, but not enough to override the chaos. And, for me, this is almost a map of chaos theory. you know, that we're seeing the after effects, we're seeing the shadows on the wall, the caveman looking at the shadows on the wall but doesn't know what's going on to make the shadows. We're seeing echoes of what has been. And it's a really wonderful abstract statement done in a very simple form. And I see it simply, but I also see the detail and the chaos and the... I'm going to talk too much. I think I've said it. I think that's why it's worth silver. There's imagination, there's originality, and yes, it is confusion, but for me, the confusion is what makes the beauty.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 85, silver distinction. Well done. Next print, please. We have an initial score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Mike is going to challenge it.
I gave this 83. I actually find it very successful in terms of it's making us look all the way around the image. The trees on the edges are points of conflict which make you look at those elements, which means that you're then moving across from left to right. The foreground is almost a vertical flatness, which is in total contrast with what's in the middle of the image, which is a bunch of shadows falling over rolling hills. So it's each element in here is specific. It's been placed to make us look and to make us move our eyes around the image, and it's doing it very successfully. It's not just a straight photograph. It's an interesting photograph.
Okay, Tanya, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I'm on 72. I was immediately attracted to the image for the beautiful way, the tones of the sky and the grass work in that flat area in the foreground, and the shaping of the hills from the clouds. However, to go in to explore the image, I just wasn't finding that extra. I mean, I found the sheep on the left side, but I just wasn't quite finding enough to bring it into the silver or bronze range.
Okay, Chris.
So I'm in silver as well, and I have to admit I heard the Windows 95 shutdown noise when this came up in my head, and once I got past that, there's a story in here about the land, and yes, the sheep are there, and those tracks that become more and more diagonal as you go by, and it's almost like, well, I want to show you a distant portrait of what's being farmed, and then a close-up bit of detail to give it some more explanation, and then it's calm, and the tree, that little teeny tiny tree on the right hand side is perfect. Like, it just stops you from exiting the image. It just keeps you bouncing back in. So in my head, that's the limit of this farm. I don't know, it made me happy. I think I rewarded my emotional response with a silver.
Back to you, Mike.
Yeah, we haven't talked about the clouds. The clouds are actually part of what's happening in the landscape, and they are the reason for what's happening in the landscape. So they are integral to the shadows. They are the explanation of this farm. I've loved the fact that it's empty. I love the fact that we can almost meditate in there.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 80, silver award. Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? Thank you, Chris. And we're going to welcome back Roger. It was the Windows thing, Chris. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 77 bronze. Are we all happy with that, judges? We have a comment for the photographer, please, Roger.
I've never seen anything quite like this before, so I commend the photographer on that. The textural sort of, almost sort of moiré element across it is really unusual. I'm not quite sure that it quite fits with the narrative and the background, but I think that it's something worth pursuing because you could be on the cusp of brilliance.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Mike, please?
I think the use of the blue tone tying all the three images together has worked really well. And I think the stake on a stick is really strong in the middle. But I can't really say how to improve it, I'm sorry.
Not a problem. Right, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 76, which is a bronze award. Were you all happy, judges? Okay, Tanya, would you like to give feedback, please?
Yeah, there's a definite sense of bleakness, harshness and coldness within the image. I think just to improve the image, the composition could be, the pyramid shape could be a little bit more off-centre, just to add some strength to the image.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Janine, do you want to say a few words?
Well done on a silver award. I really enjoyed the kind of bleak essentialism of this image. There is just as much as we need and nothing more here. As far as improvement goes, I'm really not too sure, but keep playing with this type of work. It's very good.
Lovely, thank you. Right, can we have a blank screen, please? Janine, thank you so much, and we'll give you a break. Kay, would you like to jump in, please? Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we have comment from Mike? Thanks.
Yeah, a little more control over the printing. Your highlights have burnt out, which is definitely taking it out of silver. You could have got there.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 76, but Roger, you have an automatic challenge.
I'm seeing the world differently. I guess I was drawn to the high key nature of this, and also just the unusual optics of it, and the sense of peace, I guess, and the sense of just a glimmering wee dancing going on, if you like. I think it's quite clever that the way the photographer has made the subject the thing that's out of focus, and the background the thing that is in focus, which sort of plays with your mind a bit and makes you think. And so, yeah, I'm rewarding that originality and courage, but standing back as just a piece of art. It's quite got some beautiful curves in there and the beautiful shimmers. But in an idea, I'd like a bit more space on the top right, but that's fine. We're not looking for a gold. So look, I'm interested to see what you think.
Okay, Mike, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I gave the 71. I actually found professional practice was even being challenged by some of the manipulations happening in here. Found them very blocky. I'd like to see the photographer work harder on making things feel natural, and it doesn't. It feels over-manipulated.
Okay, and in the middle, it's a bit... Kay, please. Kay, no need to? Okay, so we'll go back to Roger? Or, yeah.
Look, I guess emotion trumps imperfections at times, and so for me, I'm looking at the bigger picture, standing back. I've just got a real sense of of joy and peace with this image, and for the originality and the courageous decisions I outlined before. I just encourage you to come up a bit.
Rescore, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, Bronze Award. Next image, please. Okay, sorry, we have got a score of 74, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from Mike? Thanks.
Yeah. Cropping out the left-hand side so the pole disappears. It's quite distracting up there, and your eye would go further into the image without it, in my mind.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from Mike, please? Oh, Kay, did you want to? All right.
Yeah, it's a lovely setting that the photographer's seen, but I think in terms of trying to bring something to it, they need to sort of maybe find some sort of unique angle, and just maybe take a little bit of care in terms of the treatment of the trees and the land. It almost feels like it's overworked.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a Bronze Award. Congratulations to the photographer. And let's hear from Tanya, please.
Yeah, I scored this 78. I was intrigued by the shapes and the subtle tones and details in the lighter area. I felt like, although it has an impactful composition, there still could have been a little bit more space to the left of it. I think that could have helped a little bit, though.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Are we all happy, judges? Roger, would you like to give a comment for our photographer, please?
Look, it's a beautiful piece of rhythm, texture, softness, flow, almost featherly. Just a beautiful piece of graphic, visual expression, if you like.
Yes, Mike.
There's a little bit of muddiness in the middle that, had that been taken care of, could have got even a distinction. But just a bit of yellowing that's quite different from the top and the bottom.
Thank you so much. Can we have a blank screen, please? Tanya, do you want a break? And Matt, jump on in. Next image, please. While we're doing that, we'll just... We have an initial score of 79. And Mike is going to challenge that.
I gave this 84, mainly because it's got that whole story of a red in the morning shepherd's warning. There's a storm coming in, so that little glimmer of red on the left is the warning, the storm coming in from the right, the blueness on the right compared to the warmth on the left. All of these narratives are all telling us this little story of there is something about to happen that's ominous. The clouds are volatile. Then you get down to the beach and you find this one small, lone little figure. Now, all these elements, when you bring them together, actually make for a very interesting image, which is silver. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we hear from Matt at the other end, please?
Yeah, I was in bronze. I liked discovering the little figure and that the figure wasn't actually that obvious until you examined, and that is a reward for that close examination. And there's also what looks like either an old dismantled bridge or maybe a pier or something to the right in the bay there as well, which is another nice little added detail. I think what kept me in bronze, and I'm open to suggestions, is perhaps the lightness of the sky, particularly in the top left corner, taking you up into that area rather than down into the dark area on the bottom right where those points of interest are.
Okay, Kay, you're in the middle there.
Yeah, I scored just into the silver range. I really enjoyed the desolateness of the beach, the openness of the beach, and that one lone figure that was there that was braving this this impending storm. So I'm with you, Mike.
Hey, back to Mike.
To answer Matt's question about the lightness in the top top left, it's the counter to the dark right-hand bottom corner. If it was dark up there as well, it would feel like there was nothing happening beforehand. The top left is the calm before the storm. So I see it metaphorically really well balanced.
Thank you. Rescore, please. We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Well done to the photographer. Right, we are going to take a short break while they switch to digital. We are into the digitals. Judges, if you'd like to stand up and do some jumping jacks to get rid of that sugar you just ate. Yep, 5 minutes. Yep. Okay, we are back with our digital section of the landscape category, kindly sponsored by Sony. Sony is also sponsoring the whole of our Iris Awards, so they are fantastic. Let us start. We've had a quick judge change with Tony Hewitt stepping out and Chris Anderson coming back in. Let us go to digitals. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 77, which is a bronze award. We all happy with that, judges? Okay, Roger, would you like to give the feedback for our person?
I enjoy the graphic nature of this, the layering, the light and dark, and I presume that the narrative's about sort of deforestation again. So all those elements, I think, were worthy of a reward. Well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score, initial score of 77, which is a bronze award. Judges, Mike's going to challenge.
I gave this 81. What I'm really enjoying is not just the graphic nature of it, but the thing that I haven't seen before with something like this, which is the shadows across the road in a different colour. And it's that change of colour of those shadows that gives it a visual depth, because that cold colour takes our eye back into the image, while at the sides we've got the vibration of all these warm images coming towards us. So I sort of see this as having another little element that's giving it more interest and keeps taking my eye back into the image. So, which for me takes it from being a bronze to a silver.
Okay, Matt, you're at the other end, please.
Yeah, I was hoping for all of those same things. So from back here, I feel like it is a silver, but it was when I came up close, I felt like it was quite soft across the board. There wasn't the level of sharpness and detail that really would have lifted it high and possibly even higher into the 80s had it all been perfectly sharp. I think the discovery of the little people between the rows of vines were just a perfect element to set it all off and give us those little points of interest, but unfortunately the detail just isn't there. But overall, I applaud the design and concept of the image. It's just that one thing that's really holding me back.
Okay, Chris, you wanted to chat.
Yep, I'm on 76, so I put this in bronze. Agree with everyone's points and the discovery of the people. I wasn't sure at first if it was like rubbish that had been left or if it's people, so that was really nice. The lack of sharpness is a big distraction for me, but also on such a graphic image full of verticals, if those verticals were vertical and they were aligned to the edges of the frame, it would be so much stronger, but they're off by just enough that doesn't feel intentional and it doesn't add to the effectiveness of the image. So addressing that would have pulled me up into silver for sure.
Hey, Roger.
Look, my eyes aren't what they used to be, but it doesn't look super unsharp to me. What I see is a fabric, and that road, the way the curve of the road sort of It's as if it's a zip within a fabric. So I'm really enjoying that choice that the photographer's made, so that it can give us other things to see within the image. So I've scored it an 83.
Okay, back to you, Mike.
I just gave this a low silver. Okay, so I was pretty harsh on it myself, and I take into account those verticals not being truly vertical, which is a minor point. There's another element to this, that the sharpness of this is overrated. It's like, it's not about sharp, it's about other things. We keep talking about things like everything has to be sharp. In this particular case, what's happening with a slight softness, and it's only slightly soft, is we have a bigger vibration. We have a bigger vibration of colours bouncing off each other, which wouldn't have happened as much had things all been totally sharp. So just reconsider the reasons why you're taking points off, and consider what works in the image and the things that are working, which is those colours, finding the people. There's a huge strength in here. I think you're being possibly a bit mean by taking a lot of points off. I'll leave it there, thanks.
Rescore, please, judges. Okay, so we take Roger off and put Tony Kane on. Okay. We have a score of 79. Okay, judges, you know the drill. 79 or 80, please. We have a score of 80. Silver award. Congratulations. Right, we're going to have a blank screen, please. Roger, have a break. And Tony, jump on in, please. Next image, please. Right, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Matt, please?
Yeah, the flow of this image is quite beautiful, and the bright highlight on the right in some way is balanced out by that road on the left in terms of the strength of those elements. Find the sheep in there is a beautiful detail. I think what would have lifted it higher is just the sharpness and detail.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. And Mike will speak to this.
Yeah, unfortunately, the snow's been dealt with differently in different parts of the image, with no reasons for it to be like that. The central part of the snow is considerably duller and almost a sort of a grey compared to the snow on the left-hand side. So a bit more evenness with your burning and dodging would have made it a bit stronger.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. And Kay, would you like to speak to this, please?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the textures and the rhythm and movement that's happening within the image and the layers that are coming through. To lift it higher, I do find the yellow area at the top a little bit distracting. I would have liked to see just that cool going through into graduating into white. Yeah, nicely seen though.
Next image, please. We have an initial score of 78, which is a bronze award, and Tony's got that hand up.
Yeah, I'm on 87. I find that the peaceful, restful feel of this image, the light on the hills, the light against the dark with the buildings, with that shadowing behind. You know, this subject has been photographed a lot of times, but I believe that this is superior to a lot of what I've seen. Look at that beautiful light just ripping across those buildings there, with the rolling feel of the darker foreground, ripping through to that light on the buildings, through to the darkness, through to the light on the hills, through to the dark on the hills, through to the blue sky. It feels like a great advert for fine wine. Graham Sidney, who's a famous artist of that region. Mike Langford, who's going to score it a bit higher because he is the ace of huts. Yeah, I think it's beautiful, and the only thing, I hate saying this when you're a judge trainer, but a print of this would be fantastic. But digitally, it's beautiful, and I'd like to see it come up to silver distinction if you can.
Matt, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I was in professional standard. I really enjoy where the White House is sitting in the shadow of that hill. I feel like the composition has been really well thought out, and the panoramic crop works for the subject matter as well. Light on the hills is beautiful, but I feel like it's maybe 15 minutes too late, or to have more light hitting those buildings, particularly maybe the building on the right if it's important enough to be highlighted, but at least more on the white building on the left. Maybe might have helped it because there's so much texture and story in those buildings, and it almost feels like we're drawn to one wall, but then we're drawn straight into the hills without really exploring those areas of the image properly. But I'm willing to listen.
Okay, Mike Langford.
Yeah, I'm going to support this, not because of the love of huts, but because I actually believe that the timing of this is correct. Had the photographer waited even a few minutes longer, you wouldn't have the dark area in the background behind the hut, and there would have been a merger. The light being so low has created this beautiful folding of the hills in the background, and the foreground has got a huge heavy frost, which is giving us that blue colour, which is the perfect balance to the warm colour on the hills. So just in terms of the colour palette, the lighting, all these things are quite superior in their communication.
Thank you. Back to you, Tony.
I think Mike just summed that up way better than what I could, but I could imagine these places are probably only under this sort of lighting condition at a certain time of the day, and I think it's quite perfect. I mean, I actually quite like the lighting on the white side of the building and the building on the right, and how it's just had that dark base running through as well, which you've got that lighter, the building on the right, you've got that lighter piece against the dark background, and just everything that Mike said. I think it's easily a silver distinction. It would be fantastic if you could come up with us to that, please.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 84, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Next image, please. We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Matt's going to challenge it.
Yeah, I scored it 81, so not many points away, just in a different area. What I saw is lots of leading lines and a perfect choice of shutter speed in terms of capturing the beauty of that wave, both crashing, but the part of it that hasn't crashed yet. So there's a little bit of anticipation in there as well. You see the results of the wave that came before this one, and all of that smooth water between the jagged rocks, and that choice again of the shutter is allowing the jaggedness and the rawness of those rocks to stand out against that water. If it's where I think it might be, these rocks could be 1.4 billion years old, and yet they're still being worn away by this torrent of water, and you can see all of the pores that are being created in those rocks by that water. So, and in terms of the sky, I think it's actually a good thing that the sky is so simple, because the foreground is so complex. It just supports that foreground really quietly and encourages you to explore it, and it also creates a beautiful soft color palette as well. So I just thought it was worthy of discussion.
Okay, moving down one. Kay, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I scored this in professional standard range. For me, the strong, I guess almost the strong elements in the front were too dominant, that didn't easily allow my eye to go to the back, where I'm seeing the beauty and the movement of the water and the lovely tones and everything. So it was a little bit conflicting between the two areas. I will come up to bronze, but I'm not sure if I can go to silver.
Okay,
Yeah.
Tony.
Excuse me. I'm on 78. I'm going to support what Matt's saying, actually, and I'm going to come up into silver. I think when you're looking at digital images like this, it's sort of, we're looking at it quite big on the screen, whereas this, to me, it feels like quite an intimate shot. So we're looking at it quite big, so I'm sort of imagining it a bit smaller where you can get in there. I think it's beautiful in its representation. It sort of feels like the colours of it actually sort of pull me in all directions, where maybe if it was black and white it would be even stronger. But I think it's definitely, the more you look at it, the more you think, well, that individual rock in the centre leading through to that, to that raging sea, the harshness of the environment, I'm going to bring it up into silver.
Okay, back to you, Matt.
Yeah, thanks for that. Just to address the dominance of those foreground elements, I agree with you. They are dominant and they are very strong, and they're powerful rocks, and they've been withstanding this water for such a long time. And these are the remnants of much larger rocks, perhaps, millions of years ago. But I think that's why the channel in the center of the image is so powerful, and why that exists. And that is your way to get back into that wave in the background that then crashes on the rocks and takes you back to the foreground, and then you go back through that channel again. And that's the flow and cycle of this image. So I've put it at 81. I hope you can put it up there with me.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Well done to the photographer. Right, next image, please. We have a score of 72, which is a professional standard, and Matt would like to give the comments, please.
Yeah, I scored this in the professional range because I thought it was a great documentation of a piece of artwork and where that artwork resides, but the emotional response to it or the humour of it is coming directly from that artist rather than from the photography itself. So perhaps finding a way to use this artwork and then take it on a new spin would help improve it.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score, initial score of 78, which is a bronze award. Thank you. Kay, would you like to give some feedback, please?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the almost the split nature of the image in terms of what's happening on the left and what's happening on the right. Quite different tonal values, and the central placement of the image. Possibly maybe a little bit more space at the top just to give it some breathing room. If anyone's got any other comments, but yeah, I thought it was actually a really nicely seen image.
Next image, please. Okay. We have an initial score of 82, but Matt, you've got the automatic challenge.
Yeah, I saw a slight sense of humour in this image in a way. I think we all see the hand there, but it's almost like it's popping like a green jelly bean or a pimple or something weird in the centre there. And I almost read the curve, or the angle at the top as being like an elbow and pointing to the elbow. But aside from all of those weird metaphorical things that are really very quirky, the composition itself is really dynamic. The green pop of colour really lifts it all and gives it energy. And then the tones around that are really subtle and beautiful. So I'm rewarding that and also seeing a little bit of humour in it, which is really quite unusual for an aerial abstract image.
What was your score, Matt?
I was on 92.
92. Okay, Mike, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I gave the 77, mainly because I didn't see the elbow or any of that stuff. Sorry about that. But and the bit of green, I found destroyed the rest of the image for me, because I just kept on looking at the piece of green, which means it's too strong for me. So I'm looking at a colour palette that's been overtly over-controlled and manipulated and takes away the authenticity of the image for me.
Okay, and in the middle we have Kay Davis.
I like your interpretation, Matt. I find that really humorous because I didn't actually see that. The green doesn't worry me too much, Mike. I scored it in the silver range. I'm not sure that I can come to gold, but I am really, really enjoying the image. I am actually enjoying the colour palette with that popper green. I think it's enough there that the elements within it, the cross X marks the spot basically, to actually lead your eye in and around the image and enjoy the different elements, the different colour palettes, different tones around the image. I'm on silver, just keep talking.
Okay, Matt, back to you. Back to you, Matt.
Yeah, so I would say I actually believe that the colour is authentic. I just think it's the result of mining, and this being tailing ponds that have been drained out. And this little bit of greeny colour is just the last remnants of that toxic residue in the tailing ponds. So I think that's why that colour is quite hyper like that. And I think that is authentic to that kind of environment, that man-made toxic environment. And that may be another reason why you want to pop the little pimple on the elbow there, because there's all sorts of nasty gunk in there. In terms of the green being quite dominant, I think if you're drawn to that area, you're doing exactly as the creator intended. They're pointing you there with their hand, and they're telling you to look at that, and they're almost kind of being quite mocking in the presentation of the image. It's like, hey, you can look at all these textures. Nah, look over here. And it's kind of playing with you as a viewer by doing that. So, look, I'm in gold, and I think we all have our own sense of humour. If you can come to gold, that would be great, but if not, let's try a silver distinction at least.
Rescore, please. Well talked. 86, silver distinction. Okay, we're going to have a blank. We're just going to leave a visual blank screen. And we're going to swap out Mike. You can have a break. And Janine, would you like to step in, please? All right, next image, please. We have an initial score of 78, which is a bronze award. And Chris is going to challenge.
So I'm on 82, just snuck it into silver, and I think at first this is deceptively simple, right? I mean, it's a scene we've been here, we've seen this, we understand the narrative that's happening, and there's that one central surfer that's considering what they're about to do, and I was kind of looking at how do you crop this to improve it, blah, blah, blah. Is all that reflection necessary? And then I realized the reflection doesn't have any other people in it, which is probably how this surfer is seeing the scene. Like, he doesn't see anyone else. He's seeing the waves and this place that he or she is going to go and surf. So I guess my interpretation is that sense of isolation that this surfer has, even though there are people there, and I found that rewarding, and that's why I rewarded it with the silver.
Thank you. Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 74. I will come up. But for silver, I sort of find I'd probably expect the reflection to be more or as good as what's above the reflection. You know, I think the leg span of the surf is fantastic, and what's going on in the ocean behind with all those little specks of people and everything is fantastic. But then I go down to the reflection and the surfboard is cut. and that sort of breaks that symmetry and the line and the form. So I got stuck there. So, like I say, I'm going to raise my score, but I'm going to listen to some others first to see how high I come with it.
Okay, Matt, please.
Yeah, so I was in the mid-bronze and I'm coming up to silver. I think this is an easy image to overlook because we have seen it before, this kind of style of image. It's almost like a lifestyle landscape in a way. But I think it has some really subtle things going on in its favour. I like the fact that you can see a bit of a breaking wave on the right that has what the activity is. You can see a cityscape in the left of the surfer there. It gives it another sense of place. You know, it's not just a beach, but there's also a city and community here. And I really liked your interpretation of the solar reflection at the bottom. And I think, okay, well, how could we make that reflection better if that's all we were looking at? Well, we would take a lower angle against the reflective surface. But if we were to do that, we would lose so much because then we wouldn't have that breaking wave, we wouldn't have the cityscape. So I think the photographers had to make some choices here, and I think they've ultimately made the good choices.
Thank you. Rescore, please. Oh, sorry.
Well, I was going to say Matt said it all, so come to silver.
Sorry, Chris. We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Well done. Okay, Kay, we're going to give you a break. And Chris Dark, would you like to step in, please? Right, next image, please. Yeah. You can leave it there if you want to. So, yeah, doesn't worry. We have an initial score of 74, which is professional standard. We're all happy, judges. Can we have a conversation from Matt, please?
Yeah, so I think the photographers captured a fabulous atmosphere and mood and heaviness in this image, but I think that's also requires the treatment of it to be really quite delicate because we're drawn into that really heavy landmass in the foreground, but we don't have too much detail there. There's a few specks of snow, but that's about it. And we're held in that space, so if you could bring some detail into the shadows of that space, then that would kind of justify our coming into that area.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 73, which is professional standard. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a chat from Chris Anderson, please?
So this is a good documentation of this structure, and I think the time of day has actually been chosen really well because it lets those diagonals, that 45 degrees, kind of sing. So if this was any later or earlier, then we wouldn't have those delicious 45-degree angles in there. I think we're all looking for something to rest on, and perhaps the structure is not enough to have somewhere to land or pivot around would be really helpful for this.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 71, which is professional standard. Congratulations. Can we have a conversation from Chris Stark, please?
Yeah, it's a really nice image. I think the light is really beautiful, but it's a bit blown out where the sun's coming in, and the sun's rays sort of lead me down to nothing. So I guess a different photograph from a different angle or different time would be probably lifted up a bit. But other than that, it's quite nice.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 78, which is a bronze award, and Tony Carter's going to challenge.
Yeah, I'm on 83. My initial instinct was, oh, it's lit from one end on the main structure. But then I looked at it and I thought, geez, that that foreground, it's just that rippling light coming through. It almost feels like the sea, and just all the lines sort of just leading you through. From the foreground through to the structure, through to that cloud behind, and just a little wispiness in the blue sky as well. And I thought, oh, there's just a quiet beauty to that, and just the end lighting of it on the right gives it shape and dimension. And I thought, oh, I think that is definitely, for me, just up into that silver category at 83, which is a pretty good score, I think.
All right, we're going to come to Janine.
Yeah, I thought you might be heading my way. Thank you, Tony, for challenging. I think I made a mistake on this image. I guess I was trying to find more about it, but this thing just looks like it's arrived on the beach, which is interesting. I'm definitely listening. I was wondering about perhaps whether there was a focusing issue in the iceberg, but that could be my eyes at this time of day.
Okay, and Matt, please.
Yeah, I was in high bronze. I wanted to reward the combination of ice and sand and the replication of basically a ocean scene by using that. I did see that there was a tiny bit of lack of detail in the front of the iceberg, so I'm kind of with you on that comment, and I felt like that kind of cyan or seafoam greenish kind of color through the sky, while I think that was authentically there, I feel like that's quite strong and the foreground is quite strong, and that actually leaves possibly the most interesting and physically strong part of the image as being kind of overshadowed by the strength of those two areas above and beyond. But I am on 78, so I'm only a couple of points away, and I'll listen.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Yeah, I take on board that softness. I still think, though, I think it still just sits comfortably there, just quietly. But yeah, I don't really have much more to add to that, really, because it's just such a simple thing to me. Come with me if you can, but to be honest, I'll understand if you don't.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Well done. Okay, we're going to give Matt a wee break from talking. And Tony Hewitt, can you come in, please? All right, Next image, please.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I'm good. I just practicing my hip and shoulder. Just in case I see someone later.
We have an initial score of 79. We can, Chris, you've got the option. You're happy with that? Okay, well, we have to rescore anyway, so judges either 79 or 80, please. Hang on, I'll push the button. Here we go. Okay, we have a score of 79, Bronze Award. Well done to the photographer. Can we have some comments from Tony Hewitt, please?
First of all, finding this palette of colour all in the one frame is something I compliment. I actually felt that it was probably just on the edge of silver, and I think it's the lack of structure that probably holds it back a little bit. And when you present an image like this, there's areas of brightness and contrast that'll pull us around the image, and I don't think there's any real plan in that. It's kind of random areas of contrast and random areas of saturation that are pulling us around. Just a little bit more organisation is going to strengthen the image.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 75, which is a Bronze Award. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we have a comment from Chris Anderson, please?
Yeah, but congratulations on the bronze. There's a lot of drama in this, which is excellent. And I took a little while to find the person. And when you find them, you realize that there's the path that they're walking on that's leading to the viewer. And I like that. If we're talking about a focus point in the image, that's great. I think perhaps even drawing that person out just a touch more and lightening the rocks behind them just so we have a little more to grab onto would elevate this.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 68, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment from Janine, please?
Look, well done getting correct exposure for the evening, but there is a lot of opportunity further into the frame near the bridge. And we've got a lot of foreground happening in this image, which is not really adding to the story of this quite interesting urban scene. So just watching where you're paying attention to, where do you want us to look, I think would be a really great start.
Thank you so much. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Chris is going to challenge. Yep.
Okay, I'm on 82. I just snuck this up into silver, and I think I'm responding to the angular graphics in this, the choices to have the angle of the fence the way that it is, those lines pushing into the structure. That's kind of where it initially hit me, and then I get to wander around and look at kind of the unremarkable seascape and landscape that's there. But then peeking through the windows of the house, like choices have been made about where to stand to get this the way that it is. And it kind of speaks to, I know we talk about buildings being impermanent and the environment being permanent, but this thing's been here for a long time. And I'm picturing the person that lived here walking on their deck and seeing this every day, and they're not here anymore. The door seems to be thrown open and it's abandoned. So I'm finding that feeling, it's almost wistful, and there's echoes of the cool colors of the building with the cool water, and then the rust in the window with the sky that I find really pleasing as well. So I'm responded well enough to put this into silver.
Tony Carter, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I'm on 73. I will come up, and I actually will come up into silver. I looked at it, and I thought, this is just very vacant, and I didn't know what I was meant to be looking at. So I just roamed around and thought, is this about the structure? Is it about where it is? Is it about the environment? And I thought, actually, I'm going round and round this quite nicely, just like how Chris explained it, really. So I'm going to come up into early silver and support it.
Tony Hewitt.
Yeah, I'm a bit like Tony C there, that I at first didn't really rate it. I found it lacking and bland, but then now as I look at it and listen to what you said and listen to Chris, I find that it does have a romance about it, this rustic romance, and there's a seductiveness. The lines, while there's a lot of geometry, the lines are leading us to a softness in the background, the little cloud, the sunset. You can picture somebody enjoying the landscape, just this ambience. So yeah, thanks, Chris. I'm pretty happy to come up into a low silver.
Okay, back to you, Chris.
What Tony and Tony said. Come up to silver.
Rescore, please. 81 silver, well done. Okay, Tony Carter, we're going to give you a bit of a break, and we're going to bring in Roger. Next image, please. We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we get a comment from Roger, please? Oh, sorry. Okay, no, Tony Hewitt's going to do it. He's put his hand up.
Look, you presented with a brilliant landscape, Patagonia, but the bottom half of this image is either got to be worked on to bring it back to match the grandeur of the upper half, or just take it out altogether, because there's a great part of this image and there's a part that's just not doing its job. So it's either got to go or it's got to be worked on. Otherwise, well seen.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 81, which is a silver award. We're happy with that, judges? No, Roger's challenging it.
I rewarded this with an 88, and why did I do that? Yes, it's an aerial, but it's got some subtle differences. It's not a straight-on aerial. It's got the wonderful line leading you through. But more than anything else, it's got a beautiful harmony of virtually every colour in the rainbow there, in that palette. Maybe with the exception of red, but we could call that red at the top, I guess, with that magenta. I just think that's quite masterful, really. It's unusual an image, and it's very coherent. So I urge you to go up.
Hey, Janine.
Yes, I observed that colour palette, which is really striking. I do wonder whether it's just been pushed a wee bit hard, though. And also, the sort of point of the arrow is very, very close to the right-hand side of the frame. It needs maybe a little more space around it. I certainly enjoyed the oblique angle on this image. I'm on 77. I am listening.
Tony Hewitt.
Yeah, I gave it 82, sorry. I thought it was a good silver. And what held me back from higher is that there's a twisted distortion which works, but at the same time there's an inconsistent use of the tones. So the bottom third left sort of corner is light, then it's a darker stretch through the middle, then we have this brighter area at the background, and I feel like there's a lack of balance. It's not connecting, which is working against this stunning colour palette, which is just so powerful that the colour palette alone rewards it as a silver. But it would have gone higher for me if there wasn't this inconsistency of tone from bottom left cutting across to top left, where it goes light, dark, light, and there's no real reason for it. Like, I don't see shadows of clouds. I just see a lightness at the back which kind of pulls me through. But I do enjoy that twisted distortion that reflects and echoes the way the river, or I'm pretty sure I know where this is, the way that the waters flood onto these very shallow areas. So just finessing that finish would have taken it higher for me, but still think well deserved of the silver it got.
Chris wants a little talk.
Just really, really quick. I'm on 78. I'm going to come up to silver. I was struggling a little bit with the top right-hand corner being kind of inconsistently saturated until I realized this almost, I know it's an aerial, but it almost feels like there's a horizon line and the sky is less saturated than the ground and we're tilted to the right because the plane is banking. So there's that kind of, that discomfort that I'm feeling is engaging. So I'm going to come up to silver.
Okay, back to you, Roger.
Look, I think some of those, some of the things you talk about add to the tension in the image, really, particularly closeness of the bend in the V to the edge. It's not on the edge, but it's close enough to just add tension. I think Tony's comments about I take on board about the tones, but I think maybe that implies some distance. This isn't a straight-on aerial; it's a 45-degree aerial, so that that sense it adds an extra depth. But look, if we can, where are we sitting at now? 77.
81 silver.
Let's see if we can get it into a silver distinction, guys.
Rescore, please. $84 silver. Well done. All right, Chris, we're going to give you a bit of a break. Anderson. And Mike, would you want to step back in, please? Next image, please. We have a 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. And Janine, do you want to give some feedback, please?
Turn my mic on. Great image, and really well placed elements. Really enjoying the diagonal line. The other thing that I really did enjoy was actually the texture in the white high key parts of the image. I don't know whether it was another mountain or snow or what it was, but it was really very cool. But perhaps just finessing this image a little more, dodging burning, just to get a bit more shape in that cliff would be really good. And placement of the birds, excellent.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we get a comment from Roger, please?
Yeah, look, I love the sort of the romantic lighting and composition of this grand landscape. The things that held me back were the highlights in the sky, and there's sort of yellow tint through the sky, maybe a bit of haloing as well, so just some more finesse with processing.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to our photographer. And who would like to make a comment for the... Chris, thank you.
When this first came up, I just went, "Oh wow! You know what an image! It's what is it?" So I was quite curious. Yeah, I think it's. I think the main subject is off to the. It's cut off. It's off to the right hand side. I think it sort of let it down a little bit. It's quite bright in the foreground there as well. So I think there's a lot of. Yeah, there's a lot of potential in that one. So it's a wonderful image. So congratulations to the photographer. Well seen.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have some words from Mike, please?
Yeah, I think just a little bit more detail on the whites on the top of the iceberg would have made it stronger.
Oh, thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 82, but Roger has an automatic challenge. Off you go.
Look, I scored this a 92, and the reason I scored it with 92, I presume it's an area where I actually see a face and a man and a collar. So it's the abstract communication in it I'm enjoying, but also I just love the subtleness of the colours, the use of negative space, and the whole balance of the image. I think although it's an aerial, I haven't seen anything like this before, so it's original, it's got creativity, and therefore I put it in the gold. See what you think.
Okay, down the other end is Tony Hewitt.
Respectfully, I don't agree. I find the image too tight. Yes, I could look for, and I think I see what you mean by a face. I find an inconsistency in the treatment. There's too much brightness in the bottom left quadrant. The top area where that darker area happens, I'm getting pulled all around the image to different things based on saturation and contrast, and areas that lack detail. They're not blown out, but they lack detail. I just find that there's a lack of harmony in this image. There's a muddiness as I go to the top, and then there's a brightness at the bottom. So more finessing on this image would have made us appreciate some of the textural qualities, some of the little creek beds that are creeping in across those little river systems in the receding tide, which is what this is. It's a mud flat. And I feel like there's a use of colour or saturation purely for the for the exercise of adding saturation and colour, and I don't understand the reason for it. Bringing in the greens and the magentas and the golds, in some areas quite light and soft, and then other areas hard. So for me, there's just a chaotic approach, and I say that respectfully to the author, because it may have been their intent to create something that was dramatic and jarring, but if that is the case, it doesn't work for me, and if that was not the intent, then it hasn't been achieved. So I did give it a 76, which is a professional standard, or sorry, a bronze, high level of professional standard, but I would really struggle to get high silver, let alone gold, but I am going to keep listening.
Okay,
I
Chris.
apologise for that, Roger.
Chris, you were bang on the score, so would you like to have a chat?
I really like the colours in this image, and I saw what you did, Tony. The whites. There's nothing in the whites. They're just white. So I do sort of see the resemblance of some sort of something that's alive. It could be like a big cat or something like that, but it's not clear. It doesn't jump out at me, so that's why I sat. I think I sat in the low silver in the 82, and I think I'm quite happy where it is. So yeah, it's I think more finessing and personal type approach, and what you want to bring out. I think it needs a little bit more, which I think lends to what Tony was saying. It's just not quite there yet.
Okay, Roger, back to you.
Okay, I imagine a painter doing pastels. They start with a piece of white paper and then they add to it. But bits of the white paper don't have detail in. And so I think that's what the photographer's trying to achieve here. They're trying to transcend that boundary from photography through to art. And so I see it more as a piece of art, and I'm less bothered about technical imperfections, but more responding to my initial emotional response, which was just a thing of some sort of iconic beauty with a collection of colours that I found pleasing. So I urge you to go up and listen to your hearts and not your brains.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 82 silver. Thank you very much, judges. Right, next image, please. We have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have some comments from Janine, please?
Congratulations on a silver award. I very much enjoyed the colour palette of this image and the references in my head to a bird sort of flying out of the frame. You can sort of see the tail or the legs behind it and wings. I'm unsure what I'd do to improve this image. Possibly look, if we were shooting for the bird thing, a wider shot. But yeah, interesting image.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. we have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. We happy with that, judges? Oh, thank you. Roger, would you like to give them some feedback? Or some...
Look, it's a simple scene with exquisite lighting, nice framing. I think where it one element that let it down for me was the out of focus foreground that I found quite substantial in terms of the space it occupied and just distracting. So just a tighter focus on where you want the eye to go and removing distractions, if you like.
Thank you. Right. Just think that's a black screen, judges. We're going to give Janine and Chris Dark a rest, please, and Tanya and Matt Palmer back in, please.
We're almost going to be on time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Caught up.
Yeah.
I hate being a hard ass sometimes.
Well, it's your expertise, some of those things, aren't they?
Right, next image, please.
That's your duty to bring that to the panel.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have a score of 74, which is professional standard. We all happy with that, judges? Cool, thank you. Can we have a comment from Mike, please?
Yeah, some more detail on the foreground snow, which is really dominating the area that's more important, which is the mountain, but the foreground is detracting from that. So give us a bit more detail where it's necessary to lead the eye in.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 72, which professional standard. We're all happy with that. Mike, would you like to give feedback, please?
Doing some perspective control would actually make this much stronger. The way it is, everything's just leaning backwards. So bring those verticals up and make it a little bit stronger.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the author, photographer, sorry. Can I have a comment from Mike again?
All the drama in this image is in the background and all the rain shafts and everything that's happening back there, but it's being dominated by this white foreground. Your burning and dodging should darken down the foreground, lighten up the background, increase the contrast in the background, and you will have an award.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Mike's going to challenge that.
I gave this 83. I just felt that the design of the ridge lines taking your eye from the bottom right corner all the way zigzagging back through to the back is working really well. Also, giving us some more detail on the scree slopes in the middle where the snow patches are means that the eye goes into the image more than stays in the front, and I think that's working really well. There's a number of elements in here, little tracks that are winding their way around. It's full of interest. The longer you look at it, the more you feel being in this place. And I think landscape photography is about, do you feel it? And I feel like I'd like to be here.
Tanya, you're the other side.
Yeah, I scored at 70. I was wanting to see more when I journeyed through this incredible landscape. Just getting to the centre top felt like the area that's not shown, feeling like I was wanting to see that. There's sort of nowhere for me to settle my eye on once I've explored through it.
Okay, Roger, then Tony.
Just quickly, the main flaw your eye leads through the ridge and then to the curving ridge and then up to the last ridge, and there's that patch of light, and it's connecting to the side of to the edge of the frame, and to me that's the problem. Once my eye gets there, it stops. I don't know whether the photographer could have cropped it a bit lower or just lifted the camera angle a bit higher to include that in. So that's stopping me from taking it into a silver range. But if you can move me past that, there's a lot about the image that I love.
Hey, and Tony.
Yeah, following on, I think cropping off the top third and the celebration of the peaks in the foreground, that's the strength of this image, those beautiful backlit ridges, those sort of beautiful edge-lit, that's the image for me. Yes, it seductively takes us back through, but the problem is it does take us back through, and as we get to the back half of the image, it falls away. Chop out that under that shadow line across halfway up the scree line, and you get this beautiful panoramic which celebrates those triangular backlit edges, and that to me would make it a much stronger image. That's why I sat at 78. I was just under silver.
Okay, back to you, Mike.
Yeah, it's just a matter of how high you make your initial score, because I totally agree with the crop at the top, and that's what brought me down to an 83 and not an 86. So that's just my scoring range, so excuse that.
All right, rescore, please. And we have a score of 78, bronze award. Well done. Next image, please.
Oh, and you.
We have an initial score of 83, which is a silver award. And Mike has got his hand up again.
I gave this 88. Look, I've seen images like this before, so I'm doing a comparison with what I've seen before, which I'm not sure you're allowed to do, but that's what I'm doing. What I'm seeing in here is this beautiful dancing person, and that's the attraction for me. That's the originality for me. The curves on the top left are just beautifully positioned into the corner to lead your eye back in. In fact, every curve in this image says silver with distinction. It's just flowing, it's beautiful, it's languid, it's got all these beautiful words that attach themselves to this visual. Very exciting visual.
Okay, Roger.
Look, yeah, I mean, these images aren't original anymore, and therefore they need to be spot on, I think, to get an award. And I was held up by just some, what's the word? Lack of precision around the edges again. So top left, there's a curve, just connects to the side of the frame. Find that really, just a bit more space there would have been nice. And then at 3 o'clock on the right-hand side particularly, there's a curve there that should include the curve of the water, but it doesn't. And I just feel for something where it's about repeating shapes and textures, precision around composition is important. So that held me back a bit.
Okay, and Matt, you're right in the middle.
Yeah, I'm a little bit in the middle. I'm on silver at the moment. I actually somewhat disagree about the composition because I feel like in this kind of chaotic landscape, the braided rivers here, you include a little bit more and then you have a little bit extra of something else, and then that's the problem. And you try and compose for that, and then you introduce another element, and that becomes the problem. These landscapes just go on and on and on for kilometers. And so you're always trying to find a balance of where do you crop, and I think the photographer has actually cropped in a pretty good spot here. You can see the curves towards the right have that resolved kind of edge to them before they hit the lightness, and as Mike said, that top left is curved really nicely to kind of hold everything in. There's kind of two dark areas at the top left and the bottom right that help to balance each other out and also add more depth. But what's holding me back from silver distinction is I almost feel like at least there's a representation that looks a bit like a painterly kind of filter to it, and I see that particularly in the larger flows of water where there are angles and little lines that flow against the movement of the wider body of water. That's kind of like a crosshatchy kind of loose sort of look to it, and I wonder if there's been some processing to make this look more painterly and add texture, but maybe that texture is not running with the flow of the water, and I found that a little bit distracting in those larger areas.
Okay, Tony.
Yeah, it doesn't really grab me, Matt. I hear you, but I can't quite find it. I think for me, I'm kind of went in a different direction. Yes, I agree 100% with Matt that these areas, where do you crop, and that problem that Roger's got, the problem doesn't disappear with these images. So you use tonality and you use contrast, and this has got like a contrast vignette. As we move to the outside of the image, the contrast just dissipates a little bit, which holds us within the middle of the image. But what I'm enjoying is the depth of the image through the textual qualities, from the foreground whitish blue rivers to the yellow that's underneath, to the mystical darker, network that's beneath that. And there's echoes of time, which is what the river represents, that over the season, over the year, you get this melt, and then you get the chemical comes down, and over a period of time, there's a cycle that happens. And that's what this is an abstract representation of. I've seen it done better, but not often. I've seen it before, and this is a great example of it. And I think it does have another element of imagination in terms of the way that depth's been introduced, not just a left-right type of width, but a foreground to the background, but straight through, not like a typical oblique look. And for that reason, I kind of jump in with Mike. I'm an 86, and I think a silver distinction is well deserved here.
Okay, back to you, Mike.
Just to wrap, I'm actually seeing that the longer I look at this, the more I see it differently. I see it differently now from where I first started. What I see now is, because of that visual depth, it's no longer a flat surface. It's now got mountains coming out of the centre. Those dark areas are large peaks evolving out of this mystical landscape. I'm seeing it almost like a fairy tale.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Well done. Next image, please. We have a score of 71, which is professional standard. Can we get a comment from Matt? Thanks.
Yeah, I think the photographer's exposed the landscape really well. There's some lovely light on the corner of that the land that's jutting into the water there. I think what could help improve it is potentially a crop from the right-hand side, because some of that shadow area isn't really giving us more information or flow than what we're already getting on the left, which is really the highlight of the image.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 82, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we have some feedback from Mike Langford, please?
Look, I think the mood of this is great. I wouldn't want to change too much in what they've actually given us. Possibly a little darkening down of the snow patch on the right-hand side. But apart from that, I find everything quite cohesive.
Thank you, and thank you to the judges. We are now finished in Landscaper.
Thank you to the panel chair and assistant panel chair for a great day's work.
Thank you. So we'd just like to thank Sony as a category sponsor. They have also got a wonderful wee thing going on at the moment. They have got a competition across the event. Find the QR code around the venue, scan the code to complete the online quiz, and all correct entries go to win a $500 voucher. You can find out more about the signs on the signs in the venue, and make sure you stop by the Sony stand to have a chat to them when they get here on Friday. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to everybody online listening, and we'll be back here very shortly. Oh, and judges, please don't leave. They'll come and grab you for finals judging. And guys, if we could keep the chatter to a minimum, because there's judging on either room. Thank you.